Prologue, the glow of the hero. I saw the hero. The limit where the sky and the sea fused into an absolute darkness, as if the end of the world was in sight. In the vast ocean, where despair and dusk alternated like endless waves. There, in the middle of the darkness that devoured everything, tearing apart the roars off monstrous creatures, I saw the glow of a hero. The root of the curse is the blessing, the original sin that devoured half of my being. The impact of the sea was more than just turbulence. Everything was pulverized and crushed without mercy. The drops flying through the air felt like bullets. For a human being, standing on the water was an intolerable act of arrogance. In a distant future, where a great floating fortress known as the Academy lay in ruins, the scattered remains were nothing more than broken planks, floating like shameful rafts in the ocean. However, even in this final and desolate expanse of the sea, the light of the hero never ran out. Clinging to a broken plank, I could only stare, stunned, as that light was imprinted in my eyes. There is no purification. There is no redemption. There is no salvation. Only their sonating sound of the heavens, my sin. A long and solemn invocation. An immense magical power. A gray-haired witch faced the storm and the furious wind, singing with lips stained with scarlet blood. In a sea where reason was deformed by chaotic whirlpools, even colossal creatures that had ruled the ocean trembled in her presence. Those immense beasts, capable of creating devastating waves with a single movement, roared in fear. Trumpets of the gods, harps of the spirits, melodies of light, the marks of eternal sin. The sea struck a supreme blow. A monstrous wave, capable of sweeping everything in its path, was stopped only by Thackeray's of other heroes who faced it. An endless rain of flashes was repelled by the sword of a brave woman. The brutal attack of an ocean monarch capable of destroying worlds was contained by a single warrior with a sword. The magic of those clinging to the wreckage destroyed its scales, and the sea warriors, facing death itself, jumped into the abyss to pierce harpoons into its colossal body. Oh, fate beloved by the sealed garden, break into pieces, I deeply despise you. Blood flowed endlessly. The screams never ceased, endless. The song turned into a requiem, and still the tragic melody cried for a victory. Even when my body could no longer move, that light tearing through the darkness imprinted its glow in my eyes. With this offering, with this seal of sin, I will destroy everything Holy Bell Tower. The power reached its limit, and without ceremony was released. The symbol of the end of the world was consumed by a destructive blessing. The world, tinged with darkness, became a blinding white. Without a trace of beauty, the climax of devastation enveloped everything. Just before losing consciousness in that white world, the last thing I heard was this, the triumphant roar of the heroes who had defeated the immense beast, the weavers of miracles and hope who defied the impossible. Was that what was needed to illuminate this damned world? Was that glow what was necessary to save it? I saw the hero. The spread of the light, known as hope, must never be extinguished. Even if our turn came, we must revive that brilliant scene. The world needed heroes. It was as simple as that. Just as the world longed for them, my eyes and heart would also search for them. A new hero being born. The first cry of another hero in this world. We, as humanity, desire a guide, a bearer of hope. Lion. The sky was blue, clear. Behind my eyelids, I still remembered that dark ocean, but in front of me, the briny lake sparkled as always. Listening to the song of the seagulls from the top of the central tower of Frigg, the gigantic ship, I looked out over the academy spread before me. Then a divine voice called me, making me turn. Baldur-sama, is something happening? We've received a message from the Great Wall. One of the roars has resonated from the valley. The air, which had been so calm, tensed around me. How big is the one that escaped? It seems to be a large one. It's trapped in our barrier, but it won't be long before it breaks free. The director of the academy, my god, Baldur, brought me this message. I closed my lips and thought for a moment, looking to the north where the mountain peaks formed a horizon. Like to know the divine perspective. How much time do you think we have? 12 days, although it's just a hunch. The god's answer was brief, and I did not doubt it. I nodded slowly. In that case, I'll go, and if I may, I want to take a companion. Him, yes. God's serene expression softened into a smile, and I responded with mine. For the last time I looked toward it, the walled city home to the heroes and its majestic white tower that touched the heavens. I will fulfill the promise of that adventure. And perhaps I'll dream of a new hero. Chapter 1. The Chaos of Arario. My name is Nian Atul and I belong to the Baldur class in Theskul district. I look forward to working with you as part of this internship. Faction experience starting today." She exclaimed with enthusiasm. Nina had brown hair with some strands dyed jade. Weno nodded vigorously, his burgundy tie moved along with his determined gesture. Belle, Hestia, and the others were watching her from the living room of their sidence of the Hestia family. "I never thought the students would actually come from the school district." "School district," commented Makoto, clearly surprised. "It's impressive that they even sought you out for recruitment, Belle-sama," added Haruheim, bringing her hands together in a gesture of admiration. Admiration towards Belle. "I haven't done anything that grand. Really," replied Belle, scratching the back of his neck, confused by the compliments. 3 days had passed since Belle finished his participation in the school district under the disguise of a student. Now, back as first-class adventurer and member of the Hestia Familia, felt a bittersweet relief. Although Director Baldur had offered him to continue at Hei Academy, Hestia had insisted that he return. However, Belle still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. His true identity had been revealed during the dungeon training special dungeon training. Before, he was known as Lappy's Flames, alias that concealed his reality as the adventurer, Rabbit Foot. Now, the students of the 3rd Platoon, whom he had led, knew who he really was. While he was reflecting on all this, Nina's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Hey," she said timidly, lowering her head upon realizing that Belle was watching her. Belle also averted his gaze, remembering the time when, on an impulse, Hess said, "I want to see many landscapes by your side." Even though he hadn't said it like a confession, now it seemed embarrassing to him. On the other hand, Nina saw Belle as a trustworthy figure, almost like a older brother. Although she was an honor student in the district school, her simple and warm attitude towards him made him feel at ease. Hestia, observing the interaction, decided to intervene. "We welcome you as an intern so you can experience the faction, Nina-kun. I don't know if in the future you will want to join our family, but it would be an honor if you considered it. I hope you enjoy your time here," he said with a smile, extending his hand towards Nina. "Yes, thank you very much," responded Nina, taking the goddess's hand with emotion. Meanwhile, Makoto and Haruheim watched the scene with smiles. Light smiles. Hestia, on the other hand, looked like she had just bitten into a sour plum, which caused the others to stifle a laugh. "So, will the interns stay in the main house?" asked Makoto, evaluating the logistics. "Yes, if the family allows it." "The guild suggests that they stay at the operations base to facilitate the experience," Aina replied, adjusting her glasses. "In fact, Baldur-sama has already approved this, and—" Nina hesitated a moment before adding with a slight smile, "I already brought my luggage outside. I'll go get it with my sister now." "I'll help you too," Belle offered immediately. However, Nina's response surprised him. "All right, Belle-senpai. Belle-senpai," he repeated, bewildered by the sudden title that she had assigned to him. The young half-elf simply smiled, a slight blush on her cheeks while Belle tried to process what had just happened. "Stop squirming," she said, looking mildly annoyed as though tasting some delicac that was both spicy and maddening. "Well, there's no need to be so surprised. Just call me as you always do." "Azelways, you mean Lappy-kun?" For a moment, Nina reverted to the tone she used when talking to her classmates and glanced at Belle. The nickname, Lappy-kun, was certainly awkward. Both because it would be confusing if overheard by someone unfamiliar with it, and because of Belle's own self-consciousness about it. Seeing Belle rendered speechless, Nina didn't seem shy at all. In fact, she looked pleased. "If you're an adventurer, I'm your junior, so should I call you senpai?" "No, please let me." Sure, I understand, Nina." "Thank you. Well then, I'll go fetch your luggage with your sister." Laughing, Nina left the room with her sister. Belle seemed to be in a good mood. Watching her long brown hair bounce like the tail off an animal as she walked away, he placed a hand on the back of his head. "You seem like a nice guy, senpai." "Oh, enough, Welf. To think the day would come when someone called you senpai. It fills me with excitement." Even Ryu-san, Welf, with one arm resting on Belle's right shoulder, grinned mischievously. On his left shoulder was Ryu, smiling. Feeling completely defeated, Belle glanced again at the door through which Nina and the others had exited. I was so nervous." Walking down the mansion's hallway, Nina pressed a hand to her chest and let out a deep sigh. Aina, walking beside her, felt both happy and at ease. It was strange to see Nina, usually so confident, showing such vulnerability. Aina smiled warmly, feeling great joy in witnessing this side of her sister. "Thank you for your hard work, but you said it was fine, right?" Lord Hestia is a deity, and Belkun and the others are as well. I felt reassured because Baldur-sama told me about that too, but calling him Bel-senpai was so hard. Even though I acted strong to me, Rappies-kun will always be Rappies-kun. Ah, is that so? Ah, my heart still races when I look into those red eyes. I'm sure they'll always beather. Couldn't you at least wear the wig you used when you were Lappy? I don't think that's possible, but... Nina, whose face constantly shifted between a deep crimson and a soft pink, matching Belle's range of expressions from earlier, made Ina stifle a sigh. She knew other details about Rappies-kun and had been eager to scold him for infiltrating the learning district without revealing his identity. But if Director Baldr and her mentor Leon were also involved, there was nothing more Ina could say. What are they even doing? It just gives me a headache. In her weary mind, she was thinking about her beloved little sister, who was now the adventurer under her charge. And so on, when Nina suddenly stopped and turned to face her. Still, I never expected even my big sister to like Mr. Bell. From now on, we're arrivals. Wow, so my sister and I think the same way, Tilda, Ina thought, momentarily escaping reality. She hastily adjusted her glasses, which had started to slide down her nose. It's not like I like Belkun or anything. You're lying, sister, you were blushing all over. And besides, I completely understand why you'd like Rappies-kun, I mean Mr. Bell. It doesn't matter that he's younger than you and older than me. Yes, I get it. We're sisters, after all. Scolded by her younger sister, Ina stammered. Nina placed a hand on her chest and nodded. We share the same taste. In fact, in our family, the Tools have a weakness for that type of man. Mom and Dad are proof. And now you're just about to say the same thing. Seeing her sister about to say something along those lines, Ina blushed and tried to cover her mouth. Besides, Mr. Bell is a first-class adventurer. Even if your sister isn't one, there are plenty of people who'll try to catch his attention. It's true, Bell is now an undeniable level 5. It would be strange if he weren't popular. For those who aren't popular, it's a peculiar situation. However, Bell is different. I don't want him to be seen that way, screamed the big sister instinct, that pesky root that had nurtured Bell since he was a novice. It was a painful cry that said, I want Bell to be more like this, more like that. Meanwhile, Nina, curiously watching her older sister cover her mouth and then start togen eyes, struck a fighting pose. But I won't give up, not to my sister nor to anyone else. I've become so competitive. Ina's eyes were serious and her heart was pure, but she closed her eyes for a moment, feeling both happy and sad as she looked at her younger sister who had unknowingly been influenced by the school district. After all, there was something that needed to be said. By the time she realized it, it was already too late and she was about to give up. The true enemy was elsewhere. Nina, what is it, sister? Belkun, does he have someone he admires? Or someone he likes? At the sound of her younger sister's screams that day, Ina plugged her slender, pointed ears with her fingers. I think I heard some kind of scream. In the living room of the mansion where Nina and the others had left, I looked toward the door leading to the hallway, feeling a bit sweaty. In the lounge, where the atmosphere had relaxed somewhat after the interns from Thesect Experience had vacated their seats, the gods were reclining on the sofas, chatting among themselves. Still, receiving a reverse nomination from the school district side, that wasn't expected. We also informed the guild that the recruitment search would be suspended for a while, right? Elfkun joined us, so I told him to stop getting carried away. Well, I thought it'd be nice if you came from the other side, but recruitment from the school district was impossible anyway, so it was a happy miscalculation, wasn't it? I feel the same. There's no faction that could secure a level 2 healer except for the founding members. We should make the most of this good fortune. As expected, Bel-sama is a lucky rabbit. Come to think of it, I was the one who ended the recruitment requests that seemed impossible, so I'm not sure what to say. Lily leaned back against the chair with a puzzled look on her face. Mikoto-san glanced beside her. The god responded with arms crossed. Welf took the opportunity to share his opinion. Ryu-san nodded, and Haruheim-san looked delighted. A smile lit up her face. Though I was concerned about what was happening in the hallway, I smiled wryly and said something that didn't make me feel entirely happy. Actually, considering the fame of the Hestia Familia after defeating Otter and the others, the current situation is almost too good to be true. Mr. Sir offered me a delicious cup of tea, steaming and aromatic. I took it and said, "Oh, thank you. I suppose that's true, but To be honest, there are too many people chasing after Belkan. Well, Belsan is also a first-class adventurer, isn't he? He's on the direct path to being a popular heartthrob. I don't like that at all. As the tea was served to everyone, the goddess took a big sip from her cup, sighed deeply, and at that moment, "What are you doing here?" A scream echoed through the room. A loud sound filled the air. Now we were startled to see the gray-haired girl who had discreetly joined our group and was serving tea as if it were the most natural thing in the world. We noticed she was wearing the tavern uniform. It was Sir. "What's the big deal? Let me join in, please, Tilda." "What are you talking about? What happened to your job at the tavern?" "Horn and the others are doing all the work, so I just stopped by while doing." Meanwhile, Hestia-sama shouted and Sir cleverly dodged her words, while Haruheim, dressed as a maid, was shocked, exclaiming, "Have I been replaced?" For some reason, Sir often did things like this. Due to the need to protect Haruheim, Ryu, and the others, and with the gods always present at the Hestia Familia residence, Sir would often show up unannounced, of course. The gods had unrestricted access. However, Goddess Hestia was not happy with this situation. It was said that if Sir got too comfortable, she might start treating the Hestia Familia residence as her own home. Sir, in fact, seemed eager to stay overnight there. "Go back to your home. The war zone in Folkvanger is now under the guild's control, so I can't enter freely anymore. Please let me stay here, Tilda." "I don't care, sleep at the tavern if you want. I'm already squeezed in with Horn, Anya, Chloe, and the others. I end up bed-hopping crammed in with them." "Ugh. I already told you. Having you sleep near Belle is even more dangerous than letting Aisha join. Leave, Sir. Can't you just call me Sir Sama?" As Sir and Hestia argued, Lily sighed in resignation. Finally, after much persistence, Sir agreed to occasionally stay at the Hestia Familia residence, gradually lowering her demands. Her negotiation strategy was clear. Ask for a lot at first, then lower the expectations. A trick Hermes had once explained to me, and as Goddess Hestia panted in frustration, Lily and the others sighed, murmuring, "There's no way Hestia-sama can win an argument against Sir Sama." "Huh, is the tea all gone? Then I'll prepare some, Sir San." And Haruheim-san also seemed to be having a tough day. I took the white ceramic teapot Welf handed me. Sir and the goddess continued their argument with Sir saying, "Thank you, Goddess-sama." And the goddess responding, "You too, I still don't like you. Stop hugging me." Meanwhile, Haruheim, dressed as a maid, tried to calm the situation alongside Lily and Makoto. Not wanting to become someone who does nothing at home just because I'm the leader, I nodded at Welf's apology and headed to the kitchen. While preparing the magic stone to light the fire, I started washing the used cups. Then, "Let me help you, Belle." It was Miss Ryu. Now wearing her familiar casual attire, she approached with the ease of a seasoned tavern worker. "Ah, thank you, Ryu. It's nothing. It's my duty as a new member. That's not necessary. At least when I joined Elise's faction, that was how it was." I stifled my surprise and somehow managed to thank her. Ryu shook her head and smiled as she mentioned Elise and the others. From that point on, we divided the tasks. I placed the teapot on the fire, and Ryu took care of washing the dishes. We found ourselves standing naturally side by side, our shoulders very close. I felt a slight dizziness as I caught the scent of a woman emanating from her beautiful golden hair. Just Ryu and me? This is hard. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. When Lily and the others were present, everything was fine, but at this moment, being alone with her, everything became more tense. The reason was clear. "I like you. As a man, I love you." The words she confessed to me during the War of Factions, those simple words, still lingered in my mind and heart, tearing me apart. I couldn't move forward, didn't know how to respond, and had no idea what to do. Ryu, does she really not know? I glanced at her sideways, trying to ease the tension in my stiff neck. Ryu remained so calm, so serene. I can't do it. I needed to be honest. I didn't want to hurt her, but I had to clarify what I felt. My heart kept battling between me selfish feelings and the decision to do the right thing. "Ryu, I want to tell you something. But, don't say it, Belle." My words were interrupted. With those sky-colored eyes that seemed to read me completely, Ryu stopped me. "If Sir couldn't achieve it, it's not surprising that I might end up on the same path," she said, her eyes softening. "It's okay, I understand." Ryu added those words with a calm smile. My face turned red, feeling as though everything I had tried to keep hidden had been exposed. It seemed she had understood me completely, just like she did during the Goddess Festival when she saw me in my most vulnerable state. And now, my heart, full of insecurities, wanted to say something, but I couldn't. Ryu looked at me gently and in a whisper said, "But I want to keep loving you just a little longer. That was, if I recall correctly, when we met in Daedalus Street in the Labyrinth City to rescue the dragon girl Ween and her friends. With a finger on my lips, she made me remember that moment. Everything happened so quickly that I couldn't help but blush again. Finally, the stubborn elf has been honest. So, is it okay if I keep being carried away by these feelings for a while longer? For a fairy, life is long, so I can afford to let myself be swept along by this passion for a bit more. That's what I was asked for. Faced with that plea, pride and appearances as a man were nothing more than trivial, insignificant things. Is that okay? She asked. I nodded awkwardly, taking my time. That was all I could do. Thank you. She said that and left. She had made sure to prepare enough cups and had neatly arranged them. I couldn't follow her. As clueless as I was, I understood I shouldn't go after her at that moment. To top it all off, the teapot placed on the magical stone stove began to boil. I stood frozen for a while before slowly turning off the heat. I no longer had any idea what the proper temperature for making tea was. The master would surely scold me. In fact, I almost wished he would. Being a man and having someone care for me. No, that wasn't all. Was I being manipulated by an older sister figure? As I covered my forehead and tried to cool my flushed face, I realized that I had been forced to accept her way of putting things in order. Ugh. After leaving the kitchen, Ryu did not return to the living room for some reason. Instead, she stepped into the hallway. She walked at a perfectly measured pace, and after turning the corner, she collapsed heavily. Burying her face in both knees, her elven pointed ears were completely red. You did very well, Ryu. It was then that, suddenly no one knew how long she had been there or from where she had been watching, but Sir poked her head out from the shadows of the hallway. She approached Ryu and with a smile began to comfort her. Ryu slowly lifted her face as red as her ears. Sir, are you sad now or embarrassed? The second. I knew it. I'm surprised at how mature you were, Ryu. Sir, now sitting beside her, hugged Ryu and began to gently pat her back. Surprisingly, Ryu didn't resist, and with her face still red, she began to murmur excuses. During the War of the Families, I confessed my feelings to put things in order, not because I wanted him to accept me. I already knew what his answer would be, so there's nothing to regret now. Yes. Besides, even though I said that, I'm not a woman of convenience. Someday I'll be drawn to someone else and, when I choose my partner. I understand. But Ryu, you're just like that goddess of monster first loves. You'll obsess over your first love, won't be able to forget it, and stay stuck in it forever. That describes you. Ryu spoke quickly, raising her voice as she accused the young woman of the town. Ho had brought up the supreme goddess of heavy loves, Freya, as if it were something gun-related to her. It was like witnessing the very goddess Hestia. Now we're both comrades rejected by Bel. I haven't been explicitly rejected yet. Oh, Ryu is sly, but I understand. Both men and women become unstoppable after being rejected. I've never experienced rejection, so hearing that from you, who governs love? By the way, even if Bel becomes a soul, I'll keep chasing him, and when he's reborn, I'll go see him again. I'm one step ahead of you, Ryu. Stop talking nonsense. Ryu, who finally reacted, tried to reprimand her friend for her absurd view of love that transcended lives and boundaries. She moved away from Sir, both of their faces red, and shot her a warning look. Sir, however, smiled broadly. She was happy to have conversations like this with a friend. Is it harder to secure a place beside Lappy than to get a job at the guild? That's why I told you. A pair of half-elves witnessed the entire exchange from the other side of the hallway. As they carried their loads, Nina trembled, peeking out from behind the wall, and Ina sighed deeply. Both understood that their own futures were also full of difficulties. What does it take to be the leader of a familia? I once asked Finn, the leader of the low-key familia, the most powerful faction in the city. It was after the Palom engagement incident. We crossed paths on the street and struck up a brief conversation. Back then, I was a novice leader constantly questioning whether I was fit for the role. I thought maybe Lily or Welf would be better and that I wasn't qualified. Finn, a respected veteran, answered without hesitation. The ability to organize and resolve personal conflicts. I remember breaking out in a cold sweat, expecting him to talk about brilliant intellect or leadership skills. According to Finn, in community life, it's natural for negative feelings to arise among companions and for even the smallest misunderstandings to affect group cooperation. Clear conflicts and distrust are scarier than monsters. Early detection and resolution of frictions are things we can leave to the gods' willy on the surface, but it's not the same in the dungeon. That's why I monitor the members' movements with the help of Reveria and Raoul. Finn saw the gods as the true leaders of a familia, but he added, in particular, be wary of romantic entanglements. That made me think even more about my relationship with Ryu. She said everything would remain the same, but I still felt I wasn't up to the task. Well, I also have someone who chases me with excessive devotion. So I can't say much, but in your case, Finn told me then, lead, always advancing ahead of everyone, a leader like that can also exist. For the me of that time and the me of now, his words were like the light of a beacon in the darkness. Phew! That's why the leader of the Hestia Familia took such a strong step forward that the ground cracked beneath him, launching himself against the horde of monsters. Cutting through deafening roars and the fierce attacks of claws and fangs, I turned the combination of the dagger of the gods and the white fantasy into a succession of 7 precise slashes. The thick scales and axe-shaped tails of the 3 monstrous spino-axes couldn't withstand the blows and were torn apart, eliciting agonized screams from the creatures. We follow Belsama. Be careful. Those dinosaurs are incredibly strong. Enveloped in the light of the level boost, Mikoto and Welf ran behind me. To minimize their burden, I adjusted my movements and faced these new enemies, dinosaur-like monsters, with wide and strategic maneuvers. Current location, Floor 29. The area is known as the Deep Jungle Canyon. After overcoming the Aquatic Labyrinth City, which extends to Floor 27, we find ourselves in a vast tropical forest within the dungeon. Here, colossal trees rise as far as the eye can see, growing so densely they form an impenetrable wall. However, the main path is defined by a V-shaped formation between the forests on both sides, giving rise to the canyon in the jungle. From Floor 29 to 32, the dungeon has a structure of 3 or 4 tiered levels, offering an impressive view that allows you to see from the upper entrance down to the lower level connection. It's a majestic and unique sight, perhaps one of the reasons behind this region's name. However, this new territory of the lower levels, teeming with powerful dinosaur-like monsters, is where we've decided to venture as part of the Hestia Familia. Erg, don't face them head-on. Even with the level boost, you could be thrown if you were not careful. Mikoto attempted to deflect the attack of an Ulmorosaurus, a creature with 3 heads, using her katana. However, the impact was so strong that her boots lost contact with the ground. Unlike the imposing and powerful Ulmorosaur, the agile Shadow Raptors employed hit-and-run tactics. Even Welf, who had argued extensively with Lilia about using the magic sword, eventually pursed his lips and unsheathed the magic sword without hesitation. The infernal fire of the first radiance, shining moon, consumed the group's left flank along with the assailants. The last time I passed through here, I thought the same thing. It's obvious that a level 2 or lower party stands no chance against this. As Welf shouted in desperation while attacking his next enemy, I couldn't help but agree with him. During our previous expedition, when Ryu and I needed help, the rest of the Hestia Familia crossed this deep jungle canyon to reach Floor 37. On that occasion, they did so under the protection of the Xenos, including Raido and his group. Although they were accompanied, they must have witnessed the devastating power of these dinosaurs, which is why their tension was different from mine even before arriving here. The threat of the dinosaurs, according to public information from the Guild, much like on Floor 13, where Level 1 adventurers cannot surpass the first deadly line. It is categorically stated that this region of Floor 29 is impossible to traverse without a team of Level 3 or higher. The main reason is the appearance of the dinosaur-like monsters in this area. Grahhh, ROOARRR. Their roars with irregular sonic power shake the eardrums. Their imposing presence the pressure they exert are similar to that of a dragon, and their footsteps reverberate like thunder, announcing their advance. With the exception of floor bosses, none of the monsters we've faced so far compare even remotely in size or weight to these creatures, whose sheer muscular structure amplifies the destructive power of their attacks. Covered in tough scales, their bodies are practically immune to light attacks. The only advantage is that, like other enemies, they are vulnerable to magic. However, without the boost's reinforcement, not even Welf and the others could avoid being crushed. It's rumored that even experienced adventurer teams, like those led by Luvis or Dormal, have been stalled here for long periods, unable to proceed. A mortal challenge, the statistics collected by the guild are clear. In this area, the highest rate is not off retreats or partial defeats, but of teams being completely wiped out. It's not just the geography or the dungeon's traps that elevate the difficulty. It's the overwhelming potential of the dinosaurs, whose brute strength cannot be overcome with clever strategies or shortcuts. That's the dinosaur species, an order of magnitude different from the monsters on floor 27 and beyond. Heya, Agi. For that very reason, I charge relentlessly. Mikoto, I need support. Enemy at 2 o'clock, blocking their advance. Understood. Welf, no need to say more. Anything coming from above, I'll incinerate. As I took down 6 enemies, words were kept to a minimum. Faster, deeper, and stronger than ever, the front line advanced with near-perfect synchronization. Feeling an indescribable joy from the communication between companions, I transformed into the shadow of the killer rabbit, leaving a trail of light in my wake. A direct charge. A movement so low it seemed to crawl along the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when the shadow raptors lost sight of me, I sliced through their torsos, and as I passed, I decapitated the Armorosaurus that attempted Torspond immediately. Without losing speed, I executed a fiercely sharp curve, and in an instant, I tore apart the group of enemies that Mikoto had held at bay with her kunai. A chain of gray dust explosions followed. Without giving them a moment's respite, the blazing flow of Welf's magic sword shot into the air above me. The gale tiaras, which had been stalking me from overhead, were incinerated without leaving any trace or drops. Not just Bell-sama, but also Welf-sama and Mikoto-sama. All 3 of them are incredible. Bell-sama is at the center, but together they're annihilating these dinosaur monsters. It's like they're sharing vision. Following Bell-sama, Mikoto-sama and the others have elevated their coordination at the front. The experience from Theskel's zone is really paying off. This time, it was Ryu's suggestion to forgo the rear guard. She herself was focused solely on her role as a protective wall, and from the rear guard position, Haruheim and Lily kept cheering. Bell-sama has also improved in how he gives orders and uses battle commands. His intelligence has increased, just as the gods say. Yes, now I'm smart, Lily-sama, that way of putting it is. For a moment, I felt I heard something slightly sad, but I didn't hear anything at all, even though it seems Commander Lily doesn't have much to do. It leaves me feeling a bit empty. That's not true. Just as you predicted, more are coming. Immediately, something shifted at 7 o'clock relative to the group, just behind their R guard. As soon as Ryu moved to shield Lily and the others, a Venosratops burst through the jungle wall. The enemies are strong and numerous. This floor is a true hell. Welf, Mikoto, regroup with Lily and the others. I'll handle the front. Thank you, Beldono. Although leaving things to Ryu meant no mistakes, I decided to strengthen the rear guard so Welf and the others could recover. While carefully observing the new groups of shadow raptors emerging stealthily from the forest, I directly faced the relentless assault of the dinosaurs. In a corner of my mind, I still had space to reflect on how we had arrived at this floor. The deadline for the forced mission was approaching. It all began with Lily's discontented comment, which sounded completely exasperated. The inevitable fate of familias that explore dungeons. Once a faction reaches a certain rank, they must embark on an expedition to contributito the dungeon's development. As expected, the Hestia familia, since forming an alliance with Aisha and the others, had to challenge a new depth of the labyrinth. Finally, it has arrived. But at the same time, it feels like it has come too quickly. Now that we've experienced admission to the school district, these feelings are equally mixed. In fact, it's already been 3 months since the last mandatory mission. Despite events like the War of Alliances, it seems the Guild has no intention of leaving the Hestia familia inactive for much longer. Technically, our previous expedition was considered a failure. However, by merely reaching the 25th floor, we could have fulfilled one of the success conditions, Updatinger cleared floor record. But you've been promoted to Class B, so the minimum target is the 29th floor. Complaints will not be accepted. It's an interpretation, right, Lily? You have 2 first-class adventurers, so it'll be a piece of cake. Plus, you've got that level boost trick. Work hard. Lily continued in an expressionless tone. Itis an interpretation, right? Right. As she read the letter containing the Guild's orders, Lily tried not to crumple the paper in frustration. I had to intervene desperately to stop her in the middle of that scene at the mansion. It seems that even our Ranos' will is behind this. He mentioned something about giving us a break, but as soon as it ends, we're back at it. I wouldn't be surprised if Hetruli wants to involve Belle in the world's defense missions or some great infernal adventure of maximum difficulty. Even the goddess, murmuring to herself, seemed on the verge of a breakdown. In summary, according to Lily, the guild's mission was arbitrary and absurd. Unlike last time, we had to advance to the 29th floor without forming a familiar alliance. But even though Lily is upset, I don't think this challenge is unreasonable. Miss Ryu, clear the front, then use your magic on the enemies at the rear. Radiant star, light of celestial dust, destroy my enemies. Luminous wind. So fast. Parallel casting. Thank you. First of all, Ryu is incredibly strong. As a level 6 adventurer, she had traversed this forest canyon countless times during her time with the Astrea Familia. She's our pillar for both offense and defense, and with Lily's tactical support, she eliminates nearly any danger. If Ryu is with us, it's natural for the guild to think, go ahead and finish quickly. Not to boast, but having first-class adventurers truly makes an enormous difference. On any floor other than the depths, you feel like somehow we'll manage. Of course, the dungeon always tries to kill us, no matter how high our level, and mistakes can always happen, so we must never let our guard down. But it's inevitable. With sheer brute strength, we can push through. If efficiency isn't the goal on this floor, a first-class adventurer can handle offense or defense alone. If it were just me, it would still be worrisome, but with Ryu, it's different. I'm at the front, she's at the rear, and with that, the entire party's safety is assured. It's a formation that must be enviable among other adventurers, a sandwich with first-class adventurers on both ends. Miss Haruheim, we need another level boost. There's still time left on the last enhancement, but better to be sure. Don't worry, there's still one more boost ready. Moreover, Welf and the others had already been to this floor before, which was an advantage. Although back then, they had been protected by Tsubaki and Raido, they had all directly experienced the threats of this level. Not only do they have knowledge, but also experience, which reduces hesitation and allows them to prepare better. Welf has his powerful magic sword, Haruheim provides her level boost, and Mikitauses her search ability with precision. Even without Aisha and the others, the Hestia Familia is ready to face the 29th floor. Haruheim unleashed a new enhancement with her golden power, updating the time limit for Makoto and Welf, who advanced confidently into battle. Miss Nina, begin chanting, and recover as soon as you're done. Why, yes. Additionally, this time Nina joined us as well. Please, let me come along too. When we discussed at our base whether Nina should stay with the goddess for safety, she insisted on joining the mission. Ina tried to stop her with all her might, and Lily also voiced her disapproval, arguing that bringing a novice without sufficient coordination to the lower floors was too dangerous and could disrupt our tactics. However, Ryu unexpectedly intervened. Even if she freezes in the middle of battle, having a healer in the group significantly improves overall safety. Ryu calmly explained the utility of having a healer. Her vast experience as an adventurer of the Astrea Familia had taught her the value of a support role. She also mentioned that it was important to identify Nina's capabilities and limits as soon as possible. On the 29th floor, her presence won't interfere with protection. Also, with a healer, recovery item costs will drop considerably, Lilaruka. Convinced by the last argument, Lily finally relented. Given that the expedition guaranteed massive expenses, Lily, as the strategist, quickly made the decision, much to Ina's disappointment. I promised Ina I would protect Nina at all costs. But deep down, I trusted her. At the same level as Lily in the group once called the worst squad in history, known as Squad 3, Nina had constantly been dragged into extreme situations, selflessly taking on every role needed. From a rearguard position, she was an outstanding student, able to precisely choose what she could do. Her healing power had always been an invaluable support for Yuzend. Under no circumstances would she be a burden. Oscillating sacred ring, white breath, flowers sing on the pure hill. Preparations complete. To Welf-sama and Mikoto-sama, be careful not to accidentally heal the monster's wounds. From this distance, couldn't they move back a bit so I can heal from a sapphire spot? There's no time for that. You're the one who said healing magic has a flexible range. If it's Cassandra-sama, you can do it. Work fast and without mistakes. Who's Cassandra-san? Anticipate the frontline S trajectory. Don't aim directly at the two, just place the healing gat the points where they'll move. All right, ma, Magic Chris. But well, Lily's demands were extremely high. Even Ryu-san naturally displayed relentless Spartan discipline. Was the Astrea Familia, known for its sense of justice, so rigorous in training new members? Caught between strict orders and the shouts of those nearby, Nina did her best to meet the demands. Somehow, she managed to calculate the anticipated movement points where Welf and Makoto-san would intersect. White fragments of magical energy, resembling petals, enveloped both their bodies. And as usual, no one congratulated her. They continued fighting as if nothing had happened. I've joined an incredible familia. Poor Nina, wearing her school combat uniform, clutching her staff tightly as she trembled slightly. Nina looked so fragile that I couldn't help but glance at her with an expression of pity. I wanted to praise my companion for contributing properly to the front line, but honestly, it was too busy to do so. While dealing with a pack of rockhead dragons with a web of slashes, something appeared. Yoo-woo-woo. The dense jungle shattered as if it had exploded. Fragments of trees, as large as rocks, flew through the air. The tall grass shook noisily, disturbed by an enormous crimson body. With its massive jaws wide open, the most fearsome predator of this zone let out a deafening roar. A bloodsaurus. So this is the dangerous dinosaur monster Lily mentioned. His size is nothing compared to the ones we found in the Thero jungle. Mikoto, Welf, and Lily each reacted in their own way to the imposing figure. A giant-class monster, the bloodsaurus. A predator capable of devouring whole people with its enormous jaws and sharp fangs. Its body is covered in blood-red scales and is incredibly resistant. It stands over 10 meters tall, comparable to a floor boss. According to Lily, the bloodsaurus we encountered during the adventurer Naza's mission in the Sioro jungle was around 5 meters long, so this monster is easily twice that size. And not only is it huge, but it's also incredibly agile, making it even more difficult to face. It's a high-class creature in the jungle canyon, extremely dangerous, and holds the highest threat rating in the Guild's evaluation. To explain quickly, it's like the Minotaur off mid-level floors. Dalmal and his group said its threat level even surpasses regular evaluations. It's an off-the-scale star. Since these monsters spawn in large numbers starting from floor 30, they can even be considered rare species. They ray one of the greatest injustices in this region. And now there were 3 of them at once. Goo-oo-oo-oo-oo-wow. Wah! The appearance of the area dominators made both adventurers and monsters stop momentarily. The nearby shadow raptors were the first to be devoured. Even the spinoaks, equally large monsters, barely offered resistance before being swallowed by the enormous jaws. The brutal scene perfectly reflected the cruel law of the strongest ruling this region. At me side, Nina paled at the sounds of chewing, while the bloodshot gazes of the bloodsaurus, stained with meat and blood, now turned toward us. The crimson predator bloodsaurus tends to become a strengthened species by devouring its kind. Be careful. Ryu's warning was clear, and her immediate target was also clear. At the center of the 3 monsters, there was a larger one, the leader. Even among the strengthened species, that one was the boss. The normal spawn floor for the bloodsaurus is the 30th. If it's up to the 29th floor, it means it's hungry, desperately seeking food. I mentally reviewed the information I had learned from Ina-san, flipping through the pages of my memory at high speed. I didn't want Welf and the others to fight yet. So there was only one thing I had to do as the leader. I stomped the ground hard and dashed forward. It was a big, flashy move that drew the carnivore's attention. As I accelerated, exchanged a quick glance with Lily. Her hazel eyes met my scarlet ruby ones. Nothing more needed to be said. I trusted her. Lilaruka. Understood. Haruheim-sama, prepare support with your attack. No matter how much we shoot, Bell-sama will dodge it all. Why, yes. From the rear guard, Ryu shouted, Lily nodded, and Haruheim prepared her magical fan. Everything I had learned from the expeditions and the school life in the district school still applied. With a simple sideways glance, I could understand how everyone else was moving. At the exact moment of the shot, I quickly slid to the side, disappearing from the monster's line of sight. Gwa-ah! Explosions and wind gusts hit the bloodsaurus. Lily threw her flaming magic sword, while the cutting wind of the magical fan Surin struck with force. 2 of the monsters roared in pain, but the boss barely reacted. Its subordinates served as shields, blocking the damage. A second direct attack was necessary. Anticipating my moves, the Bloodsaurus boss quickly swung its massive tail, creating a destructive whirlwind. The gust shattered the terrain and sent debris and chunks of its own subordinates flying. The jungle trees shot out like arrows. Rafe-kun, I am fine. Jumping high to avoid the attack, I threw off the Goliath scarf from my neck. From above, the shadow of the Bloodsaurus looked up, but it was already too late. I extended me left hand, pointing directly downward. Firebolt! Jaya. 3 consecutive shots. Although Firebolt was a fast and low-powered magic, launched with the strength of a first-class adventurer, it was powerful enough to crush a giant. The flames and lightning pierced the crimson scales and burned the boss's body, making it roar in agony. A bright purple light exposed itself on its chest, the monster's magical core. I didn't want to exhaust my magical energy just yet, so I left the rest to free fall. While descending, I threw my scarf like a black whip. The Goliath-reinforced fabric cleanly broke the monster's core. The Bloodsaurus exploded into a shower of gray ashes, while I landed and put the scarf back around my neck. Incredible. I heard a whisper of awe. It was probably that girl who dreamed of seeing new landscapes as an adventurer. After 2 more battles, we stopped to rest. Lily took out the loot from her backpack and began organizing the drop items as if they were valuable fossils. How many monster items do we need to complete the mission, Lily Dona? We've already gathered enough Bloodsaurus fangs, so technically we've completed it. But the guild will probably say something like, oh, so floors up to 30 aren't a problem. The next expedition should be at least up to floor 31, so we need at least 10 Ulmorosaurus bumps or Spinox axe blades. After 2 more battles. In the rest area, Mikoto was eating rations in front of Lily, who was laying out the contents of her backpack. She was carefully aligning the drop items, handling them as though they were precious fossils. Perhaps she was thinking about how much they would be worth and how much profit they would bring. I finished me round of watch and, turning around, Welf handed me a water bottle. But going back to floor 28 to rest is a hassle. It may be, but there's no other choice. Resting in the jungle canyon means the dinosaurs will immediately show up, and no one will be able to relax. We have a Safatip point nearby, so we should take advantage of it. I replied to Welf, who looked around and said, well, that's true. Imposing blue crystal pillars rose before them. At their feet, a beautiful field of colorful flowers stretched out, contrasting with Thegran's structure. Pale wisteria flowers hung from the high ceiling, emitting a mysterious light that bathed the surroundings. The entire floor, illuminated by this light, seemed toglow with blue, violet, or white hues, creating a mystical space that seemed to attract the soul. The clear, cold springs scattered across the area reflected an ethereal light, making the water's surface gently sway. Underground Labyrinth Garden, thought the adventurer. This was the name of the second safety point level, located after the Labyrinth Paradise on floor 18. I heard you pass through this place when you came back to the surface from Thedeps, but I don't remember it at all, said one of the companions, looking around. You and that guy almost died when you fell to floor 37. No wonder, replied another, in a serious tone. It was a safety point in the lower area. Given its location on floor 28, it seemed frequently visited by adventuring groups like theirs, who were conquering the jungle canyon. Floor 28 was unusual among the dungeon structures that grew as one descended. Smaller and narrower than the Labyrinth Paradise, it was still spacious enough, with an open field of view that made it feel like a flower garden on the ground, with a great view. The crystal pillars and the light from the hanging flowers above created a fantastic atmosphere. This place might seem more of a mystery than a flower garden, like the Elf Fairy Forest, commented another adventurer, looking carefully. I've heard that the amount of food that can be gathered here is less compared to Labyrinth Paradise, but if you crush the blue pillar, sometimes you can get sugar crystals, a rare fruit, explained another in a curious tone. The spring water is also drinkable, and it even has a slight citrus flavor, like lemon. The image of the place still felt like paradise, as long as the monsters didn't show up. As long as they stayed alert to the threats coming from the floors above and below, the nerves of the whole group would relax when they were in this place. Whenever they rested, they would head to this underground labyrinth. After recovering, they would continue their progress through the jungle canyon. It would be a bit complicated, but we had planned to go back and forth between floors 28 and 29. Are you ready to set up camp? There will probably be one or two more attacks today, right? Asked one of the companions. The monsters from other floors might come and destroy it. If we leave the strong-smelling marble bag there, it would be a good plan in case another group of adventurers arrives. Replied another, looking around with concern. Isn't it inconvenient to stay in the dark after the faction war? Things like this make me think Rivera City was convenient for some reason. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true, said another, looking down with a slight bitter smile. While filling his water bottle from the spring, he bitterly smiled at Welf, who seemed by the conversation. The underground labyrinth didn't have a labyrinth postal city like Revilla Town. Isn't there going to be business on floor 28? Asked curiously. The hierarchy is too deep. The clients are limited, so it's not worth it, replied Mr. Bors with a distant look. That seemed to be the reality. Compared to floor 18, where adventurers come and go quickly, the number of groups that could traverse the Miyako Water Labyrinth and reach floor 28 was quite limited. For that, a medium-level or higher skill was required among the familia in the labyrinth city of Arario. It was hard for vendors like Mr. Bors to venture there. The most terrifying thing, however, was that if something unusual occurred, floor 28 could be the end. Although one might escape to floor 18, it could be too late. Nevertheless, there were rumors that some familia conducted business on floor 28, selling at exorbitant prices. It was even said that certain groups went there for expeditions by large factions and made great profits just by exploring the place. First-class adventurers are tough in places like this, thought one of the members, while gazing at the horizon. The plan was to camp on floor 28, as the depth of the floor made a one-day excursion impossible. It was planned to camp inside the dungeons for 2 nights, treating it like a normal expedition. As Welf had mentioned, they would probably make 1 or 2 more attacks before setting up camp. However, thanks to you, first-class adventurers, it seems we will be able to easily conquer floor 29. That's good for Familia, but I'm afraid they might get the wrong idea, I don't think. We might not be able to do it without difficulties, one of the members commented with a thoughtful expression. It's good to have that awareness. You can't do everything by yourself. It's probably better to always think like this in the dungeon, Welf responded, nodding. Just then, Ryusan, who had gone to the back of the area, returned with both arms full of red fruits. These are millet's meat fruits, she said enthusiastically, the luxurious ingredients that they had enjoyed on floor 20 in the hidden village of the heretic Xenos. I didn't know they could be gathered here in the underground labyrinth, one of the members commented, surprised. Don't worry, Kunji-kun. It's not very common, but please stay alert. There's something that could be dangerous in the jungle canyon, Ryusan warned. What's that? Asked Idone, raising their head with curiosity. Well, it doesn't happen often, but a giant snake, Lambton, might emerge from the depths while you're fighting a pack of dinosaurs, Ryusan responded, looking at the group seriously. Oh, some exclaimed, surprised by Thane formation. As they gratefully received the millet's fruits, one of the adventurers let out an exclamation. Toto, they said, remembering a situation from the depths. Despite being a first-class adventurer, they couldn't help but shout. Welf laughed out loud, and Ryusan also smiled, observing the reaction. It seems you don't have the dignity of a first-class adventurer. Welf joked. As they laughed, the topic shifted to the threats lurking in the jungle canyon. This place has a pretty solid structure, or rather, threats. If you climb the giant trunk and jump to the top of the tree, you can bypass the maze and go directly to the next level. But the flying creatures always attack us from above, Ryusan commented. But Theski is the hunting ground for the Gale Tira and other flying species. Even the most experienced adventurers have a lower combat performance on the unstable treetops compared to the ground, and in the air, they can't move freely. If they fell into a party of fleeing monsters that emerge from the high ceiling, they'd be finished. Even if that's not the case, the Gale Tira are always aiming at us from above. Without a master who can take them down with magical bombardment, or someone like Isfi who can fly freely with magical artifacts, it would be impossible for the whole group to move through the treetops. Although I think first-class adventurers like Eyes and the others could jump from treetop to treetop. Another murmured thoughtfully. There's also an underground cave as an alternative route, though it's a long detour. Butit avoids the jungle and the troublesome dinosaur monsters, Ryusan added, while looking around cautiously. They say that monsters with deadly poisons also appear here. Honestly, by the time we've gotten here, the dungeon levels diversify much more compared to the higher floors. If I'm already thinking this, I imagine Nina will find it hard to organize her thoughts. One member of the group looked away from Welf and the others and sat down in the flower field. It was the half-fairy, half-elf girl who was watching in silence. "Hey," she murmured, looking at the horizon while accepting portable food and a water bottle from Haruheim. Although she had been abruptly taken to various places in the lower layers, she was far from enjoying the mysteries of the dungeons. Even though she aspired to be an adventurer, her enthusiasm was beginning to fade. "I've also received a kind of baptism from the Hestia Familia. Specifically, Lily and Ryu again. He's an aspiring member of our faction. I want him to join, and even if he doesn't, I want to take good care of him as a friend who shared the same learning place. Unlike the third squad, it's the first time he's meeting the other members, so he might feel uncomfortable. I thought about this as I walked toward him. Excuse me, just a moment. In the last fight, there was something strange, something that can't be ignored." Mikoto raised her hand to get attention. Apparently, she judged that she needed to share the information properly and attracted everyone's gaze. There was a moment when the level boost effect from Haruheim remained even after 20 minutes. Upon reaching level 2, Haruheim's Uchide no Kazachi duration extended from 15 to 20 minutes. Apparently, Mikoto had the habit of timing seconds in combat because of the level boost, so she reported that the effect lasted about 5 minutus longer. Even Welf, scratching his chin beside me, commented with some doubt. "Now that you mention it, yes, this time it did feel longer." Without a doubt, this was a situation difficult to ignore in a good way. While Commander Lily showed her surprise and Haruheim tilted her head in confusion, we were about to discuss it when. "This is probably my fault." "Hey!" We all responded in unison. It was Nina who shyly raised her hand. She stood up, hugging her long wand with one arm and with her ears slightly lowered, explained. "My magic Chris has the ability to extend the effects of magic or continuous enhancement items, tool elements, etc. The Hestia Familia shouted in unison, especially Lily. While Nina trembled at her reaction, Mikoto, Lily, and Haruheim literally changed the brightness in their eyes. Extension of enhancement effects. That means Haruheim's magic can. Like this. And then, Lily. Too powerful, extremely useful, too useful. For a small but talented Hestia Familia, it's like finding a dragon that we must secure at all costs. But that woman is a thief trying to steal Belsama, but, arg, never mind. Immediate recruitment knew their option. The 3 girls began speaking quickly and with euphoria, completely absorbed in their plans. But, I understand. Does Nina have talent not just as a healer, but also as support? Even Ryu showed a surprised expression. Meanwhile, Nina, wide-eyed, was quickly surrounded by Mikoto, Lily, and Haruheim. "Nina, please join the Hestia Familia. You've already done your apprenticeship, it's decided. We won't send you back to the academy. Please, we need your strength, O celestial fairy. W8, what's going on?" Surrounded and completely overwhelmed, Nina was absorbed into a tight group hug by Mikoto, Lily, and Haruheim as if they were ready to throw her into the air in celebration. From a distance, Welf watched the scene with a crooked smile. "Looks like she'll adapt faster than we thought. Nothing to worry about, right, leader?" "Ahaha, seems like it," came the response. "She's more sociable than me." "I'm sure everything will be fine," Ryu added with confidence. I smiled at Welf's relaxed comment while Ryu nodded firmly. On the other side, Nina, surrounded and happily needed, couldn't hide the smile reflecting her joy. 3 days later, during the expedition to the depths of the dungeon. At the top of the dungeon, in the imposing white tower Babel, the gods were about to celebrate an awaited party. "It's the Denatus," someone shouted enthusiastically. "Woohoo." Although isn't it a bit late this time? It's been more than 3 months since the last one. Of course, we've been busy with the family wars. And with the defeat of Freya, we had enough to celebrate. The banquets with her humiliation as the main course were delicious. Endless parties and laughter for days, the goddess of beauty ridiculed. Isn't that right, Hathor? Don't drag me into this. I was just dragged into your nonsense. I don't want more hatred from that daughter of the people. Also, it coincided with the return of the academy. Exactly, the merchants haven't stopped since then. The merchant families have been overwhelmed with work. Everyone wants to recruit the best talents from the academy. What a shame to say that, but anyway, we're here. Let the event begin, Magni and Moji. Let's go straight to the name ceremony. Why? The gods and goddesses shouted, cheered, and laughed in the grand hall on the 30th floor of Babel, marking the start of the Denatus. Despite complaining about the delay, the attendance was probably the highest the Hestia Familia had ever seen. Why were so many gods present? Why was the atmosphere so chaotic and euphoric? With a somber and sharp expression, Hestia had already deduced. It's all Bel's fault for leveling up again. Master, another level up since the last Denatus. A bug adventurer, and this is the second time. What's his name? Bel, you're incredible. You've become a first-class adventurer. I love you, Bel, more than Freya, more than anyone, except my... Shut up. Can someone shut him up? Another Apollo, no thanks. But I admit Bel was impressive in the family wars. He was great fighting alongside everyone to win. I'd like to congratulate him. Did Hathor just speak seriously? Gods continued shouting and celebrating, while Hestia, still with a sharp Ansamer face, covered her ears and murmured to herself, "Don't call him Belkun so casually. And we don't need a second nickname." Alongside her, Hephaestus, Maich, and Take Mikazuchi could only laugh with resignation. At least Loki is busy with her expedition. But I can let my guard down, thought Hestia, sighing. Reaching level 5 is already enough to make any adventurer the perfect prey for Thegods. But when you add to that the impressive achievement of the faction war, it's not that Bel was the only impressive one in that battle, but he, along with Hestia, challenged the goddess of beauty and delivered the final blow, so it was impossible for him not to become the center of attention. In previous level-ups, the impact of his achievements barely resonated in the center of Aurario. Sure, the record of the world's fastest rabbit had reached other places, but Ithad T caused a global explosion yet. However, this time is different. The defeat of the Freya Familia is so shocking and significant. Hestia can feel it in her skin. The name of Bel Cranel, the first-class adventurer, is reaching its peak both inside and outside the city. In short, the divine frenzy unfolding before her eyes was nothing more than a microcosm of the reaction in the mortal world. Forget that. It's time for the naming ceremony. Let's decide Bel's next alias. I have a brilliant idea. Hyper-Ultra Shadow Tracker. Maybe Bel would like it, but there's no way. Anything is fine if Bel is happy. It's inevitable we're on the extra-difficult Black Dragon route, so at least this. Don't say it like it's a gift for his journey to the afterlife. It's sad. Tartarus Underworld Groom, you're having too much fun. All right, my husband, Bel Flava. Get out of here, Syl. While the gods were losing control as usual, a young woman in a jade-green uniform, whom the goddesses had ordered to serve them tea with a mischievous smile, sighed as she replaced the empty cups. Ignoring Hestia, who was already struggling to breathe, the Denatus continued to rise in temperature. I want to give Bel a good name, but... Yes, we have no choice but to be cautious. This is pretty unprecedented. Aside from the War of the Families, isn't there any new information? According to rumors, a beautiful half-elf at the academy is already madly in love with him. Is he the king of conquests or what? He's moving too fast. He doesn't have to be the fastest in the world, huh? At least he's not a Nikopo or Nadepo. Don't insult Knight of Night. He's our favorite. Watch what you say, you'll find out. So how about New Generation Zeus? Noo? That's a direct offense. A vein throbbed on Hestia's forehead. They're damaging Bel's reputation more than ever. Don't make me remember that stupid old man. But the more I listen, the more I'm convinced there's no better option. Should we go with New Zeus? Noo? The little goddess's roar shook the round table. Now that the Hestia Familia had risen Torankby, almost S, mocking her too much could provoke even the goddess of the home Talos her patience. The male gods who had belittled Hestia until that moment could only-click their tongues and grind their teeth. But honestly, are we really going to change Bel's alias now? In 3 months at the next Denatus, he's going to level up again. Yes, he'll reach level 6. It won't be like before. Ah, was it because of the experience gained in the War of the Families? Wouldn't it be a waste of time if we change it now? If only a fun event happened, we could link it. Come on, are you gods or what? Get more excited. This is a precious opportunity to make history with Bel. I warn you, I won't allow any embarrassing dark stage. All right, Magni, propose putting it on pause. The little goddess made it clear. Moji suggest postponing the decision. No complaints, right? Let's finish with the other names first. Thanks to the intervention of Magni and Moji, the debate about Belle's new alias took an unexpected turn and was temporarily put on hold. Hestia, surprised, decided to stick to her goal, to keep the previous name, Rabbit Foot, and protect her followers. So Lily's alias will be Little Grand Master, and Haruheim, bearer of the 6 golden lights. For being level 2, she has the presence of a final boss. With help from Hephaestus, Mayach, and Take Mikazuchi, they managed to avoid the most absurd names and came up with acceptable titles. Lily's alias was a homage to Belle's old title, Little Rookie, and evoked a certain tenderness. On the other hand, Haruheim's name sparked intense discussions at first, with proposals like Invincible Trap Fox and Brilliant Lethal Tail. However, under Hestia's pressure, the gods decide seriously. Finally, the name Bearer of the 6 Golden Lights was accepted, reflecting the level boost revealed in the War of the Families. Although Hestia wanted a cuter and more elegant name for Haruheim, she gave in to the compromise. This little goddess is annoying. Yeah, the lowly with big attributes is a nuisance. 6 months ago, she was still our toy. Why do they rebel against me but not Loki or Freya? After a while, the gods kept murmuring with resignation. But then... Hey, this is bad. The doors to the hall suddenly opened. A god burst in, panting, urgently pointing outside. Something huge is happening out there. However, his satisfied smile betrayed that more than urgency, he had found a new form of amusement. Dungeon level 15. Having gathered enough dropped items and completed the forced expedition mission requirements, the Hestia Familia was heading back to the surface. After passing through the jungle canyon, the water maze, and the great tree maze, upon reaching this rocky cave labyrinth, the atmosphere in our group began to calm down. Although we shouldn't let our guard down, as even advanced adventurers can make mistakes in this area, compared to facing dinosaurs, Welf and the others seemed much more relaxed. Now, without using the level boost, Ryu and I, as the first-class adventurers, were at the end of the formation. Nina, you did great. You barely joined the group and already it's incredible. No, it's not that much. I couldn't help directly in combat. I spoke to Nina, who was walking just ahead of me while keeping an eye on our surroundings. The young and promising healer hugged her long staff against her chest, clearly embarrassed. I stepped beside her and smiled. As we learned at the academy, roles in a dungeon are very important. Your healing magic was a great help to the group. Really? Yes, it gave peace of mind to those in the front, and it allowed Ryu, who usually supports us, to focus on combat. Thank you. Wow, that's great. When Nina sincerely expressed what she was thinking, she smiled and blushed. Her attitude softened a bit, showing the smile and language she usually used with her classmate, Lappy. Smiling at the scene, I pointed ahead. Also, look at Lily's face. She's really glowing, murmured Nina. Yes, it is because thanks to Nina, we didn't have to use any recovery potions. Even from the back, you could see how satisfied Lily was. Her profile reflected happiness as swung her backpack full of supplies, as if she wanted to jump at any moment. Nina and I exchanged glances, holding back our laughter. Attention, enemies ahead, hellhounds and ligerfangs. Mikoto's voice broke through the air from the front. Monsters that weren't in sight began to emerge from a side hole. Welf, Mikoto. Take care of the bigger ones. Haruheim, Nina, there are few of them, so Lily and the others can gain experience here. Understood. Why, yes. Lily immediately changed her expression and began issuing orders. She drew her hand crossbow while Haruheim prepared her fan, and Nina looked at my nod before following them. Ryu and I did nothing. We watched the battle from the back. As Lila said, it was the moment for them to gain experience. If something happened, we would intervene immediately, but there was no need to worry. The 5 in their group were level 2. Their strength was more than enough for this floor. Their magic is comparable to royalty, commented Ryu, stopping next to me as we watched Nina and the others fight. Hey, Ryu, I asked. Surprised? No, it's nothing. It's just important that the familia recognizes the exceptional talent has. For a moment, her sky-blue eyes seemed filled with respect. However, she shook her head slightly. On her face remained only a friendly smile directed at a future companion. I look forward to the day she formally joins the familia. Yes, I smiled and nodded. Afterward, we faced a few more battles, but Lily and the others handled them with no problems. The Hestia Familia left the mid-level and ascended to the upper level. We quickly moved through a safe zone and finally returned to the surface. What's going on? It seems like the Adventurer's Street is noisier than usual. That feeling that something strange was happening reached us soon after. We exited Babel, crossed the central plaza, and headed northwest of the city to complete the conversion and mission report. But we stopped dead in our tracks upon seeing what was happening. The Adventurers Street, one of the main arteries in the northwest, was overflowing with people. The crowd was so dense that it was barely possible to walk. It was as if people from all over the city had gathered there. Another god doing something ridiculous. Although it looks like a crowd of onlookers, everyone seems confused. While Welf and Mikoto discussed, we tried to advance as best as we could. However, as we approached the guild headquarters, the noise became deafening. It was impossible to continue along the main street, so we followed Lily and Ryu's advice, taking shortcuts and alleys until we had a clear view of the Pantheon, the guild building. Let the responsible person come out. We demand full information. It's our right, the clamor of the crowd echoed, turning into protest shouts. This isn't normal. The chaos and anger felt did not fit the usual orario. Instinctively, we quickened our pace. But then I saw how Nina began to pale. Nina, are you all right? I asked, concerned. This feeling, don't tell me. Everyone from the academic district. She didn't even seem to hear me, and her words were barely a whisper. I didn't need to ask what it meant. The answer came on its own. Following Ryu, who was leaping between buildings, we reached a nearby rooftop. What Wes saw from there left me speechless. We won't allow the guild's oppression. We won't allow it. Before us, there was a crowd. People, and more people, all dressed the same, white shirts and burgundy ties, the uniform of the academic district. The entrance of the guild was packed with students. What the hell is this? Are they all students from the academic district? Lily and Haruheim exclaimed in surprise. I felt the same. In front of the guild headquarters, a few employees and members of the Ganesha Familia were trying to hold back the students, but it was useless. From inside the building, I could see adventurers frozen in shock and the guild director, a chubby elf with his mouth hanging open. We protest against the forced confiscation of orichalcum, the strongest metal. Oh. At the front of the crowd, a human girl with glasses raised a magical amplifier. Her voice rang out loudly, inciting the others. This is, I murmured. A student revolution, Nina said in a trembling voice, completing Ryu's words. Her hands were shaking as she clenched her uniform, the symbol of the academic district. Her green eyes, so similar to Ina's, were fixed on the scene. When the great powers or regions oppress the students, the academic district always raises its voice and mobilizes society. This has happened everywhere in the world. And now it's happening in Arario. I nodded nervously at Nina's fearful statement. I didn't know the details of student demonstrations, but it didn't take much to understand that a protest with so many participants couldn't be taken lightly. What was going to happen now? Would something serious occur? Or would everything be resolved without consequences? However, the voices of the students answered my doubts almost immediately. We demand that the orichalcum collection order be withdrawn. If our demands are not heard, we will suspend recruitment calls, internship experiences with families, and consider breaking ties with Arario. Ay! Amid the shock of Lily and the others, the loud shouts from Nina and me echoed in Thivaningski. Chapter 2. After the lion, the sword princess, sword maiden, the heroes are a damn mess. The heroes are a damn mess. At least, in terms of their distorted character, and the at least, with respect to their distorted character and the excessive violence they exercised, which seemed to grow in proportion to their madness. Before the king of the land or the sovereign of the sea among the great beasts were defeated. In the so-called Labyrinth City, which called itself the City of the Heroes, their despotism and brutality reached levels unbearable. If you opposed them, they made you fly. If you rebelled, they kicked you. If you insulted them, they would smash you against the ceiling. If you were weak, nothing was allowed. The heroes under the main gods Zeus and Hera never recognized the existence of the weak. Anyone who bore a sword, a shield, or a staff found themselves met with humiliation and disdain. There was no adventurer or warrior who lived in that era who did not suffer its violence. Back then, the Labyrinth City only distinguished between two factions, those of Zeus and those of Hera. That difference was enough. His power was unparalleled. The heroes are crap. Among the two main factions, the one with the worst character and principles was that of Hera. But every time Zeus as subordinates caused problems, Hera as subordinates would start a hunt. Zeus caused problems, Hera as followers would start a hunt. As if they were the goddess Hera herself, chasing with shouts the subordinates of Zeus to the ends of the earth. We, of course, were dragged into the midst of that apocalyptic dispute. Shit, let them go to hell. I will take you as my husband in 10 years. The Empress under Hera blocked my strike with the nail of her pinky finger. Pinky finger and amused said that to me. I got up covered in blood with trembling lips that I would rather be bound to a damn minotaur. When I realized it, I had gone through dozens of houses and had been thrown against the gigantic city wall. Well done. You and that boar too. A prominent subordinate of Zeus howled so loudly that it broke me will to counterattack, ignoring the orders of his godmane one to stop. With my legs shaking pathetically, I charged again, screaming. The next time I regained consciousness, I was lying on Theflor in a star shape, spitting blood and looking at a sky distorted by my own tears. It was always the same. Along with wild boars, dwarves, and elves, they trampled us over and over again. If you angered them, they pulverized you. If you confronted them, they crushed you. The result never changed. The heroes are crap. Even if you, not a wizard, you should be able to overcome a hill. Is that sword just for show? A gray-haired witch told me that as she passed by, after annihilate us just because we were making too much noise fighting with monsters. The most irritating thing was that, despite being a sorceress, she used her fragile arms to take my sword and cut that hill with a single blow. His overwhelming talent rendered my insults useless. How many times was I on the verge of bursting with anger and humiliation? How many times did I curse my weakness, not caring about anyone else, and I faced them again? How many countless defeats did I suffer? The dwarves, the boar, and others who fell beside me called this humiliation mud, but I called it shit. It was too dirty to call it something as elegant as mud. Have you returned, vulgar brat? Can you already cut the hill? And yet, when I think about it now, those heroes always pushed us beyond the mud and the shit. As if they were saying, become stronger, they threw challenges at us. Constant, and when we managed to overcome that humiliation, we found something beyond. They despised us as insignificant, but they never dealt us the final blow. Final blow. They accepted our roaring weakness and instigated it, without caring about the reasons or motivations. The senselessness and violence that rained down on us. The destruction and the impulse. When those monsters disappeared from the city, what remained of it was a tangible force within ourselves. And these eyes and hearts that chased the shadows they left behind. The heroes are crap, but they left us a path. They were always strong, always pointing to hope in the challenges. If you are weak, you are not allowed anything. You must be strong. Even now, with the end of the world approaching, their message persists. Defeated by the final darkness, they etched their last words. Surpass us. Now it's our turn to catch up with them and surpass them. Or perhaps those who follow us must surpass the peaks that we call heroes. But we don't have enough strength, nor enough numbers. We know firsthand how fragile willpower is without power. Time is insufficient, the tasks are overwhelming and exasperating. But even so, now at last, these hands can easily cut something as small as a hill. The student revolt. Its repercussions were quickly felt in the labyrinthine city. Was the recruitment of the academic zone cancelled? As announced, the academic zone declared official indefinite suspension of its recruitment. The families from Arario, who planned to travel to the gigantic ship Flinghorner to recruit students, they had to cancel all their dates. For the families in the city, the news was devastating. The arrival of students from the academic area represented a golden opportunity to find new talents. Even if they were inexperienced, the students from the academic area possessed an unparalleled potential. The cancellation of the anticipated recruitment event caused chaos. Among the families of Arario, what the hell is the guild doing? Damn pigs, go to hell. The Academy's side was extreme, but the guild also acted too hastily. I mean you, pig. A shame for our fellow beings. Royman, death penalty later, such and other voices filled with rage resonated equally among the members of the Academy and the gods. Given this unexpected situation, the guild immediately sent emissaries to the Academy, but their lukewarm stance in the negotiations only managed to infuriate the student representatives even more, who threw them out without hesitation. The Academy's anger was not appeased, and they abandoned the port city of Marin. The fact that the magical power Altina, who announced with laughter that they were already ready to receive them, like a favorable wind, eventually hinted at the possibility of changing their affiliation, completely separating from complete separation from the guild. Those who panicked then were the members of the guild. Although they tried to raise their voices and criticize that arbitrariness, the Academy responded with disdain, as if they were saying, "You were the ones who acted disloyally first." Even gods unrelated to the situation shrugged their shoulders and stated, "The will of the Academy is nothing other than the voice of the students. The will of the Academy is none other than the voice of the students." Among them, the palest was Royman, the leader of the guild. Among them all, the palest was Royman, the leader of the guild. How could it come to this? Unable to believe the level of hostility they had harvested, Hurithing in pain, doubling the amount of medicine for the stomach that she was taking. Meanwhile, a half-elf former student of the academy and guild official who opposed the requisition of orichalcumshe could only look up at the sky and murmur, "I told you so." The so-called special economic effect of the academy was interrupted at that very moment. The students whilst to leave large sums of money in Arario disappeared without exception since that day, after being expelled in front of the guild headquarters from the guild by the guards of the Ganesha family. The professors and other members related to the academy also stopped entering and leaving the city, which led to inevitable results. The criticism from the merchants did not take long to arrive. Several business associations, which had rented premises specifically aimed at students, were left empty and with enormous losses. The economic impact even affected few working-class people, while Melon, the port city treated always as a subordinate city of Arario, began to prosper, creating a paradoxical situation. This was something predictable. But how are you going to take responsibility, Aranos? Cheer up, Royman. This is bordering on cruelty. It is said that such words were spoken, or perhaps not, between a wizard dressed in black and an ancient god at the underground altar of the guild. As a result, the student war became a mattergreater and a total disaster, involving citizens, merchants, families, and even other nations. The rift between the academy and the guild was irreparable, and the city's governing body, the guild, faced the worst public condemnation in recent years. Today, all the members of the academy have been summoned back return and are taking refuge in the port city of Melon, where the gigantic ship Flinghorn is anchored. This also includes the students who participated in internship programs and the families. Ah, Miss Nina has been taken back. We have lost a valuable person, an indispensable healer who contributes to the economic exploration of our family. The heart-wrenching scream of Lily echoed throughout the hall of their silence. Although it may sound surprising, no one seemed as affected by the absence of Nina as she was. She was lying face down on the sofa, waving arms and legs as if swimming in the ocean. But she wasn't the only one lamenting. Mikoto and even Haruhime also shared her sadness. They have cancelled the practices. Nina Dono has also been forced to return. Do you think this means that Miss Nina won't be able to join the Hestia family? The Hestia Familia? That would be terrible. Didn't you say he was an extraordinarily talented person? Extraordinarily talented. It's more than that. It's essential. Considering the combo off leveling up and skill enhancement, we could never go back to the old times after knowing their incredible power. Hestia leaned forward with determination, while Lila lifting her head from the sofa with an equally serious expression. The three plus the goddess gathered to murmur amonglements about the loss of a promising novice and the absolute necessity of that healer in our team, to Thepwent that it was impossible not to feel her pain from the outside. Since the academy came to take that half-elf away, they have been like this. It's understandable. His skills and character were truly charming. Even I was eagerly anticipating their arrival. Yes, if we really have to say goodbye here, I will also feel very sad. I will feel very sad. Observing the others from a prudent distance alongside Welf and Ryu, I also felt uneasy. Thanks to the exaggerated reactions of Lily and the others, curiously managed to maintain Thecom. The academy was serious. Even if they generated discontent among the host families, they forcibly suspended the ongoing practices and activities. Arario was too agitated to think that this could resolve easily. While I anxiously pondered, the sweet aroma of black tea floated in the air, as if trying to calm me down. Hey, sir. What exactly happened while we were on the expedition? We only noticed that the port city of Marin was somewhat agitated, but just after you left, it seems that the guild started requisitioning orichalcum. Sir, who had brought us tea once again, placed a slender finger in his chin and began to explain to us. From what I heard, Balder and the others tried to negotiate peacefully, But the leader of the guild, Royman, was too aggressive. He said things like, "The academy exists thanks to the support of the city, so it is natural that we receive their resources, or our Ranos has already given his approval." And in the end, they practically took the orichalcum by force to Arario. The students just returned from their internships and special training in the dungeon witnessed everything that, and it was there that the disaster began. Sir was telling us all this by hearsay, through acquaintances from Theport City, but even so, the explanation was completely illogic. Faced with the authoritarian demands of the guild, the gods on the side of the academy, led by Lord Balder, responded firmly. "Do whatever you want. But we are not responsible for the consequences." It was evident that Balder and the other gods of the academy had anticipated this outcome. Faced with Arario's almost warlike pressure, the academy decided to play its cards and respond appropriately. Even though the gods did not have to raise their voices, the students of the academy, known for their strong will, would never allow injustice. After all, even I in my brief time as student, I came to understand it firsthand. Just like with Niana. What is going to happen now between the academy and Arario? The uncertainty was overwhelming. Belonging both to Arario and, in a certain way, to the academy, I could only wish that things resolved peacefully. While I was thinking about whether there was something I could do, an unexpected mission it can be. Isn't there any way to fix this? Even if we wanted to. We have very little information. At least we should investigate the situation of the academy or find a middle ground intermediate. But it is said that the academy has completely closed its doors. Completely. If someone wanted to investigate, they would have to be a student approved by the academic gods. While Lady Hestia, Lily, and Makoto were arguing up to this point, suddenly they stopped. Haruheim tilted her head with curiosity. In that moment, the three turned towards me in unison. My shoulders shook from the fright, and beside me, Haruhime did the same way I did. Then the three of them said, "Belkun, Bel-sama, Bel-dono, could you infiltrate the academy again and see what's going on? Happening?" It goes without saying that I opened my eyes wide and my face contorted in horror. It's not even worth mentioning that Sir had already had prepared a complete costume with the academy uniform before I could object. The return of Lappy Flemish, Lappykun. While the salty smell of the sea and the cold wind from the lake enveloped me, the steps of the ramp echoed loudly. Niana ran down, towards me. He didn't dress like Belle Cranel, but in the white uniform of student and the Hume bunnywig, embodying Lappy Flemish once again. "I am sorry, Niana." I showed up suddenly. No, I am happy you came. I didn't want to either saying goodbye like this. Even though I apologized feeling guilty, Niana shook her head. Several times. His eyes looked slightly moist, as if was on the verge of tears. I stood there watching her in surprise, but before I realized it, I also smiled softly. "All right." Master Balder explained to the elders that he was sending me on an errand for personal reasons. Infiltration in the academy, we climbed up the ramp that led to the port, which began talk-losing with a loud noise. The academy, in its current state, was practically a territory closed off from the outside world. If I hadn't disguised myself as Lappy, they probably would have-stened. "Did you come alone, Lappy-kun?" "Yes." Lily and the others preferred to stay at the base to avoid Ray's suspicions. As we advanced through the depths of the giant ship Ringhorn, Niana was explaining the situation to me. The Hermes costume, which had destroyed during the school trip on the 25th floor, it was as good as new, courtesy of Sir. How did he get it? Did he know this would happen? Sir is scary. Niana seemed to remember something and murmured with a smile. I can call you Lappy-kun, can I? I should say Bel-senpai. And no, Lappy is fine. If you call me Belle, they'll find us out." "Really? So can I still call you Lappy-kun, when we Ray alone?" I guess so, no problem." Niana clapped happily and took my hand to drag me forward. Why did he ask me that? Well, it doesn't matter. He looks happy and that makes me happy. The rebellion at the academy, we finally emerged onto the upper level of the academy, where the light of Thesson enveloped us. What I found was a hive of activity. Reinforce the defense committee against the guild. Hold out until the end. The orichalcum is the pride of the academy. We will never give it up. Let us not negotiate with the guild's pigs. We want Uranus come to the negotiating table. Contact the allied cities of the academy. We will pressure from the outside. Everything I saw confirmed my suspicions. The academy was on war footing. In every corner, groups of students were shouting, running, and organized into committees. Weapons and tools were piled improvised shelves as if they were preparing for aerial conflict. Are they preparing for war? Will in the sword, knowledge in the staff, and failures like a crown. Defend the district, together with the chalice and the spring of knowledge. Along with the chalice and the fountain of knowledge, I stopped and turned around. There were the students, forming a circle and raising their hands, joining their voices in a shout that resounded in the sky. It was a phrase I had never heard before. But it seemed that Hermes-sama had mentioned something similar before we infiltrated the district. That battle cry. Yes, it's the district's motto, a phrase that exalts the garden of knowledge and wisdom. Upon hearing Nina's explanation, I understood and almost let out a groan. The students were trying to protect the rights of the district, even leaving their classes to gain knowledge and wisdom. Even the teachers were joining them. Really, things have become very serious. Maybe it's no longer possible a peaceful reconciliation. Seeing the various scenarios that extended throughout the entire academic level, I felt overwhelmed. With the growing sense of worry, we headed to an empty classroom. Empty, the same one where I introduced Nina and the others from Combat Technique Department for the first time to have a secret conversation and organize the situation. I recognized 3 very familiar faces, a dwarf, a dark elf, and a palom. Iglin, Regi, Chris, all from the 3rd Squadron Wayu. A covert spy. No, that's not it. Well, maybe it is something similar, but with a look of surprise, Iglin points at me, while Regi, with his habitual calm and direct tone, asks a brief question. I reflexively deny it, but instantly I realize that what I am doing is not very different from an undercover spy, so that my expression becomes uncomfortable. Nina is also paralyzed by the sudden situation, and when the atmosphere starts to become strange. Hey, why is everyone so uncomfortable? We should be happy about this reunion. Chris, from the small village of Palom, stands in the center of our group, and with his tiny chest puffed up with pride says, although Lappy's true identity is that of an adventurer, although his ears and tail are fake, that doesn't change the fact that he is one office. Because Lappy's heart is soft and warm like a stuffed animal, we were left speechless by Chris's absurd yet certain logic. Chris, if only for a moment. First, Nina lets out a giggle. Then Iglin relaxes his shoulders and smiles, and even I end up smiling. 2. I could even notice that Regi's lips curved under his black mask. We are the most pathetic squad in history, the worst. Of all time, that a fake adventurer is another problematic cassette, nothing new. But that you disappeared suddenly was wrong. I felt a little lonely. I am sorry, Iglin, Regi, Chris, that they discovered me like this was very uncomfortable. Don't worry. I asked Nina, who was in her experience features, to keep an eye on Lappy, even though everything ended up being like this. Thank you. The truth is that I had always felt guilty. Since I became Lappy, the fact that I had lied to them had been weighing on a corner of my heart. That thing about taking distance and time to clear my mind was just an excuse. Maybe I was just running away from them. That's why the fact that I could return to the 3rd Squadron made me indescribably happy. In the midst of the hostile environment that envelops the district, this classroom classes, where we were all together, felt warm. And well, why did you come? If you ray with Nina, that means you ray no teat, another bad move by Aurario, right? Yes, I was worried about what was happening in the district. How do you feel about it? Just as you see it. Everyone is in angry dark elf mode, furious. Although student uprisings are not rare in the district, it's the largest since that time they tried to take away Professor Leon. Seems like everyone hates Aurario. After answering Iglin's question, Regi and Chris do not hesitate to express their opinions. Chris even says what he feels from the bottom of his heart. I also dislike the Aurario now. I almost start to hate him a little. I agree. I am not convinced either. If the City of Heroes, Aurario, is just as tyrannical as any other kingdom or city, I can onlifeful disappointment. Upon hearing the feelings of the 3, I remain silent. Nina also looks down, embarrassed. Although they wish to join the Hestia family, there still exists a resentment that they cannot ignore. And I understand them. This time, not even I can defend Aurario. After all, it's as if they had snatched a flower from them Thath had taken care of with great care, or a treasure they had accumulated with a lot of effort. This doesn't seem like something that will be resolved soon. I don't even know if Somyeon will be able to solve it. The intentions of the district, again through Nina and the others, I find myself wondering what I should do. Or rather, what I want to do. Well, what do I want to do? It was then when the classroom door, which we alone occupied, burst open. Bang. So here you were, Lappy. Ah! Professor Leon, with the straight posture of a sword and a lion-like mane, dressed in High's black Professor S uniform, Professor Leon enters the classroom. While Nina and the others watch with their mouths agape, surprised by High's sudden appearance, he says to me, "I learned from Mr. Balder that you had arrived. I left the meeting of Aurario strategy led by my colleagues Malik and company, and I Camito look for you to look for me." Confused, I look at Professor Leon, who, like a true gentleman, extends his hand to me. "Come with me. Mr. Balder wants to speak with you in private." Of course, Chris and Reggie protested with a "we want to go with you." With you, which was perfectly. However, after apologizing many times, and with few words of gratitude and persuasion from Professor Leon, Nina, and Iglin, finally said goodbye to me with a "take care." They even asked me to tell them later what we talked about, although I couldn't promise it. I replied with an ironic smile. In the office on the top floor of the Breidablik Temple Tower, the tallest building and the central command bridge of the district, I meet with Mr. Balder. "Thank you for coming, Lappy. Or should I call you Belle now?" "Oh no, Lappy is fine." Next to us is Professor Leon, who, with seriousness, says, "The current situation is not good for either the district or Aurario. Both parties depend on each other, but the actions of Aurario has been hasty, and now the students are furious. And are the teachers also upset? That's right. This time, even we, the teachers, share doubts of the students. Hesitating, I finally dared to ask with a certain fear, "Professor Leon, what do you think?" Although I haven't spent much time with him, hearing the bad criticisms and gossip about Aurario coming out of Master Leon's mouth, someone I want to become as an adult, it was painful. It is difficult to be disappointed or let down by someone you respect, and even though it's not directly about me, being despised still hurts in the heart. Maybe it's selfish desire, but I don't want to see a teacher who is always respectable, fair, and kind in that condition. Just like Nina a moment ago, I timidly lifted my gaze, with fear, and Professor Leon resting his chin on one hand, he replied without changing his expression one bit. "As a member of the academic district, I should also feel outraged, but it's complicated. I have my opinions on the matter, but this isn't pure anger. More, I would rather say it's anxiety. It's as if I felt we shouldn't wasting time on this. Especially now, when El Valley is so noisy. Anxiety, shouldn't we be wasting time on this? And besides, is the valley in an uproar? Will Otter remain absorbed in his training? Has Finn decide prioritize his own ambitions with resignation?" The words of Professor Leon, which sounded like a monologue, did nothing but bewilder me. Why did he mention Otter and Finn now? What is he saying? What is he seeing? What has he been observing until now with those lion-like eyes? That seemed to look at some distant place. It is true that everyone has their own concerns, but at least for us, the gods, and for Leon, our goal is the same. Resolve this situation as soon as possible and return Aurario and the academic district to a healthy state. At that moment, Mr. Balder intervened calmly. The director of the academic district, sitting on the other side of the desk made of ash, said that with such calmness that I finally could feel some relief. Although he surely has his thoughts on the matter, it comforts me to know that both the gods-like Professor Leon are concerned about the current situation. However, the problem here is that the cause defended by the guild is being questioned. Is the so-called vertical well project. It is said that they might be blinded by wealth and fame, marching towards their own ruin. Project of the vertical well. It's an ambitious plan devised by the guild. The collection of orichalcum, the hardest metal in the academic district, is just the tip of the iceberg of this project. While I stumbled before those unfamiliar words, the Professor Leon explained to me clearly. The project consisted of drive a gigantic column made of orichalcum into the dungeon, thus building an elevator that would allow quick access to the lower and deeper layers. Upon hearing the explanation, I was astonished. That would surely awaken the opposition of many. I murmured, with the face somewhat distorted. Just the idea of making a hole in the dungeon was scary. If Ina-san also heard it at the guild headquarters, I am sure that she thought the same. The more I listen, the harder it seems to me that they can reconcile. If the guild simply apologized and returned the orichalcum, everything it would be easier. But if they have such an ambitious plan, they can backtrack and pretend that nothing happened. While I felt desolate, Mr. Balder, who remained with his eyes closed, smiled. Don't worry. Things won't stay like this. The situation will start to move soon. The gods will not let something so funny slip by. As if he had everything planned, he stated that with absolute confidence. And to confirm his omen, an amplified voice boomed with force. This conflict is in the hands of the gods. A deafening scream echoed from the direction of the city. I wasn't the only one who jumped and flinched. The murmur that immediately spread, telling me that Niana, Igrin, and the other students from the academic district were also in shock. I am sure that in Arario everyone must have covered their ears, a prelude that announced a frenzy. Is that voice Hermes Sama? Mr. Balder, who had somehow already gotten to his feet, opened a window, and I, startled, ran towards the balcony that jutted out from the director's office. We are deeply concerned. Why must the guild and the academic district confront each other? Guild and the academic district, if both have their origin in the same city of heroes. Without a doubt, the heroes of the past must also be lamenting it from the seas of heaven. A shamelessly theatrical performance, no, rather suspicious, began to unfold. I couldn't help but grimace, imagining the exasperated faces of Lily and the others in Arario. I visualized Svisan and the rest of the family Hermes with exhausted faces. And of course, I clearly imagined Hermes Sama, smiling without hiding it, shouting with all his might towards the amplifier off-voice made of magical stone. That, SY. To put an end to this conflict, I propose a confrontation between Arario and the academic district. A representative competition. What? The astonished screams of the students under the balcony and my own shout of disbelief echoed in unison. It's not a war game between two individual families, but rather a battle between the city of Arario, with multiple families, and the union of families of the academic district. I don't know what kind of competition it will be, but that sounds like a great family war. 5 different types of battles will be contested. Whoever wins 3 of them will be the victor. The winning organization will be able to impose any condition on the other. He can keep Theorichalcum, recover it, or even demand eternal obedience if you wish once. Show your strength and let us resolve this once and for all of it. In the distance, I felt as if the entire walled city of Araria trembled, as if Inasan and the guild were confused, thinking, what the hell are you talking about? This confrontation is sacred. It's definitive. In the name of Thegods, I swear that everything said will be fulfilled. Under the supervision of the Council of the Gods, we will make this an epic festival, exciting and easy to understand. The pinnacle of the ingenuity of the gods hungry for entertainment. The annoying ability of Deustia, the transcendental entity, to turn our worries into a simple festival. Let the Arario Piedii Urban Competitions Festival begin. After that thunderous announcement that echoed under the clear sky, there was a moment of absolute silence. But the very next moment, from 2 different points, Arario and the academic district, a deafening roar rose, deafening roar. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It was a scream that mixed bewilderment, excitement, disdain, and fervor, a kind of collective outcry that combined all those emotions. Looking towards the balcony, I could see how the students raised their fists and shouted with enthusiasm. Although they despised that such a wild declaration of war, there was in them an attitude defiant, as if they were saying, if they want to fight, they'll get one. Is this really going to happen? A serious confrontation between Arario and the academic district? Well, it seems like it will be an immediate confrontation, commented Balder, while Leon Sensei murmured beside him. It was inevitable. This is the characteristic style of the city of heroes, Arario. Both spoke with absolute calm, contrasting with my state of bewilderment. I turned towards them, still in shock, and noticed that Balder was shaking slightly with laughter at the sight of my expression. Since the duel seems inevitable, may I ask which side you will be on? You'll be on. Huh. Officially, you are an adventurer of Arario, but you are also student of the academic district for a short time. It wouldn't be unusual forfight on the district's side. My eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, and I felt the blood drained from my face at an alarming speed. It was as if they had pushed me to the edge of the abyss. Aren't you going to join the academic district? Side, Lappy. Wait. You can ask me something like that so suddenly. Suddenly, if they knew you had abandoned them, your comrades from the third company would feel devastated. Third company would feel devastated. That's a low blow. The comment from Balder, who calmly entered the balcony, made me scream in despair. At first, I thought he was a god of light. But no, he turned out to be as mischievous as any another one. Her innocent smile hid an air of mischief that didn't stop off unsettling me. I can betray Hestia-sama or Arario, but I also don't wanton my back on my district colleagues. What should I do? Stop joking, Balder-sama. Lappy looks like a rabbit that just off being struck by Cupid's arrow. Hee, I am sorry. It's just that I can help it. He is adorable. Leon-sensei intervened to stop Balder, who finally apologized with a smile and took a step back. I appreciated the gesture, although his intervention also left me with no way out. Ass kept calling me Lappy. Wouldn't it be better to simply stay out of all this and observe as a mere spectator? Although, will I be able to ignore it as a first level? Are you in trouble, Lappy? Heek. Why yes, a lot. Leon-sensei, who was observing me closely, asked this while adopting a thoughtful posture with his hand on his chin. Despite my nervousness, I nodded quickly, toffing a way out. If I managed to propose a solution to calm this uproar without you taking sides, would you cooperate with me? Take sides, would you cooperate with me? Huh, is that possible? At his question, I nodded vigorously. I will cooperate. Please let me help. Leon-sensei smiled at my response, but there was something in his gaze that made me feel like I had made a mistake by answering so hastily. Did I rush? While I felt drops of sweat running down my neck, Balder-sama remained silent, watching us with a serene expression, like a father who understands his children. Finally, Leon-sensei, with his golden hair waving in the sun, he uttered words that would mark my destiny. Then, the time has come to fulfill that promise of adventure. I need your help, Belle. Upon leaving the academic district, I discreetly changed clothes in a corner of the melon port. When I returned to the city, Arario, it was absolute chaos. A Herariopiad urban competitions festival. Who do they think they are? That's how the gods are, always doing as they please. We barely recovered from fighting against the Freya family. While some complained about the commotion, others seemed more excited. That's it. Finally, someone put a stop to those arrogant students. Arrogant ones. Let us show them who's in charge, and by the way, take theraches. The enthusiasm was palpable among the members of the families of Arario, although the common citizens showed greater confusion. On the other hand, there was also a strange familiarity with Thekios, a kind of acceptance that reaffirmed why Arario is called the center of the world. If I could just be a spectator. But I don't have that luck, right? What will happen to me, to Arario and the district? Academic. Despite how excited I was to become a Fursilval, now that title weighed on my shoulders, it was impossible remain on the sidelines of this event. While I remembered Balder-sama joking, something someone once said to me also Kamito mind. Mind something that someone once told me, calling me a bat. That image made me fear what could happen if they discovered that I am on both sides. I feel that they will disappoint me again, and that they will hit me, especially Mord and the others. Surely with many complaints and boos. Although it seems that Maestro Leon has something planned, he didn't explain exactly what he will do until the end. What will happen really? What scares me a little is that Master Leon didn't say that he wouldn't participate in the city competition festival of Arario. Arario. I wonder if I am being suspicious in this way because of the influence of Lily or Hermes-sama. I don't know if this is a sign of personal growth or if I am just becoming more twisted. I am becoming more twisted. With my heart racing, carrying a bag with my school uniform that I hope one be discovered, I cross a main street more noisier than usual, trying to go unnoticed. I turn onto the main street in the southwest, which leads to the 6th district of the city, where the mansion of the flame of the home. As I walk slowly, somewhat lost, I notice a woman who also walks with her head down at the corner ahead. Walking slowly, I murmur. I am surprised to find someone with a similar mood to mine. She is a beautiful woman with hair so bright and golden that hypnotizes. She looks stunning, much more than I do. Wait, Aisan. I let out a sharp scream as if a shooting star falling from the sky had hit me squarely. Aisan, with her golden hair and golden eyes, turned around with a slightly surprised expression. But in the blink of an eye, the figure that was walking slowly disappeared and ran towards me with a nimble trot characteristic of the best adventurer. I blushed instantly, stepping back slightly. Gee, good morning. I mean, good afternoon. Hello, Belle. Although it is probably good afternoon, right? Why, yes, good afternoon. My brain couldn't process the situation, and I ended up exchanging a clumsy dialogue. Calm down, calm down. After all, lately everyone has been telling me that I look more confident and changed. My teacher trained me a lot, so I should keep calm in front of Aisan. With effort, I managed to continue the conversation. What? What are you doing here? Do you have any unfinished business? Yes, I went to your home. Response left me completely bewildered. Why did Aisan go to my home? My throat is already fine, and Lefia is better too, so I thought now would be a good time to visit you. She seemed to interpret my fixed gaze in a wrong way because Aisan blushed slightly as she explained herself. How adorable. No, wait. It is true that after the Familia War, Tiona Sanch mentioned that Aisan had lost her voice. But, visit us. Who exactly? Who was it that you wanted to visit? You, to me. Yes, you, Belle. Me, Belle. What? But you wearin' tea there. The goddess Hestia told me that and asked me to outside, so I ended up wandering aimlessly. But now I am glad having found you. Aisan, oblivious to my expression of disbelief, smiled gently. That smile, like a flower on top of a mountain surrounded by blue sky, left me completely blushing. Hey, Belle. Why, yes. I was so stunned that I couldn't take my eyes off her lips, waiting for their next words. The person I have always admired said, "Shall we train?" Oh no, could you teach me how to fight again? After the battle in Daedalus against the Xenos, I was the one wosked for it. I had lost against that formidable enemy and wished with all my strength to win in a rematch. I wanted to become stronger, and I promised him in front of Aisan that I would. I would achieve it. Aisan remembered that promise. A lot of things happened, and it took me longer than expected. It's okay. I've heard that the Loki family has been very busy. We have also had our own problems. Now we were at the northern edge of the giant wall, in an area that it had practically become our training ground, personal training. I left my bag with the school uniform to the side and spoke sincerely. Sighed and spoke sincerely. The Loki family, with Aisan included, is the largest in the city, much more busy than us. We, for our part, had faced expeditions, festivals, and the family war. We recently returned to the academic district. I had been away from home for so long that I felt a bit of guilt. However, that guilt was insignificant compared to the happiness and the excitement I felt at that moment. The joy that Aisan remembered our promise, the excitement of facing her once more. Since that dawn when I started running again, I wonder at how much I had grown, how close I was to catching up with Aisan, or if I had fallen further behind. And now I was eager to find out. A practice match like before? Yes. I will only use the sheath of my sword, but you can use your dagger. We didn't need any additional words. She placed her sword, still in its sheath, against the wall. I firmly took the goddess's dagger in my hand. I wouldn't make naive comments about whether the blade was dull. Aisan Dosen need it. We both get ready, facing each other in the middle of the hallway, an exchange of glances. While we studied each other, we looked for weaknesses in our postures and signs of where we were concentrating our forces. I was no longer intimidated or overwhelmed like the first time Ew trained. Just that was already a great progress. But my goal was beyond that. I want to get closer to this person. Not to look at their back, but to walk shoulder to shoulder with them. Her. I want to achieve that admiration, that aspiration. The right is free. The left side of Aisan, or from my perspective, his right side or right. There exists, even if just barely, a small gap. But I feel like it's a trap. It's such a tiny space that not even an expert adventurer could notice it. But if it's about Aisan, she wouldn't show even a fragment of carelessness. Why this is surely a test. It's to see if I am able to detect that opening, and even upon doing so, if I am able to avoid falling for the bait and attack decisively. As if to affirm my intuition, Aisan shows no signs of attacking. First, he remains still, waiting. His posture is completely defensive. With a serene look, he observes my movements, evaluating my response. We have already started this mind game. He is measuring my current level, testing me. What will I do? Maybe I've already passed the first test. So what's the second one? Pretend to fall for the bait on the right and attack from the left. Left, or go straight to the front. Maybe a low attack from a fully bent position, or try to surprise her from above, or even something as reckless as casting a spell, firebolt. But I feel that everything. has already been anticipated. Fine, I've already decided. It will be the right. I am going to bite the bait with all my might. I trust that Aisan thinks I passed the first test. I will use that confidence against her to deceive her. This is the best mind game. I can play as the adventurer off the first level that I am now, Belle Cranel. It's a simple, straightforward strategy, but it will maximize my speed, my greatest weapon. 4 seconds. That was all the time I needed to make up my mind. If I had taken longer, she would have suspected. My thoughts, which were spinning rapidly, clear up completely. Completely. All my energy is now focused on my body. And at the moment when my compressed internal time comes to an end without any prior action, simply I ran. Japanese letter. I concentrated all my strength on this attack. I put my heart and soul into the blow aimed at the right, as if I wanted not only to bite the bait but to completely destroy it. Aisan's eyes widened widely. I approached the edge as fast as possible and swung the goddess's knife. Goddess. The discordant sound of G-I-I-I-N Japanese letter resonated. It was a dry impact without sparks. The sword sheath that Aisan used to block my attack completely stopped my strike, but there was no counterattack. I managed to put the great swordswoman in a purely defensive position. Defensive? It was a test, but somehow I managed to overcome it. My strategy managed, even if just for a moment, to be above Aisan. Overcoming the second trial, I continued with my momentum. In a fraction of a second, I unleashed a series of consecutive blows. That seemed to cut through the very moment. I faced directly the sword duel that she masters, better than anyone. I showed all my current power without hesitation. Aisan accepted my challenge head-on. With a slight breath, he began an overwhelming response, blocking each of my attacks with divine technique. However, I couldn't go on the offensive. My series of relentless attacks prevented him from taking the initiative. For an instant, his golden eyes reflected surprise. Keep attacking. Don T, defend yourself. Don T, observe. Keep pushing. My initial strategy was a success, but the difference in technique Icevident. I only have one chance. And in this one moment, I am Jivinj everything I am. Everything I have built is Belle Cranel so far now, to challenge this figure that I admire so much. Aisan managed to deflect my knife to the side, making me spin over myself. I placed my left foot as the axis, transforming my right hand in tone accelerator with centrifugal force, creating a whirlpool. Aisan responded with a similar move. We both launched a spinning kick from above. Hey, our heels clashed. I have invested everything in speed to attack, but in the end, it comes down to the difference in our pure skills. My level 5 power surpasses Ai's, which is at level 6. The sound of his breath, altered by surprise, was clear tone. Aisan, losing his balance, acrobatically retreated, avoiding any follow-up to my attack. A wide space opened up between us. Once again, the wind reminded us of its presence, whistling in the heights. Aisan landed on the city wall. His golden ice-thee continued to reflect astonishment as he looked at me intently. Did I beat him, even if it was by luck? Aisan? Even being modest, I can say yes. Of course, she was caught off guard. Besides, she used a holster instead of her real weapon. But still, all my effort reached Eis Wallenstein. I am getting closer, much more than I ever imagined, to this unreachable flower. Impressive. Involuntarily, I gripped the dagger of God tightly, and Thegian emotion slipped through my lips. I thought I heard Eis murmur something. A small smile appeared on his lips. Then Eis, who had maintained a landing position with his bent knees, stretched his legs and stood on the parapet. While he slightly looked up at the blue sky, he began to think. A mischievous breeze made her long golden hair and her skirt. From the edge of the fluttering skirt, her dazzling thighs, and suddenly I felt uncomfortable. Standing on a parapet higher than the ground, which it meant that my line of sight was almost at waist level off Aisan, I couldn't help but let my gaze wander and end up looking under her skirt. Even though she was wearing sky blue shorts underneath, I couldn't avoid feeling overwhelmed by a sense of guilt and sin. My face inevitably heated up, and I struggled to look away. Gaze with all my might. For a few seconds, while I was looking strangely away, while Aisan gazed at Theski. Belle. He called me, turning his gaze towards me after finishing his thoughts. Can I get a little more serious? He proposed something that took me by surprise. Yes, that's fine. She must have been recognizing my current strength. That's why she asked me permission to let go a little. Upon understanding what her words meant, I leaned forward and nodded enthusiastically. The true seriousness of Aiz-san, neither in the training 8 months ago, nor during the preparation for the war game against the Apollo family, nor not even in the battle at Daedalus to protect Ween, Aiz-san did not had fought at full strength. But now, she was willing to do it against me. I felt my spirits lift once again. It was as if Thebak that I had been chasing all this time turned for the first time to look directly at me. Hiding my smile with difficulty, I exaggeratedly prepared with the divine knife inverted in my hand. Aiz-san, for his part, smiled slightly, as if something were endearing to him before closing his eyes. Focusing her mind, she transformed her presence from that of a girl to that of Anof, an adventurer, as she uttered those words. Wake up, Tempest. The name of her magic resonated. Ariel. Wind. A visible whirlwind formed around her, enveloping her. My white bangs were pushed back. The air pressed against my body, forcing me to retreat. My scarlet eyes widened in shock. Una magid incantamiento divino. The enchantment imbues the body or the weapon with an attribute like Thuend or fire, providing protection, increasing the power off attack and improving speed. Even Ryu-san, during the faction war, had used a fire enchantment magic borrowed from Alice-san. But that magic only covered their limbs and weapons. The wind from Aiz-san, on the other hand, enveloped her entire body. Although the attributes were different, its reach reminded me of the blessing of lightning that my master had bestowed upon me, Loris Hilder. The scope of an enchantment does not necessarily define its power, but no, because I have felt my master's magic. That wind rivaled even the highest level enhancement magic, maximum of my master. My emotion and joy were swept away, replaced by a drop of cold sweat that ran down my cheek. I am going. Aiz-san's golden eyes slowly opened and fixed on me, and then it disappeared. Tap. The first thing I heard was a faint sound of his shoes as he propelled himself against the parapet. Boom. The second sound was that of the atmosphere tearing apart like a hurricane. In an instant, Aiz-san appeared. Behind me. What? Pure reflex and instinctive reaction made me turn and slash. With my knife, I barely managed to deflect his attack with the sheath of his sword. Cold sweat ran down my body as I realized that, in a single movement, she had taken my back. There was no time to process it. I barely survived the first blow, but my stance remained completely exposed. Ugh, not yet. While my body staggered, caught in the chaos of the wind, Aiz-san unleashed a storm of attacks with the sheath of his sword. I couldn't do anything but try to dodge. No, not even that. I could barely hold on. I only blocked the first 3 blows correctly. After that, my defense collapsed. My shoulders, legs, sides, and arms were battered by the wind, tearing my skin superficially. Avoiding a direct impact was a miracle, a fortunate combination of instinct and pure luck. It appeared in front of me, then beside me, then on top of me, and again in front of me. She was incomparably faster than before. The wind that enveloped Aiz-san had taken her beyond any human limit. She's faster than Ryu-san. In my mind, I compared Aiz-san's speed to that of Ryu-san, known as the swift wind. But Aiz-san was no definitely superior. While I was completely overwhelmed, a blow-descending blow came from above. I managed to block it, but for some reason Aiz-san stopped his movement. With her golden eyes slightly narrowed, almost in a look of disapproval, watched me. Were you thinking about someone else? And no, not at all. Why do you say that? I just felt it. You have to concentrate. Or it won T-work. We were so close that I could feel his breath with our weapons still crossed. Even though I had nothing to feel guilty about, the intensity of his look made me shrink inside. With the feeling of being scolded by the wind that surrounded her, I nodded repeatedly. We separated, our weapons clashed as we retreated, and then we faced each other again. Even though I tried with all my might, the result was the same. Trapped by Aiz-san's wind, I could do nothing but fight in vain while my body suffered the impact of his attacks. And it's not just speed. Each blow has colossal power. The sheath wrapped in currents of air had a power and an impact comparable to that of a war hammer used by the dwarves, or perhaps something even greater. I couldn't deflect the attacks cleanly nor change the direction of a single slash. The defense technique I learned from Aiz, that one of striking the weapon from the side to deflect it, I couldn't even execute it correctly. If I tried, there was a great risk that my entire body would be swept away by the violent flow of wind while I was trying to defend myself. Each blow, no matter how light, was like that. Compared to dodging or closing distances, My ability to defend was so weak that ended up like a leaf tossed around by the storm. I couldn't imagine anyone other than Otter, the strongest in the city, capable of stopping this kind of fierce wind assault. If this is with a sheath, I can even imagine what it would be like if it ended into its true form, a sword. Ugh, ag. Shortly after, my fears became reality. My body, unable to resist any longer, was pushed by the crushing force of the wind and my feet lifted off the cobblestone ground. After a chilling sensation of weightlessness, I was thrown out of the wall. Watch out. Huh, just before falling. Eyes, who supposedly had thrown me with the blow, reached me with absurd speed and extended his hand. He caught my wrist and threw me back up to the top of the wall, of the city. But instead, we switched positions, and Shiwasu went over the parapet, falling from the gigantic wall towards. Eyes-san. I ran desperately towards the parapet and leaned over, sticking my head to look. Eyes had fallen to the outskirts of the city, towards the opposite side of Arario. I leaned in more to get a better look, and at that moment, a shadow quickly rose from below and hit me on the head. It was Eyes. Using the power of the wind, he had apparently kicked the wall and returned effortlessly. Apparently, upon seeing me peeking, his instinctive reaction was to swing the scabbard, giving me a direct blow to the head. With my eyes wide open in surprise, Eyes had hit me with such precision that my consciousness quickly faded. I am not even close. Yet not at all. On a sunny day, like when Makoto-san and Haruheim-san hang futons on the balconies, that's how I ended up. My body, stripped off forces, hung limply over the parapet as if I was drying in the sun. While I was losing consciousness, I felt the unreachable gap between me admiration and reality. And the last thing I heard was Eyes' voice, saddened and worried. Eyes, embarrassed and worried. Are you okay? A soft and warm sensation spread across the back of my head. It was something I hadn't experienced in a long time, so much that it felt almost nostalgic. Thin fingers brushed my bangs gently, causing medicals, while a voice as sweet as bells whispered to Messide. In my field of vision, the blue sky and Eyes' worried face appeared. Eyes appeared. 3 seconds later, my consciousness returned, complete. Hiya. I sprang away from Eyes' lap like a spring who had been giving me a break. Ah, murmured Eyes. I rolled over the cobblestones, quickly distancing myself until I was kneeling at a certain distance. My embarrassment exploded, my face turned red as a tomato, and I breathed with difficulty even though I had just wake up. It was just like before. I fought, lost consciousness, and ended up resting in her lap. Even being a top-tier adventurer, I haven't changed. Nothing, I haven't grown at all. Hee. While I was tossing and turning with my hands on my head, agitated emotionally, Eyes, who was watching me intently, let out a soft laugh. Even though you've gotten stronger, you still the same, Belle. Spot on. His words, full of admiration, pierced through me. Chest. The even though you've gotten stronger sounded especially significant, which made me squirm with embarrassment. In the end, I ended up holding my chest, unable to deal with the whirlwind of emotions, while Eyes tilted her head, puzzled. Shall we take a break? Eyes gave a few pats on his knees, but I shook my head vigorously. Force. Then he patted the ground next to her, and without saying a word, I approached slowly, almost as if I were repeating the same thing. That before. After a training session that made me travel repeatedly between the heaven and hell, I sat next to her, crossing my legs with a certain air of rebellion, as if I were at least trying to appear Mormonly. Eyes sat down as before, hugging his knees, and looked at me with a curious expression from below. Is this? What? Do I have something on my face? No, so why? Do you look at me so much? I am just looking at you. With the winter sky above us, Eyes said it simply. There was something different in her voice, wrapped in a kindness that I had felt under the spring sky when I met her. Her golden hair reflected the sunlight, and as she smiled at me softly, I couldn't help but murmur, Eyes-san, Eyes, you have changed. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. Maybe I haven't changed, but Eyes in some way has. I don't know what has happened. Nor why I think this way, but when I look into his eyes and his smile, that was me impression. Me what? Oh no, it's nothing. Eyes looked at me with curiosity, wanting to know more, but before that I could say something, I quickly changed the subject. Ah, right. It seems like the Urban Competitions Festival of Arario is about to begin. Arario Urban Competitions. Will Eyes-san and the others from the Loki family also participate? I was surprised, but we can I think. Huh. Although the change of topic was a bit abrupt, The answer I received left me speechless with my eyes wide open. The dates will coincide with our expedition trip. What? The Loki family is going on an expedition? Yes, we have been preparing everything for quite some time. I opened my eyes slightly in surprise, but upon reflection, I understood that it wasn't something strange. Just like us, the Hestia family, we have the obligation to carry out forced expedition missions. The family Loki, the largest faction in the city, must also venture into the depths of the labyrinth. The last time the Loki family went on an expedition was approximately 8 months ago, right when I defeated the Minotaur and I leveled up to level 2. A lot of time has passed since then. Angrily, Captain Finn will want to complete the forced mission before it gets delayed further. Although, if that is the case, 1T the urban competitions festival off Aurario 1T be in serious trouble. I was surprised by this unexpected information. I began to perceive a shadow of concern looming over Aurario. And, although there is still a bit of time before the expedition, I've already finished my preparations. That's why I have some free time. Aiz-san, with a bit of hesitation and carefully choosing her words, looked at me shyly. Just for 2 more days, but do you want to train? Would you like? Yes, please. Before Aiz-san finished speaking, I instantly replied, almost interrupting her. At that moment, I completely forgot the situation. In Aurario, my promise to teacher Leon and all the other important priorities, answering with a completely blushing. Aiz-san, a bit surprised, narrowed her eyes and said to me, all right, I hope we can train together. With those words, he made the promise. I felt how my face lit up with a smile that grew bigger and bigger, while an indescribable happiness enveloped me. Training with Aiz-san. Even if it's just for 2 days, I am going to train with her again. Upon returning to Aurario from the educational district, my expression was completely serious, but now I couldn't contain my excitement while running through the streets of the city. Although I recognize how fickle I can be, I came down from the city walls after saying goodbye to Aiz-san and returned home, to the mansion of the Flame of Home, full of enthusiasm. It was already dusk. With the arrival of winter, the sun set much earlier, dyeing the western sky with a beautiful crimson hue. Everyone must be worried about my delay, so it's better that I return soon. About the promise with teacher Leon, she asked me not to tell anyone except the goddess. Moreover, I must deliver this letter that Mr. Balder gave me. On the other hand, I can share with everything I experienced in the educational district, but Aiz-san's situation. There's no need to mention it, right? Well, anyway, right? It's not something I should be spreading around. And it's not very appropriate for the leader and a prominent member of different factions meet in secret, right? I am not excited at all about having made this promise just between the two of us. Not at all. With my logic perfectly assembled and still euphoric, I arrived at the mansion. Belle-sama, please sit down. Belle, kneel down right now. For some reason, I ended up sitting in the middle of the living room, under the cold gaze of Lily and Ryu-san. With my hands sweating, I lowered my gaze to my knees and I reflected. It seems like you, Ray, hiding something from us. Speak up already. I already told you everything that happened. It's just that. There are things confidential that I can only discuss with the goddess. But besides that, there must be something else. Something like a date or a secret meeting with another girl without telling us. Why are you being so specific about that? She had arrived just an hour earlier. After dinner and telling what that happened in the educational district, and after helping to clean everything, they took me to the living room without prior notice. There, Ryu-san conducted interrogations worthy of the Astria family, while Lily made deductions as precise as a detective. Terrified and seeing that they were right about everything, he could do nothing but tremble. Belle, you can lie. That's something I admire about you, but there are moments when your actions need to be corrected. This is one of them. In summary, your secret is too obvious, so confess quickly. Quickly, Belle-sama, were you flirting with some other girl in the school district? I didn't do it. I really didn't do it. He's not lying, but it seems like he's hiding something much bigger. Why is Sir still here? While I was trying to justify myself in front of Ryu-san and Lily, Sir appeared, suddenly placing a hand on my shoulder. My scream was inevitable. Seeing everything from a corner, Welf showed an expression of incredulity, while Haruheim was worried and Mikoto tried to calm her down, preventing her from getting closer. Without hope of receiving help, I held my breath, looked for opportunity, and as a leader, even if it's the worst thing I could do, I escaped from there. I have to go to the goddess' room. Ah, Bel Sama. I ran down the hallway, hearing Lily's screams behind me. Bax, Finn, San, I am definitely not cut out to be a leader, even though it's already too late for me to realize. Disappointed with myself for running away, even knowing that I was postponing the problems, I rushed up the stairs. Belkun, just come to my room later. Remembering the goddess' words during dinner, I felt her room like a safe haven and knocked on the door. All right, Belkun, now tell me absolutely everything you are hiding. And there, I faced despair. Upon entering the room, the first thing I heard was the command of God, who was waiting for me with a radiant smile. Resigned, I confessed through tears the incident with eyes while remaining on knees on the floor. Only the execution site changed from the living room to the bedroom off the god. To the god's bedroom. So it was that Waylon what's her name who invited you to Asakrit one-on-one training. There's no way I am going to allow that, shouted Hestia furiously. I knew this was going to happen. I replied with a resigned tone. Even after we kicked her out of our base, Thathai's insistence is astonishing. He appears when you least expect it, tries to seduce you, and as long as my eyes are open, I will never allow you to train alone with her. It was obvious that the goddess, just like Lily and the others, had noticed my secret from the beginning. Just like with Sir, it is useless to lie in front of the gods. While I lowered my head, already resigned to the fact that my training with eyes would be cancelled, Hestia sighed and murmured. Although I would like to say that. What a moment! When I cautiously looked up, I saw that he was holding a letter in his right hand and that he sighed while staring at it intently. It's the letter that Balder gave you before dinner, right? What was saying? I asked curiously. Several things. About the adventure you promised with Leon, and something about communication between parents among the gods, he replied, averting his gaze. I noticed something strange in her reaction, and while her black braids they seemed to move restlessly, Hestia alternated her gaze between the letter and me. Finally, after a deep sigh, he declared, All right, I give you permission to train with that Waylon whatever. Huh, I exclaimed, surprised. I will talk to your teammates and justify it. Focus and train. Thoroughly? Really? Is this for real? My astonishment was evident. But no weird stuff. The permission is only for training. If you do something inappropriate, I will send Sir with the strongest hero to finish you off. Yes, understood. I replied quickly, frightened by the threat. After the surprise, the mention of such a terrifying punishment made me swear obedience instantly. Although he was relieved to be able to continue the training, I couldn't stop thinking about Balder's letter. Balder. What had he written to convince Hestia? The goddess placed the letter on the shelf of a side table, but immediately took out something else, a needle. Belle, we Ray going to update your status. Update my status? I asked, confused. You went to the 29th floor on the last expedition. It's time to reflect on the accumulated experience. That's why I called you here. Without having any arguments to refuse, I nodded as I began to take off my jacket. When I was about to sit down in a chair, Hestia stopped me. Today I feel like using the bed. Embarrassed, I lay face down on his bed. At that moment, I felt that Hestia was climbing onto my back. Why are we updating in your room today and not in the living room? I asked, intrigued. Because Sir will obviously try to spy on us. It was already hard for Mechwhite difficult to protect you when you were smitten with her. Not a single I1T let a single stain touch your back, much less anything else. The Virgin Goddess will protect your purity. Virgin Goddess, I will protect your purity. Stain, that sounds a bit. Hestia protested indignantly as a drop of her divine blood fell. Divine on my back. His behavior, as energetic Ashiotic, made me blush. At the same time, I couldn't help feel grateful. He took care of me so much that it seemed like he treated me as if like a princess. By the way, what a surprise about Hermes Olaripiadas, right? He changed the subject suddenly. Yes, it was unexpected, but it wasn't the god's fault, was it? I replied, wanting to reassure her. It was, partly. We were all worried about you, fearing that you would get caught up between the problems of the city and school. While Hestia updated my status, we talked about trivial things. Trivial. That time with her, though simple, was valuable. Once the process was completed, I received the record with my statistics updated. Bell Cranial Level, 5 Strength. G222 Right Arrow 258 Resistance. F340 Right Arrow 349 Skill. G245 Right Arrow 287 Agility. F311 Right Arrow 368 Magic. I-98 Right Arrow H107 Luck. F Resistance to Abnormalities. G Evasion. G Multiple Attack. I Magic Firebolt Quick Attack Magic Abilities Heroic Wish. Argonaut Right to Charge for an active action. Matador S Instinct. Ox Slayer Great increase in all skills during battles against bull types. Charming Resistance. Vanati's Tavere Blessing of the Virgin. Hestia Dival. Activates in case of charm effects being infringed. Great increase in all skills automatic healing that automatically restores strength physical and mental. After the family war, I have been absent for a time, but with the special practice in the district dungeon, the expedition to the 29th floor and the light simulated combat with eyes today, I have accumulated a total of approximately 150 skill points in skill in all abilities. My skills have improved, but compared to before, the pace of improvement has slowed down. Although Lily and the others might say that I have improved too much. Specifically, it's like the rush I experienced when I was exploring the higher levels after meeting eyes. It's not so much that I've reached my growth limit, but rather, the level 5 barrier, the border between second-class adventurers and first-class zones. Second class and first class. Yes. When a family member has sublimated their vessel Tothai's level, it is likely that it will be much more difficult for them to continue growing as you have been. To ascend to the next level, they will need even more arduous trials and feats. God leaned over my shoulder, looking at me while I was looking at the update sheet, sitting with my torso ached. I shared God's opinion. Besides that feeling of omnipotence that enveloped me, this too must have been part of becoming a first-level adventurer. The vessel that I possessed up to LV4 now seemed to have enormously expanded, both in breadth and depth, upon reaching LV5. The amount of experience, Excelia, that would be required had increased exponentially, and surely, from now on, even raising a single skill point would be a daunting task. Despite my unusual consecutive level-ups, I felt that with someone like Ryu-san, I could share this feeling off a beginner among first-level adventurers and perhaps even talk about it. Without a doubt, this was a path that they would have also traveled, other top-level adventurers like Aiz-san. I wonder how much more you could improve with those training sessions with Waylon what's his name. God murmured, interrupting my thoughts. We should also ask Welf for help. Finally, he uttered those words which left me bewildered. When I turned my gaze towards him, curious about why he mentioned Welf in this context, God just gave me an ironic smile. While saying, "It's nothing, Don T worry. Belkun, why Don T we sleep together tonight? What are you suddenly saying? I want to do something for you that even Waylon whatever his name is can surpass. Surpass? What kind of competition is that? No, I can accept that. That, while God collapsed towards me like a gelatinous, slime-soft-bodied, I hurried to reject his suggestion, completely agitated. And so, while I dealt with his strange ideas, my mind didn't kept wandering about what that adventure could be that mentioned Leon-sensei. The dawn was tinged with warm colors, and in the air echoed the sharp sound of clashing metal. With a training knife that I had made myself prepared, I blocked the strikes from Aiz-san's sheath. Large drops of sweat fell from my forehead as I gasped, exhaling a heat that seemed to ignore the cold winter. It's a bit monotonous, maybe. The hook you threw with your right arm was very good, but if you repeat it too much, it loses its strength. It was the second day of my secret training with Aiz-san. During today's practice fight, I had incorporate deliberate movements with the right arm as bait, creating a trap. However, she anticipated it without difficulty, and by denying me any escape, she disarmed me with the sheath. Although I tried to intercept with my left arm, I found myself repelled backwards, while Aiz-san, without even breaking a sweat, kept me at line. If you save that tactic for later, it could be a more effective strategy. Thank you very much. Please, once more. Thanking her for her top-level adventurer wisdom, I wiped my face with my arm and faced her again with the knife. From this second day, I would never reach a situation that could be called advantage. Aiz-san had stopped using his wind and was blocking all my attacks solely with technique and strategy. He was a living example of the adventurer who turns the unknown into known, unraveling every move of my newly acquired fighting style as a first-level adventurer. On the other hand, I still hadn't managed to understand even not a bit of his fighting style. Half a year ago, it was much worse, but now that I have improved a little, I realize even more what I am missing. What I lacked in comparison to Aisan and the others' first-level adventurers was obvious. Accumulated experience as an adventurer. Whether in terms of experience or the number of battles, I couldn't match Aisan, who had spent 5 years perfecting his style, while I had barely been in Arario. If my state of skills was the vessel, then in my case, lacked the core that should fill it. Compared to other adventurers, the difference between my vessel and me core was ridiculous. It was perhaps a side effect of being called the fastest rabbit in the world. Fastest in the world. You can do more than what in the books unless you find yourself cornered. You need to be an active rebel, but learn to break the rules every now and then. In a fight, the unexpected is what matters. When I was in the Freya family, Van pointed these out to me. Things, and also Hogni. By the way, when I asked, what concrete examples of rebellion do you have in mind? They responded immediately, Alan, he was very clear. The dignity of an adventurer. That's probably what is expected of me in the future, expects from me in the future, a kind of presence that compensate for the lack of experience. Your vision has expanded. What? You are stronger when you attack. That's why when you switch to a defensive posture. That's how it is. Ouch, you Ray not bad at defense, but the difference is big when you attack and when you defend. By attacking you, the pressure decreases. You stop being intimidating. Right now, the extreme discrepancy between attack and defense marked as lack of dignity. I was hit by the cover on my foot. Although I didn't fall clumsily, I stepped back to regain my stance. My posture. My teacher also hinted at this discrepancy, and Ryu also mentioned it to me. By the way, my teacher Dosen explain everything. He Dosen mention any weakness and hits me until I figure it out myself. Ryu points out the areas for improvement in advance and forces me to understand them physically while he hits me. Eyes could be more aligned with Ryu's teaching style. What's happening, Eyes? At that moment, I realized that the battle had stopped and I returned from my thoughts. Eyes was staring at me, intently. Then with a slight discontent, he whispered, in the way you fight, I see. Someone else beside us me. Huh, did someone else teach you how to fight? Astonished, I understood immediately. I was thinking about my teachers, so I gave him the answer. Without noticing Eyes' expression, I continued speaking. Lately, I have been training in the mornings with the master. Well, with Hedin and Ryu. They have been teaching combat techniques, I think that's why. Not just the master, but the members of the Freya family. They are staying in the empty rooms of the residence offer family to protect Haruheim and Sur. Within this agreement, I managed to negotiate with the master to train early in the central courtyard of our home. Something like a reduced version of Folkvanger, although it might be a bit disrespectful to call it that. Since she worked at the tavern, Ryu was always willing to accompany me in morning practices when I had free time, facing off in simulated battles in the backyard of the goddess of abundance. Now that we are part of the same family, it seems he took for granted that we would train every morning. Everything was going well until the day the three of us met in the courtyard. Central courtyard. It was absolute chaos. For some reason, neither the master nor Ryu didn't want to collaborate. Instead, they started to argue over who would train me, which quickly escalated to a tense situation of almost war. This rabbit is mine to discipline. I am the one who will train Belle in the mornings. Back then, neither of them refused to give an inch. I could only laugh nervously while thinking, how complicated. Complicated. Everyone wants to say I trained that one. Wait a moment. Suddenly, I remembered one of my grandfather's sayings. The love of the teacher is intense, strict, and sometimes overwhelming. Although I had already experienced it on those exhausting mornings off hellish training, until now I hadn't realized that perhaps I revealed too much information. Bringing my hand to my mouth, I nervously looked at Eyes. His face was pale, surpassing even despair. Did you train with anyone else besides me? Am I no longer necessary? No, that's not it. You Ray wrong, Belle. Are you with 2 people, 3 people? Did you deceive me? It's not true, Isaiah. With her trembling finger pointing at me, Eyes looked at me with a mixture of bewilderment and sadness. I tried to approach. to explain myself, but when I did, she lowered her head and then she lifted it with a childish expression, completely annoyed. Belle, in the end, you are a criminal after all. I am not Alan or Beta. It doesn't matter. There will be punishment. Even though I desperately tried to justify myself, the decision reflected in his golden eyes was unyielding. Gripping his word, declared firmly, Belle, I am your teacher, did you forget? Her comment made my heart skip a beat, but it didn't last much. In the end, eyes defeated me like never before, leaving me without forces to apologize. And I never forgave myself until Thathy forced me to kneel 4 times. By the way, when the sun finally rose over the mountains to the east, we took a break. Despite my aching body, I took the opportunity to congratulate Eyes. Congratulations to Finn, Reveria, and Gareth on their rank promotion. Rank. Thank you. ILL let them know. After the clan war ended and the academy returned to the port, the news of the rise of the 3 leaders of the Loki Familia to LV7 shook all of Arario. Until now, Otter had been the only one at that level, but with the addition of Finn, Reveria, and Gareth changed the landscape drastically. The 3 advanced at the same time. Although the Freya Familia had left an impression powerful in the recent battle, the achievement of the Loki Familia generated a great debate among the citizens about which one was the stronger. While I remembered all this, I glanced sideways at Eyes. Although her expression doesn't usually change much, seemed genuinely happy for the achievements of his companions. I wonder if Eyes knows anything about Master Leon. Thinking about the strongest in the city led me to reflect about the strongest in the academy. When I first met Master Leon, I felt that he was an incredibly strong person. Although I can judge the ability of someone just by looking at them, their presence had nothing to envy Otter's in the end. I couldn't help but ask. Eyes, do you know anything about Master Leon? Leon Vattenberg. Leon. Are you referring to the Knight of Knights? Knight of Knights, Eyes nodded and explained. That's his title. Just like Finn and the others, he SLV7. What? I've seen him fight before. He is incredibly strong. Maybe even more than I am now. Master Leon is also LV7, and even stronger than Eyes, although I had already felt that his presence was extraordinary, knowing it for sure left me astonished. But how can someone who explores the dungeon can reach the same level as Otter and other adventurers? While my mind was filled with confusion, Eyes looked at me and said, Finn and the others say that the world remains at peace thanks to the Knights of the Knights. That's why everyone calls him a modern hero. That's why everyone calls him a modern hero. The final revelation of his reputation left me breathless. The final revelation of his reputation left me breathless. A hero of the modern era. What does that mean? What does it really mean? It's as if it were a character straight out from the hero stories that I am so passionate about. Professor Leon, the person I admire so much. A hero. Suddenly, my heart began to beat strongly. The imposing figure of Professor Leon, always so admirable and the kind of adult I wanted to become, came back to my mind with clarity. It wasn't just admiration or envy, it was an overwhelming interest. I couldn't help myself. I leaned forward and asked, do you know anything else about Professor Leon? I don't know much about the Knight of Knights. But Reveria and the others mentioned that he was in Arario even before that the gods Zeus and Hera disappeared. Before the gods Zeus and Hera left, for more than 15 years, was Professor Leon already in this city? Could it be that Professor Leon is originally from Arario? While trying to process this information, Eyes showed a somewhat uncomfortable expression. After hesitating for a few moments, finally shared what seemed to be a difficult piece of information mention, according to Reveria. The former Knight of Knights was like Betessan. Betessan. The Betessan we know. The troublesome one. Yes, that same Betessan was the former Professor Leon. A troublemaker like Betessan. Someone brusque and rude like Alansan. My confusion shot up immediately. The information that Eyes shared had absolutely nothing to do with the Professor Leon I knew. Professor Leon, always so kind, elegant, and charismatic, could be compared to someone as intimidating and brusque as Betessan or Alansan. Nisiquiera en la Academia resolveríamos equations tan incomprensibles como esta. Incomprehensible as this one. There's no way to match them. Moreover, today the word problematic has been used so many times that I no longer even understand its meaning. That's why I thought that maybe the Knight of Knights was a rough person. Eyes finished his explanation with some discomfort, while I continued to show a mix of emotions on my face. It dosen, T makes sense. If I keep thinking about this, I am not going to reach no conclusion and I will just get more confused. Without speaking directly with Professor Leon or with the god Balder who knows him well, this eternal mystery will not be solved. With a mix of interest and bewilderment, my excitement gradually faded, calming little by little. And to change the strange atmosphere that had formed, I decided to address a concern that had been lingering in my mind for a while. If Professor Leon, as strong as they say, participates in the Aurario Games, wouldn't it be a problem for the city? If the Freya or Finn family compete, it could be complicated. Eyes tilted his head slightly while responding. He was adorable, although I wasn't in the mood to think about that now. Mithroat let out a strange sound. I confirmed something I had already asked before. So, the Loki Familia will definitely not participate in the Aurario Games. Yes, they participate. Finn said he doesn't care who wins. It seems that the news was already public. At this moment, the expedition plans of the Loki family they were stirring up the city. With 4 level 7 adventurers, many in Aurario assumed that they would easily win the games. Their sudden withdrawal was like losing your strongest weapon. This really? How will it end? With Finn absent, maybe everyone will place their hopes on Belle. I don't think that will happen. Suddenly, Eyes mentioned something that left me completely astonished. In the faction war, everyone supported Belle, including me. I think Belle is an adventurer who encourages others. Eyes smiled again, a sincere, childlike smile full of purity. I was completely paralyzed. That warmth filled me with tickles, and in the end, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If I have truly become an adventurer like the one describes, that makes me very happy. I directed my gaze upwards. As I looked up at the blue sky next to Eyes, my thoughts turned towards the Aurario Games and how others might see me. We will win this competition at all costs. Slamming her hands on the table, Alyssa Lagast exclaimed with determination. The place was the Central Student Council, on the academic level off the Academy, located between the aerial dining hall and the office of the director in the tower of the Breidablik Temple. The fact that it is organized by the Denatus instead of Thegald is important. If it were up to the guild, pigs, they would break their word. But the gods of Aurario always respect the rules of their entertainments. Alyssa Lagast, supervisor of Class Balder, was a representative student representative with the authority to impose sanctions on other students. His role could be considered equivalent to that of a candidate for leader in a family. Adjusting her glasses, Alyssa observed the supervisors from other classes and the members of the student council. What the gods of Aurario seek are intense emotions and action, and they always reward those who offer them. So, Alyssa, exactly. If we win the match, our request will almost certainly be fulfilled. Even Hermes promised it under oath. Oh, then we will recover the Orichalcum. Let us do it. Let us show Aurario what we can do. Alyssa's confidence encouraged the students, whose morale reached its peak. Meanwhile, Nina watched the scene, feeling more and more out of place. Alyssa Senpai and everyone else are so motivated. Now that I am involved in this, I would like the district to win, but what will happen to Rappy and the others? Nina, unable to refuse due to the lack of staff and Herkin nature, ended up becoming a temporary secretary and participated in this emergency meeting of the Festival of Urban Skills Aurariopiad. Urban Competitions Aurariopiad. Sitting at a table in the corner, she moved her pen diligently to record the details of the meeting while her mind wandered to Rappy, the young Belle, his older sister Ina, and the members of the Hestia Familia. Nina. What about the negotiations with the Divine Denatus? Professor Adler and the others are in charge. Along with the application form for game content, they are also adjusting dates and locations in Aurario. Even the Izun goddesses are accompanying them. Very well. As long as the content of the competition's dosen, Tharmas, we can handle it. The meeting among the students continued to progress, quickly ignoring Nina's concerns. A young human woman with reddish golden hair, from the Baldur class, who had been forced to join the Moral Commission, was giving her report while Alyssa marked and eliminated concerns from the list on the board. The prefect raised her voice proclaiming the victory strategy of the district. It has been confirmed that the Loki family is on an expedition. If we manage to postpone the event of the Urban Competitions Festival Urban Arariopiad, they will not be able to participate. And with the dissolution of the Freya family, we have a real chance to win. After all, we have the Leon professors on our side. This was something even Nina knew. If they were just students, they could never compete against Arario. However, if the district teachers, recognized for their skill, participated as representatives, the situation changed drastically. In terms of Arario, it would be equivalent to the leaders off-secondary level leaders of the families participated in the competitions. And in Leon's case, the district students were convinced that his skill rivaled that of the legendary otter, known as the strongest in the city. The key people to watch include the adventurers from top-level members of the Ganesha family, such as the elephant staffing Kusha. Moreover, there's that strange one called Rue Estria, the newly promoted level 6 rookie. While Nina was reflecting, Alice's next comment, said with a frown, made her jump. It was a name that had been lingering in her thoughts. And let us not forget the criminal who illegally infiltrated her school, the rookie Belle Cranel. They played us. Lately, they had been calm. I let my guard down. Guard. Oh, Denatus, you always throw tests and headaches at us. Headaches. In the decision-making room on the second floor of the guild, Royman held his head while the playful and insatiable Denatus declared that the festival of urban competitions Arariopiado was unmovable. Although the guild's attempts to stop them were in vain, they onlyly received sarcastic responses. So, do you have a better idea? We were very excited about the new forces of the district. If they keep complaining, why don't we defect to the district? They had even hinted at unfavorable conditions. No matter how many bribes we send, they insist that the competitions will be fair. Although we manage to influence a few greedy gods, it is insufficient. According to the content of the competitions, Arario could lose. Royman had no choice but to accept that the dice were cast, but that didn't mean he was giving up. Leon is too big of a problem. Leon Vandenberg, the district's headmaster. He is the de facto leader of the Balder class, and Royman is very aware of his abilities, both of his skills. He was one of the members of the next generation of followers who stood out alongside Finn and Otter, 15 years, when the god Zeus and the goddess Hera reigned in the city off the labyrinth. It was, in essence, like Belle Cranel is now, the center of attention. Although we are negotiating with Denatus, they continue to deny the participation of the strongest warriors. Officially, the Freya family is dissolved, so the brave Einherjar are just adventurers without affiliation. No matter how much that we claim they should be in the Hestia family, they absolutely categorically deny. Loki family continues with their expedition. The strongest leader strong, like the one-eyed giant and the saint of the battlefield battle, they will accompany you. They won't even change their departure date. Departure. Without the strongest warriors or the brave heroes, we can stop the Night of Nights. Mr. Royman, what do we do? The discussion turned chaotic. Even the best adventurers and families were losing their composure, and it was reasonable. The power of Leon Vandenberg, considered the strongest in the district, it was terrifying. It's on the same level as Otter. Although it was officially announced that the 3 leaders of the Loki family reached level 7, Leon's in another league. Elsewhere at the same time, Ina, just like Nina, was recording the details of the meetings in the decision room. Weil was writing, murmured, "He is still the same." Master Leon, even someone like Ina, who didn't aspire to a career in combat, knew how powerful and impactful her ability was. There were legends. He cut a castle. He controlled an army of 1,000 with a single blow. The Night of Nights. Leon was not only a former teacher of Ina, but also a figure who had left an indelible mark on everyone. Now, facing him as an enemy only made his situation more complicated. Summon the Ganesha Familia and the Hestia Familia. Especially Belle Cranel, we need well-known figures to gain the public's support. When Royman mentioned Belle's name, Ina's heart trembled. It was impossible to ignore it. At that very moment in the student council room, just like her younger sister Nina, whose reaction was startling, Ina showed no sign of losing her composure. It's true. He murmured those words. After all, Belle is already a top-level adventurer. With those words, he acknowledged that fact. Unlike Nina, Ina understood perfectly that the young man would continue to be dragged into the center of conflicts no matter what would happen. However, I couldn't help but worry deeply about him. On the third day of training, the last morning, I asked Eyes to use the wind as a personal favor. She accepted my request with a smile. I wanted to feel at least a little of the Eyes' strength and understand the distance that still separated us. It was a selfish request on my part, and as expected, I was completely defeated. Are you okay? It's terrible. Eyes, worried about me, lowered her voice while I remained on the floor, panting, unable to even pronounce words correctly due to exhaustion. It was a scene quite pathetic. The distance between us was abyssal. I was still very far away. However, that distance was not so discouraging as to make me lose hope. I understood. I understood that, from now on, I could run forward with more determination. This time, to be able to reach that back that still seemed so distant, you have really become stronger. While extending his hand towards me, trying to help me up, Eyes uttered those words. Even when I looked up, the glow of the dawn behind him made it impossible to distinguish the expression on his face. Back made it impossible to distinguish the expression on his face. But I felt that there was a faint smile imbued in his voice. You have improved your skills, you have found your strengths. Strong points, so instead of charging in head first. Since the second day, I had started to notice it. Just as I wanted to become stronger, Eyes was also trying a good teacher. I was trying in many ways. Even though he once told me that I wasn't too good at speaking, he made an effort to find the right words to teach me, to guide me. I felt grateful, guilty, and above all, happy about it. Think about how you can make your opponent fight on your terms. Conditions, try to consider it. Yes, I responded enthusiastically to Eyes' teachings. Taking his hand and standing up, I also thanked him for everything. Thank you for everything, Eyes-san. Today your expedition begins, right? Yes, please be careful. Come back safe and sound. I knew it was inappropriate to address the most powerful guild like that of the city, but still I felt the need to say it. Just like that time on the 18th floor in the underground paradise of the labyrinth, I conveyed my concern. Eyes narrowed his eyes and nodded gently. Let us train together again sometime. When I train with you, Belle, I also discover many things. Yes. I suppressed the urge to jump for joy and accepted Eyes' proposal with enthusiasm. Eyes with enthusiasm. It goes without saying that I couldn't help but break into a big smile. So, until next time. Eyes turned around and walked towards the city exit. I watched her for a moment, shaking off the feeling of nostalgia that overwhelmed me, and I also turned around. Next time I will be stronger. With that determination in my heart, I took one step, then another, and I started to run. I will go too, just like Eyes and the others, towards a true adventure. Upon returning to the mansion, I took a shower, and while the god was still sleepy, he asked me to update my status. I put on the combat uniform that Leon Sensei had indicated. Additionally, I disguised myself with a wig and a tunic to avoid racing suspicions in the city. Without anyone noticing, I tried to leave through the back door. Without, however, the god came running hurriedly towards me. God, what's happening? I almost forgot completely. Take this with you. Shaking his tousled hair, the god handed me a heavy package wrapped in white cloth. Inside the package, there was a large sword and a red dagger. Is this Welf's doing? Yes, I asked Welf-kun to prepare it for you. As I blinked repeatedly, I felt a slight tension. The sword was a masterpiece like I had never seen before, and the dagger was a magical weapon, not just any magical weapon, but a Krazo magic. This was such a powerful team that it made me wonder what kind of challenge awaited me. The god had not revealed anything to me until now. But unable to hold myself back, I finally asked, Belkun, what you are about to experience will, I believe, be something necessary for you. Hestia-sama, with her gaze that seemed to see everything, expressed those words. I admit that it bothers me a little that everything seems to be going according to plan, planned by Baldur and the others, but deep down, my feelings are the same as theirs. To my surprise, he continued speaking sincerely. It's not good for me to tell you what will happen or what he is thinking. Leon-kun, I also think it's better not to do it. I want you to see it with your own eyes, to feel it for yourself. With complete frankness, Hestia-sama shared her thoughts with me, given that there was only one answer I could give him. Understood. I am leaving. Without hesitation, I prepared to leave. If the god who has guided me until now says that, then there is no place for uncertainty. Even if something incredibly difficult awaits Muate, I will trust his words and face it. With a smile on my face, I took the weapons they had given me. handed over and left the mansion, waving goodbye until that Hestia-sama could no longer see me. Hey, over here, over here. With the dawn breaking, I moved along the almost deserted street, Main Street, and headed northeast out of the city. Because the city gates were closed as measure to prevent espionage related to the Festival of Urban Competitions Arariopiad, Hestia-sama had requested in advance the help of the Hermes family. The Hermes family is one of the few families that have permission to enter and leave the city freely. Oh, Iso Dyson. Thanks to Lulu, a canine girl from that family, I managed to pass through certain nervousness at the checkpoint without being stopped. After thanking Lulu and the others for their help, I headed to the foot of the Bayer Mountains, which stretch to the north of the city. Following the instructions on the map that accompanied the letter from Baldur-sama, I advanced towards the X mark. And then, Lafe-kun, Nina, what are you doing here? In front of an uninhabited log cabin, which seemed to be the place indicated, I found Nina dressed in the same combat uniform red and white as I was. He carried his main weapon, a cane, as well as a larger backpack that reminded me of travel gear. While I observed its appearance in astonishment, it was me who called her. I asked him to help us with this matter. Leon Sense, a figure with lion-like hair, explained calmly, but my voice trembled, a little upon seeing his appearance. He wasn't wearing the formal black teacher's uniform he usually wore. Normally, but a shiny silver armor accompanied by a long sword sheathed at his waist. The flowing cloak attached to his armor completed the image of a true knight. While contemplating his imposing figure with bated breath held, Leon Sensei smiled and said, "It's time to leave. Our much-anticipated fieldwork in the open air free begins now. Chapter 3, The World, the Festival, and the Truth Hero. That means being a conqueror. Cut the hill. What are you talking about?" In front of their incredulous eyes, a warrior clad in a black armor declared, "Whether it's a castle or a giant, it gets cut. If you can do that, don't dare to call yourself a swordsman, brat." In the depths of the labyrinth, on the remote level 36, the warrior cut down the boss of that floor in a single blow, known as the Black King of the Remains. Looking at the body split in two, the man snorted. "Did you let yourself be persuaded by the gray witch Althea to come here? I always thought you were an idiot, but it turns out you are a fool who doesn't even know how to value his own life." Irritated by his own inability to overcome the hill, he followed him into the labyrinth. I knew that warrior was one of the best swordsmen among the followers of Zeus and Hera. Although it was a reckless decision, he did it with the intention of learning his technique. He wanted to experience that devastating impact with all his senses, so he followed it by force, facing a suicidal journey that could barely be considered a joint journey. In the end, while I was on the brink of death, the warrior arrived unscathed to the majestic white palace, and with a single blow, cut in two the solitary giant. It was an extraordinary act, a move so devastating that made any previous attack seem like a marabrush. He couldn't help but ask with trembling lips, "Why become so strong?" The answer was a sigh laden with disappointment. From the crack from his helmet, the warrior cast a look full of contempt. "How stupid are you? We are adventurers, and this place is the city of heroes." It was obvious what had to be done, as if it were something completely unnatural. You have to cut down hills, tear down castles, and in the end, hunt the great beasts. That's all. For him, everything was training. Even the days in the labyrinth were just fragments of a greater mission. He declared that the set techniques existed solely as a means to defeat the three great beasts. It was at that moment when he realized how imposing it was. That figure who bore the desires of the lower world. His own fight, driven by personal emotions, felt insignificant in comparison. "I have shown you everything. Absorb it completely," said the man as if he were offering a trivial payment. "You and that boar have talent. The dwarf, the elf, and the palom have different roles, to pierce, to erase, or to crush, but the true act off-cutting is in your hands." So, without holding anything back, he declared, "Steal it from me. If you manage to master my technique, I will devour you." And what devour will become the necessary force to cut those beasts? The warrior was insatiable. His hunger pushed him beyond any limit, even seeing those who mastered his technique as food to reach new heights. A hero is a conqueror. He is the one who chooses to advance along the ruthless path of conquest, willing to use everything and everyone in order to destroy the great beasts. Zeus and Hera raised heroes who were nothing more than conquerors. And in the end, that warrior was able to cut down one of the three great beasts. However, I was not a witness to that legendary blow that ended the king of the earth. He only listened to his story of the wild boar, who spoke in few words. It was a blow worthy of a conqueror. A supreme technique, but so voracious that it sealed his fate. It was evident that he would never wield a sword again, wield a sword. The spectacle of the heroes destroying the king of the sea remained etched in their eyes shortly thereafter. A hero is a conqueror, and at the end of that path of conquest awaits ruin. The legacy that must continue even so, the legacy must be passed on. The hills, the castles, everything must be cut to finally face the remaining dragon. The brilliance of that supreme technique must not fade, because those damned heroes, those conquerors, would undoubtedly say, "Dare to overcome even ruin, little ones." That is the cruel legacy left by the heroes, a lesson born from their way of life. Field research, an essential component of learning fieldwork. It is one of the key elements of the system district's educational system. It consists of visiting the place where the object of study is located and conduct practical research, instead of relying on secondary sources such as books or documents. Information is collected from firsthand and taken back to the district to debate and analyze it thoroughly. As Mikoto would say, seeing with your own eyes is better than listening 100 times. 100 times. Currently, we are conducting this fieldwork, walking through the plains far from Arario and the academic district. Why do fieldwork at this time of year? I only know that it's part of the classes, according to Professor Leon. I walked alongside Nina, who carried a backpack that shook with each step. With each step. Despite offering to carry it for her, she kindly refused. Kindly, reminding me that I had already helped him in a previous practice in the dungeon, and that now it was his turn to carry Thetim. The winter sky seems high and is terribly clear. Although the occasional wind is cold, the blue sky and the green fields are so peaceful that I almost relax. For Nina, who doesn't know the circumstances, it must be strange and disconcerting that we are doing fieldwork despite that the Arario City Competition Festival is happening. Well, I don't really understand these circumstances myself. Could this fieldwork be the adventure the teacher Leon was talking about? Teacher Leon, I have a research topic that I need to investigate at all costs. Cost. For me right now, that's the most important thing. Don't worry, I will be on time for the City Competition Festival of Arario. Leon Sensei, who was walking a step ahead of us, seemed easily noticing the furtive glances we directed at him. Nina let out a sigh of relief upon hearing his response. As a member of the school district, Nina couldn't remain indifferent to the Arariopiad Urban Competitions Festival. Leon Sensei, where are we headed now? I asked, taking the opportunity to continue the conversation. The tall master, whose impeccable posture was evident even from behind, continued looking ahead while pointing with his gaze. To the north, he replied. To the north. Our course having left Arario behind, indeed Was was heading north. To our left, to the northwest, rose imposing the mountains of Bayer, and to the northeast, towards our right, an enormous mountain range could barely be distinguished. Mount Arv, known as the Sacred Peaks of the Elves. From a distance, this majestic mountain range stretched infinitely to the north. What could be in that direction? Well, although getting away from the hustle and bustle and enjoying nature isn't bad, let us take the opportunity to ask them a question on Thorold. Leon Sensei spoke without stopping, in a tone that seemed almost natural for someone in his profession. I could see how Nina, who was walking beside him, straightened her back with calmness and without tension. What do you consider to be an irreplaceable treasure? It doesn't matter if it's an object or a concept, he continued. Treasure, well, I stammered, somewhat bewildered. This question doesn't have a single answer, clarified Leon Sensei as if he anticipated my reaction. Respond with what you think based on their experiences. The teacher broke into a slight smile, and his expression reflected a genuine enjoyment. During our brief stay in the district school district, I had realized that Leon Sensei enjoyed interacting with the students through questions and answers. So I reflected seriously, despite my doubts, and in the end, after many deliberations, Nina and I responded in unison. A meeting with someone, I said uncertainly. A connection with someone worthy of my devotion, declared Nina, raising a hand firmly. Leon Sensei smiled and nodded deeply. Magnificent. Both value the existence of others, something essential for humanity as a social species. If I had a sheet evaluation sheet here, I would give them the highest score. I felt relieved by her satisfactory response, but Nina didn't twas satisfied, and as if this were part of a daily debate, he returned the question. What would your answer be, Leon-sensei? It's a simple answer, almost trivial, but for me, it's time. Leon-sensei stopped at that moment, and we did the same, aligning ourselves beside him. In front of us, the panorama unfolded in a vast green cascade. We were at the top of a hill. At our feet lay extended a steep and dangerous slope, but at the same time impressive. A pristine plain of vegetation swayed with the wind, adorned with flowers that bloomed even in winter. In the distance, small shadows were moving, probably monsters from the region. To plant something, to cultivate anything, you need the soil off time. Even the relationships they mentioned also require it. Require, explained Leon-sensei while observing the landscape. It was true. Both the seeds of the encounters I mentioned, like the sprouts of the bonds that Nina valued, they needed time to bloom. Time was perhaps the universal treasure, equitably distributed and intrinsically connected with everything. And more than we believe, time is scarce. Every moment that we live cannot be recovered. However, even though we are aware of it, we often waste it, which often results in irreparable consequences. Leon-sensei's tone became more serious. Not wasting the treasure, that is time. Perhaps this was one of the philosophies that upheld his convictions. While I was getting lost in his words, Leon-sensei turned towards us with a playful smile. In summary, what I mean is that we don't have much time. Huh? If we don't hurry, the urban competitions festival Arariopiad will be over before we know it. So from now on, we'll go a bit faster. Before we could react, Leon-sensei took the backpack from Nina with ease and slung it over one of his shoulders. Nina, who do you prefer to cling to? To me or to Rappy? While she tried to understand the question, Nina, who seemed to have understood its meaning, blushed immediately like a flower blossoming instantly. He looked at the teacher to his left, then at me to his right, and after several back and forth with his gaze, he lowered his head and timidly pinched the sleeve of my uniform. Huh, what? What does this mean? Ah, youth, exclaimed Leon-sensei, uttering a phrase worthy of the goddess Idun. Without giving us time to process anything, Leon-sensei, carrying the backpack, he began to run down the slope of the hill as if he were flying. What? It was terrain as steep as a cliff, but he crossed like a winged lion, leaving behind an impossible pasito follow unless we ran with all our might. Nina, why yes, nice to meet you. With a blushing face, Nina extended her hand and grasped mine. I drew her towards me, lifting her in my arms. With her held horizontally, we launched ourselves down the hill. Downhill. Stepping firmly, propelling ourselves through the air, we ran like the wind after the figure of the night who was speeding away. Good morning, everyone. Once again, I will be in charge of thy spectacular broadcast. It's me, Iblis Archer, the already well-known Mr. Narrator Iblis Archer. But just in case, let me explain to you, I am a member of the Ganesha family with the alias Explosive Fire. An explosion of flames burning like an infernal hellfire off here. This is how this fire magic screams as it burns with all its splendor. I'm so excited to continue with the broadcasts from the Great Family War. I'm Ganesha, the commentator, and I am here to explain everything. With these two powerful and loud voices resonating under the sky clear, Aurario was engulfed in euphoria, albeit somewhat obliged. The setting, the circular arena amphitheatrum, turn your will into swords. Turn your knowledge into staffs, crown your failures, together with the chalice and the source of knowledge. Give it your all, district. Located in the eastern part of the city, this coliseum has a capacity to accommodate 50,000 spectators. However, at this moment, not every ohm present is a resident of the city labyrinth. In a section of the stands, a group dressed in elegant white uniforms and burgundy ties occupy a prominent space, although they represent less than 10% off the total crowd. From the other stands, the adventurers kept hurling taunts. What nerve to come here, brats from the academic district. We will crush you and send you back crying to the school. To which the students responded defiantly. How rude and savage you are, adventurers. We will defeat you, but following the rules and on stage. The shouts and retorts between both groups filled the atmosphere with tension, while the students, like true support groups, They were getting ready to cheer on their own in the competition that was about to begin. The atmosphere in the arena is so intense that it's almost dangerous. But please, adventurers, behave yourselves. Every time you do something like this, public opinion about us plummets. It's always us, Ganesha, who sweat and fight. But well, let us put our worries aside and start the much-anticipated competitive festival of the city. Areopiad. With this announcement, a deafening scream filled the amphitheater and spread extended throughout Arario. Those who did not manage to enter the arena gathered in taverns, squares, and main streets, watching the events through the mirrors of the gods, already installed in various points. Even in the academic district, located in Theport of Melon, the absent students gathered in front offloading mirrors to cheer from their facilities. The grand opening of the Areopiad, the spectators included gods, adventurers, students, and teachers, all eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. Meanwhile, among the seats of the Hestia family, some members shared their concerns. Is this serious confrontation between Arario really going to start? And the academic district? Yes, but where is Bel-sama? Not even Hestia-sama gives us clear answers. Just calm down, Lily. I am sure he's involved in something. Again anyway. You, Ray, the one who can calm down at all, right? Welf-sama also made a magic sword, so maybe you know something about it regard. I can stay calm. I am sure something is happening. With Hestia busy selling Jagamaru-kun at the stalls and Ryu working temporarily at the Lady of Abundance, the remaining members couldn't help but worry. Meanwhile, in the broadcast booth, now, to officially kick things off, I present to you the special guest of the day. Hermes-sama, representative of the festive gods, go ahead. Thank you, Iblis-kun. Now let me quickly explain about this festival. Areopiad consists of 5 rounds between their representatives of Arario and the academic district. The first to win 3 rounds will be the winner, and the loser will have to fulfill the conditions imposed by the winners. The event will last for 6 days, so get ready to enjoy it to the fullest. I am sorry for the delay. There are many preparations to make. The Arario City Competition Festival is brought to Yaobi, our sponsors. That is, us, the Divine Council Denatus. After his explanation, Hermes, with a mischievous smile, added, but enough with the words. It's time to start with the declaration of the teams and next the first round. With fireworks lighting up the sky, the student representative, Alisa, and a reluctant adventurer took to the stage. Student representative, Alisa, and an adventurer forced to participate, Royman, who was holding a bottle of stomach medicine. Under the smiling gaze of the fun-loving gods, celebrated the Arario City Competition Festival. Yay! With Nina's shout, the long staff glimmers while leaving a trail of light. Light. It is a mechanical weapon manufactured in the district. Its name specific is Anmistil's staff. At the tip of the staff, where there finds a jade crystal, in a part similar to the blade of an axe off a halberd, a blade of magical light appears approximately 3 celsi thick. The wizard's staff Hasno transformed into a polearm. The mechanical weapon, improved in power and edge by magic, cuts the gray wolf on forepaws that leap towards them. Wow, you can also fight hand-to-hand. Because in Master Leon's classes, they also taught me well. Nina, who easily defeats the land monsters that pounce on her, and I, realizing that she didn't need help, we smiled at each other. In the exploration of the 3rd unit, Igurin and the others always wanted to be at the front, so I hadn't seen Ninane anything other than backup support, but she is also a student legitimate of the district. He handles the lessons of the art of the rod, well, and applies them to the spear. Staff that he has been taking and applies it to the spear, even considering that the land monsters have less potential than those in the dungeon, has sufficient skills. While I smiled at Nina, who could fight well even being healer, I moved on to another gray wolf and defeated it, looking towards another person. A massive outbreak of gray wolves. No, it seems more like a collective movement. However, once again, I couldn't witness that person's fight. Around Professor Leon, who had just sheathed his enormous word in the sheath after elegantly turning it, a circle spread off monsters divided into 2 parts. Professor Leon doesn't use metaphors when fighting. He literally ends it. The fight in an instant. While my thoughts focused on the monsters, or I diverted my attention towards Nina, A clear and penetrating sound of a cut resonated in the air. By the time I turned my head, everything was already resolved. For me, that scene was like witnessing a master off magic tuning their musical instrument. Just like Eyes said, it's definitely level 7. When I heard it for the first time, I couldn't believe it, but I no longer have another or no doubts left. Although he does not belong to Arario, this gentleman, who even surpasses Eyes and her group, inspires me with a reverential fear and a curiosity that I can suppress. Hey, Nina, how much do you know about Professor Leon? I asked while we dealt with the remains of the monsters. After the battle, hunched over next to each other, I murmured as quietly as possible. Do you know what country he comes from, or if he is a human with blood from some legendary knight? Human, Professor Leon is a dwarf. Huh! The unexpected response made me raise my voice more than at any other Ranother recent moment. Dwarf, like Iglin, that little guy. Why do you call him sir? But yes, that kind of dwarf. But Professor Leon is tall, he has long arms and legs, he docen that has a thick beard, and he docen laugh gehahaha. While drinking beer, in my confusion I let slip an almost offensive comment full of prejudice, about dwarfs. Sorry, dwarfs of the whole world. Nina looked at me puzzled, but soon let out a laugh when understand it. The parents of Professor Leon. Both his father and his mother are half-dwarfs. Half-dwarves. Do you remember the race history classes we took together? Seeing my expression of confusion, Nina raised her index finger and explained enthusiastically. We studied dominant inheritance. Didn't we? The hybrids between humans and semi-humans have characteristics of both races in a latent manner. Let us assume that the human gene is 1 and the dwarf gene is 2. Ah, yes, I think I remember something about that. Nina continued, explaining as if she were teaching a younger brother. If 2 half-dwarfs have a child, the possible combinations off genes are 11, 12, 12, and 22. So there is a 25% chance that a human will be born, 11, a 50% chance that it will be a half-dwarf, 12, and another 25% chance that it will be full dwarf, 22, right? Correct. Thanks to your explanation, the lesson started coming back to my memory. Professor Leon was born to 2 half-dwarfs. Now then, this is the important part. Nina cast a cautious glance at Professor Leon, who was watching the surroundings. The children of hybrids sometimes inherit human characteristics that hybrids usually don't have, such as above-average height or long limbs. It's something very rare, but that's why even though Professor Leon is a dwarf by race, he has a height and proportions that seem human, a true genetic miracle. Upon hearing about this unique phenomenon, I finally understood. Professor Leon is, without a doubt, a true dwarf, a son of the land. Their status must reflect attributes such as strength and endurance. Elevated, but his appearance inherited typical human traits. This is not envy or anything like that, but a tall and strong dwarf with long limbs, sounds so unfair that it almost seems like a joke. By the way, it's also possible that hybrids and humans can have children. For example, if a half-elf marries a human, the probability of having a human or half-elf child is 50%. Yes, I suppose. For some reason. Nina added this embarrassing red information, but I simply nodded and looked at Professor Leon. With the monsters eliminated, he now looked to the north. His figure was too imposing to associate with the dwarves' Iknu. Even though Professor Leon is a dwarf, that doesn't change the way seeing him. However, I can help but wonder how someone can become such a proper, noble, and admirable adult Asham. You too. I am sorry to interrupt, but take your weapons. Another group of monsters is approaching. With Professor Leon's call, we both got up. Quickly, a monstrous shadow, visible only to the eyes of a level 7, soon also appeared in our field of vision. Nina and I looked at each other and nodding, we prepared for the next fight. Since we left behind the view of the labyrinth city Arario, we have fought once. 4 times while carrying Nina in my arms. 17 more times since the sky changed from blue to gray. In total, we have fought with land monsters countless occasions. What's up, Rappy? Nina, who has surely faced more terrestrial monsters than I have in my travels, watched me curiously while I looked excellently the bodies of the fallen monsters. Am I the only one who feels this strangeness? We are encountering more monsters. At the beginning of the trip, there were only a few, but after half a day, the battles have doubled, both in frequency and in number of monsters. This is the surface. It doesn't make sense to compare it to a dungeon. Even so, my senses have dulled after so many battles in the dungeons of Arario, and I can barely remember how often Thethat monsters appeared in my hometown. Is this what is considered the standard on the surface? Is that why Niana doesn't question it? Or maybe it's just a coincidence. Even so, this seems strange to me. As if I were exploring the depths of a dungeon, the enemies keep increasing as we progress. This phenomenon became more evident as we moved forward. That is to say, the further we head towards the north, the more monsters seem to appear. What's in the north? I murmured to myself in a tone that Niana couldn't hear. Professor Leon was watching me in silence without saying anything. The first round of the city competition festival, Arariopiad, Wizard's Duel, and the winner is the school district teacher, school district, from class Baldur level 5, Malakal Fort. Under the clear blue sky, the cheers and shouts echoed unison in the circular arena of Arario, the amphitheater. We did it. Malik Sensei tilde tilde tilde. The students shouted, full of motion. In the center of the combat arena, a handsome elf dressed in a wizard's robe waved his hand towards the bustling stands full of students. The students, for the most part, cheered him one more fervor. Wow, we lost the first match of the day. Even though neither the Loki family nor the Freya family are here. Though Nelnati, the prodigy mage of the Hather family. Although she holds the second place in the best sorceresses, ranking witches, and the third in the ranking of most beautiful elves. Our nerdy. The murmurs continued as a group of gods and adventurers lamented the defeat of their favorite. Despite having reached level 5 after the last family war, and Theji she showed at that moment, now lay unconscious on the stage. Well, it has been since the era of the god Zeus and the goddess Hera struggling little by little, but after all, she is a loser from her era, a dark-skinned girl the color of a pyramid who hides desperately that she is over 100 years old while pretending to be 16-year-old girl. Nerdy will always be our eternal teenager. Stop insulting her. Shut up before I cast a curse on you, idiot. Oh no, this has turned into a religious fight between Thegods of Arario. The tempers flared so much that the discussions turned into a mass brawl between the supporters of the different factions. While meanwhile, the spectators of Arario watched the disastrous outcome with frustration and disappointment, throwing comments towards the stage where the dark elf lay defeated. That's why they should have sent the Freya family from the beginning. Are they still in the city, right? It would have been a piece of cake if we would have pulled out the magic staff of the White Spirit Hildslave. That sadistic elf with an angelic appearance would have wiped everyone out. Damn arrogant fool. Work. Insult me. Step on me. Chorus Hild. Jaya. Frustrated by the defeat, they began to hurl insults at the powerful Einherjar warriors who could not participate due to the rules. However, a mysterious burst of lightning, with ammillimeter precision, struck exactly at the source of the insults. The incredible precision and the ability to hear everything Madeth adventurers and gods paled, covering their mouths with their hands and trembling. Since then, no one dared to complain about the powerful Einherjar warriors. In a corner of the stands, Mikoto observed the scene with intense expression and let out a slight cough before speaking. Without spending your life fighting in the dungeon, reaching level 5, what kind of training leads them to that peak? There must be something more than rigorous training. Maybe they have overcome a different type of trial than the dungeon. A different test? Asked Lily, frowning, while Haruheim and Welf added, and where can such a challenge be found? Hedin, who could even hear Thos' conversations, murmured, while looking down from the top of the circular amphitheater. The white elf, Malik, who had noticed our gaze, Willie inspected his arm, looked up, and observed the direction in which Thethat some boys had left without anyone knowing. It was none other than the district that has been suppressing the northern gap instead of Arario. Behind, Ulfrig and the 4 Gulliver brothers, who were watching with a Jagger Marukun in hand, were also looking to the northern silence. Shortly after, Ibli's amplified voice resonated in the Colosseum, where the excitement and discouragement had not yet cooled. First round of the Arario City Competition Festival, thank you for your effort. The next representative battle will be in 2 days, and it will be a great group battle. Please discuss passionately the future of representative battles while the preparations are being made. The journey continued, always with the Bayer Mountains to the west and the Alv to Thethais. While carrying Niana, we were moving at full speed with him. Professor Leon leading the way. Despite the speed, his Figurelian-like radiated a calmness and security that gave me peace. Just following his back was enough to feel safe. Every time a monster appeared, he would stop to defeat it, making sure that no enemy escaped towards the village nearby. That's how I finally got to witness his skill with the sword. The impact was indescribable. The moment he drew his sword, everything was over. His cuts, unlike Ryu's EI, were invisible, fast, and powerful. Each movement, from the strike to sheathing the sword, exuded an elegance that captivated. It was a gentleman's technique that not only commanded respect, but also conveyed an overwhelming confidence. Even if an enemy fell under his sword, he would do so with honor. I am going to cut you. That thought, taken to its highest expression, was the essence of Hai's technique. For the first time, I understood what it meant to reflect a conviction, absolute in every blow. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel that Professor Leon, with his perfect attack, even surpassed the absolute defense of Otter what that absolute blow seemed to me absolute. My sword. Since that day, I never looked away nor forgot the purpose while wielding my sword. I can only say that this led Meld to this point. During a brief break, I couldn't help but ask him. The teacher Leon answered me sincerely, without hiding anything. Really, Maestro Leon had only done that. Something so simple and obstinate repeated millions, perhaps billions of times tirelessly. At that moment, my respect for him became even clearer. Like a child who dreams of heroes. Rappy, is there anything to the west? Yes, over there is the village where I grew up. It brings back memories. Really? Is that your hometown? I want to go, well, not no, but someday. Ha ha ha, yes, maybe someday when I manage to organize my thoughts. Thoughts. While I felt drawn to every movement of the Master Leon, the journey continued. It had barely been 2 days since we left Arario, and the Bayer Mountains disappeared from our sight. In their place, dispersed mountain ranges appeared. From here, that plains were not visible, but my eyes narrowed towards the distant mountains while I kept the nostalgia deep in my heart. Not even a year had passed since I left that village. Visiting the grandfather's grave still seemed too soon. When I turned my gaze to the west, I saw the sacred mountains from the east, the Alve mountain range stretching to the north. Maybe the end off those mountains was the destination of the fieldwork that mentioned Master Leon. As I watched his figure advancing forward, that thought came to me. 3 days had passed since the beginning of the journey. The sky was gray. The clouds did not disperse. Perhaps they would never clear again. Is this? Then on our journey north, a first impression unfolded before my eyes. It was a set of ruins, a dead city, a place where there was no trace of human activities or laughter, just a sea of rubble. This city, no, our academy couldn't protect it. We passed between crumbling walls until we reached what used to be Main Avenue. Teacher Leon spoke without changing his expression. When we received the request for help, the academy was dealing with invaders and monsters in the east. I tried to advance Elenito change the situation, but I arrived too late. What appeared here? A dragon. Although Finn and the members of the Loki family had already arrived. Half of the inhabitants had already returned Toski. The dragon was exterminated along with Finn and his people. But since that day, all the communities north of here disappeared. Except for one tribe, the people fled to the south. With tears held back, they left their homeland behind. Faced with the cold and direct report, I held my breath. The dead city narrated the truth with its silent presence. The elves of the village of Fanash, companions of the White Ice, are the only ones who remain in the nearby forest, watching in case any change arises. They are prepared to fall first and carry a message to Arario if something happens. Next to me, Nina lowered her gaze as she spoke. The reality of North, which we could not ignore, was becoming evident. This scene, I had seen it before, not in reality, but in the class materials. In the academy lesson called End Debate, a magical projection showed images, burned villages, elven village destroyed, collapsed cities, and an incalculable number of refugees. The images I saw then were incredibly similar to what I had it in front of my eyes. Professor Adler explained it on that occasion. This type of scene does not disappear because powerful monsters that descend from a certain place. Yes, from a certain valley. Night will fall soon. Let us camp here today. Master Leon, that S. Thank you for worrying about me, Belle. But I can take my eyes off this look at the city. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Before the regrets of that day fade away, I must engrave them even more deeply. Master Leon, I am being a bit stubborn, even self-critical. I am sorry. Master Leon, while looking at the city, turned to me and shook his head gently, as if scolding himself up on seeing his own reflection in my eyes. I don't want to impose my thoughts. Let us listen to their opinions. I agree with camping here. It is a place that protects us from, shelters us from the wind and the rain, better than a forest where we don't know when a monster will appear. I also agree. No objections then. Niana, find a place to make a fire. Rappy, gather firewood. I will try to prepare a more comfortable bed than the forest floor. With clear instructions, Master Leon and Niana began to move. I, after hesitating a bit, decided to follow the master. Master Leon, about what you mentioned earlier. Do you want an extra lesson, Rappy? Yes, I understand. You can really become an excellent student. Those words, which I had heard before, were spoken without any irony. Then the teacher, with a rare expression of a slight smile, added, but being gloomy in front of students is a point against me. Isn't it? From the perspective of the gods, like Lord Balder, perhaps I am still immature. Ah, no, not at all. I clumsily tried to console him, even though my words weren't the best. Well, my family members have always said they prefer someone who shows weaknesses and is a bit careless rather than someone perfect. So, for the first time, I saw Teacher Leon surprised, and then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I see. I will take that as reference. I don't know if a man with flaws is idle for a teacher, but it's worth considering. His laughter, elegant yet sincere, filled the atmosphere. Meanwhile, my face felt hot with embarrassment. Why do I always say such awkward things? So, Rappy, shall we go together to urinate outdoors? What are you talking about all of a sudden? You were the one who said it, right? That having flaws was better. Besides, my original nature is quite careless. I can believe it. Wow, it seems being a teacher is difficult, Rappy. The sudden closeness unsettled me, but Teacher Leon seemed to be enjoying the moment. While showing small signs of concern, he also hinted at his own weaknesses. A teacher must be fair, but perhaps, depending on the circumstances, they should also adapt their attitude to each student, showing seriousness and effort to some, while approaching others with a more relaxed and friendly attitude. However, by doing that, justice is no longer the same for everyone. The contradiction between the vocation to guide students with various problems and the role of a teacher. I suppose that the words "it is difficult" spoken by the teacher mean exactly that contradiction. It may be complicated, but even so, sharing your sincere feelings with me, makes me very happy. Not only for that, but at that moment I expressed what I felt, just as I felt it. Teacher Leon, who was walking beside me, stopped and looked back at me. His well-defined face was adorned with a smile. He extended a hand and gently ruffled my hair. It felt as if an older brother, much older, was patting my head. It was a warm and somewhat ticklish sensation. Perhaps we shouldn't be friends, but he treated me as if we were, and that filled my heart with joy. When I shared this feeling, Teacher Leon smiled again, narrowing his eyes and raised a finger in front of his lips to tell me, "Please, don't mention this in front of the female students." Why? I asked. Once I was caught stroking another student's head, and afterwards an avalanche of students demanded that I do the same with them. I burst out laughing upon hearing his response. Reflections of Teacher Leon. Well, continuing with what we were talking about, this may no longer be an opinion as a teacher, but yes, he who turns his back on his mistakes is doomed to repeat them. That is my conviction. The path one walks does not disappear. What happened, what remains after it? Only oneself can look back and make sense of it. While walking through the city searching for useful materials, we arrived at a square igloo from before. The place reflected the horror that once unleashed there, a total devastation. No buildings or shelters remained, only rubble. From the center of the city, one could see the horizon in all directions. I think this is important even for looking towards the future. Teacher Leon stopped, contemplating that line on the horizon. It was the same direction toward which we had always directed our gaze and march. What happened here? What is happening in the world now? I asked. I already thought I knew the answer, but I wanted to hear it. I wanted to move from being a student who thought he understood to someone who faced the truth as an active participant. I waited for Teacher Leon's words. Let us go ahead. I'd rather show you with images, not with words. Let me teach you a fragment of the end. The destination of our field expedition was very close. We would soon discover the true meaning of this adventure. The explosion of emotions in the ancient battlefield. We've captured the enemy flag. Yes, we did it, Luke. The cheers of the students echoed in a place that had once been the scene of a war among boys. We were in the ruins of the ancient Shreem Castle. More than 6 months ago, this site was the stage for the conflict between the Hestia family and the Apollo family during a war game. It also served as the improvised field for the second round off the city's sports festival, the Aurariopiad. Yes, even though the 7th squad got ahead of us, we won, and that's what matters. We did it. We really contributed. With Nina and Rappy, we would have been the MVPs. I want them to see how Ishon, even more than the braver hero. The 3rd squad, known for being the worst group in history, didn't fall behind Thelite squads. Iglin, Reggie, and Chris shared the students' euphoria, their battle uniform slightly damaged but brimming with satisfaction. However, they were weak, to be honest. Totally, they had zero coordination compared to us. My orders were incredible. When exactly did you give orders? Seriously, although it seems true that the families of Arario don't get along. Iglin, switching to his prince mode, sighed as he observed the shattered enemy camp. The adventurers of Arario lay scattered, exhausted in pitiful postures. From the broadcast on the divine mirror, even the spectators in Arario were agitated. The narrator Eblis shouted excitedly, while the god Ganesha posed ridiculously, and Hermes, the event host, clapped for the winners with genuine admiration. The citizens and adventurers present in the Colosseum didn't hold back. Losing to those kids, what a shame. You lost twice on illegal bets, idiot. What happened to the faction war? Don't come back to Arario. What kind of embarrassing show are they putting on? My Arario is. Shut up, Royman. The conditions for participating in the great team battle of the second round are that only level 3 or lower followers can participate. The condition for victory is not to defeat the enemy, but to capture the enemy's flag in their territory. The rules were established by the Divine Denatus Council to ensure that not only first-class adventurers and masters, but also the medium and lower-level factions of Arario and the students of the district had an equitable and fair share of the event. However, as you can see, their salt was the great victory of the district, which had planned meticulous and bold tactics and traps, resulting in a devastating defeat for Arario. Insults were hurled at the floating divine mirror in the sky with such intensity that Lily and the others who had come to observe were forced to cover their ears. Damn, those damn district kids. Each one of you is nothing special, but as soon as you start coordinating, you do incomprehensible things. Gale, Scott, and Mord, who participated in the great team battle, understood that those insults were directed at them and were rubbing or dragging their sore bodies. The rascals who attempted to reach level 3 by desperately accumulating experience collapsed exhausted on the rubble. Though, to be honest, I didn't really want to do it. During the faction war, at least there was a just cause behind it. Yes, but now. The apathetic voices of Guile, Scott, and Mord echoed, one after another. Those brats from the academic district are insufferable, but honestly, if the guild gets what it deserves, I wouldn't mind at all. Besides, expecting something like the faction war again, it's impossible. Without the rabbit's foot, there's no way. The three shared their most honest thoughts, revealing their lack of motivation and purpose. To them, the faction war was nothing short of a miracle. For adventurers with bad reputations to work together, setting aside their factional differences, was practically impossible. They were nothing like the model children of the academic district. The only reason that unity was achieved was because the enemy was the Freya Familia, because the arrogance of that goddess had reached its limit, and above all, because he, that young man, was at the center of it all. Mord knew it well, though he would never admit it out loud. Even so, we've already lost twice. If Arario ends up defeated, it'd be humiliating, don't you think? Guile looked up at the clear sky and, scratching his head, let out those words. Mord turned his gaze toward him, revealing a sly smile on his rugged face. Don't worry, I am sure he's already on his way. You know who I mean, right? With restrained excitement, he evoked the image of the fastest rookie, the rabbit's foot. The moment I saw it, I felt the second most impactful moment since the start of this journey. It was even more overwhelming than seeing that devastated city, a wall larger than Arario's. When the peaks of Mount Alv, home of the elves, began to fade behind us, under the darkened clouds appeared that colossal wall, a stone structure that far exceeded the height and thickness of Arario's walls. Towering, it stretched unbroken from west to east. Is it destroyed? Before us, over a span of roughly 50 meters, The wall appeared to have been devastated, as if a giant had trampled it. Surrounded by enormous debris scattered haphazardly, I silently observed both the colossal construction and the disaster that had ravaged it. This is the so-called Great Dragon Wall. It was built to separate the habitable areas of humanity from the inhospitable lands that begin further north. It's a great barrier. While I stood in stunned silence, Professor Leon, with her hand on the wall, began to explain. It's a work in which Aurario and many other factions, including the Thor Familia, participated. It was a monumental construction. Leon moved toward the rubble caused by the apparent destruction from the northern side and turned to look at me. Almost like a puppet without will, I followed her along with Niana, who clutched Herchis tightly. We crossed through the passage formed by the collapsed wall and reached the other side of the Great Barrier. What stretched before us was a desolate wasteland, covered in an undefined hue somewhere between black and purple. This Great Wall extends from the westernmost edge to the easternmost edge of the continent, from one end to the other. That's right. It was a worldwide project initiated about 900 years ago in response to the recurring dragon incursions. It's still under construction and repair, with no end in sight. Feeling a mixture of awe and confusion, I followed Leon's gaze to the east. As she said, the Great Wall stretched to the horizon, delineating the boundary between the Nordhand south of the continent. It was a landscape that truly made it believable that the barrier reached the ends of the world. So this wall separates the northern lands from the rest of the continent. Visualized a world map in my mind to confirm our location. Aurario is located at the westernmost edge of the continent, more specifically in the northwest, at a high latitude. From there, we had traveled northeast. What lay beyond was the end of the north. That end of the north was where humanity had sought to separate something for centuries. Professor Leon, what lies beyond this? The Dragon Valley. Finally, I heard the name of what I had already suspected. It is the last of the 3 great commissions for adventurers in history. The mission that neither the god Zeus nor the goddess Hera could complete, the Black Dragon. This great wall was built to protect the world from the dark end it represents. That Black Dragon, has it attacked here? No, the apocalyptic dragon remains sealed. What invades these lands are the lesser dragons. For a moment, I thought the destruction was also the work of the Black Dragon, but it was mistaken, for better or worse. The Dragon Valley is, as its name suggests, a sanctuary for dragon species. Besides the Black Dragon, there are other ancient dragons that still survive. It is these lesser dragons that pose the threat. Although their power varies, each time they descend from the valley, they wreak havoc, especially in the north of the continent. That is why this Great Wall remains under construction even after 900 years. The cause was clear. The invading dragons continuously left deep marks on the barrier with their claws. I quickly turned to observe the devastation behind us, the scars of a desperate struggle against destruction. The dragon that breached this section of the wall was the same one that destroyed the city we passed through. It was a powerful creature, with strength comparable to a level 5, maybe even level 6. Although dragons of that caliber don't appear often, this wall was easily breached. A dragon with power comparable to a level 5 or 6. That's something only found in the depths of the dungeon or among the monster wrecks. I recalled everything I had heard about the Dragon Valley. The warnings from Hermes and other gods, the tales about the Black Dragon. Even in the academic district classes, it was mentioned. But now that I was seeing it with my own eyes, this threat, still persisting in the world, was far more terrifying than I had ever imagined. How can I keep believing that all this time we've been living in peace? This is the truth of the underworld. The problem of the visiting dragon emerging from the north, the humans and demi-humans displaced from their homes, and the burden placed on Aurario with the 3 great adventurer missions. Everything I had seen and heard ran through my mind, appearing and disappearing. What I once saw as someone else's problem now connected into a single thread that revealed a cold and harsh reality. The rubble of the fallen defensive barriers seemed to stare back at me, as if judging me ignorance. So far, Lappy, you've been confused several times, especially by the sheer number of monsters we've encountered, right? Nina, that's something everyone in our group already knew. In this continent, the closer you get to the north, the more frequent the monster encounters become. Every time the dragons from the valley roar, the monsters flee south in terror. Nina, who had remained silent until now, dispelled the doubts I had carried during this journey. The increase in the number of monsters as we approached the north wasn't a coincidence. They, too, had been driven from their homes. Even the deformed creatures feared the echo of the roars from the most powerful dragons, resonating from the edges of the north. Just like humanity, they fled in terror. It's said that the visiting dragon problem has become more severe in recent years. We've visited many affected areas ourselves during our missions, facing dragons with the help of our professors. With Igrin and the others. Yes, although we only fought valley dragons directly 2 or 3 times, we were always assigned the smaller ones. The larger ones, those were left to the professors. We could only observe from afar, from a safe place. At the same time, something else became clear. Now I understood why Nina and the other students from the academic district were so strong. Although they lacked experience in the depths of the labyrinth, many had quickly achieved rank advancement in their skills. It was the impact of the visiting dragon problem, which had intensified in recent years. The professors from the district, including Master Leon, possessed power rivaling the factions of Arario because they constantly faced the living trials emerging from the Dragon Valley. Even so, I was scared, so scared that I almost ran away. The valley dragons, they were terrifying. Nina's trembling hand, which had been pressing against her chest, reflected the fear Shestel felt. It was as if she were speaking on behalf of everyone still suffering. I couldn't find any words to console her. The damage to this defensive barrier has been ignored due to its relative proximity to Arario. Currently, repairing and building barriers east of the Alve Mountains is the priority. Hearing that made me understand the lack of time and resources, I felt even guiltier. In case of an emergency, adventurers from Arario will be sent to deal with the visiting dragon problem in this region. The underworld was in danger, increasingly distorted, and I had spent my days chasing dreams, delving into the labyrinth, oblivious to the cries for help echoing somewhere beyond the city's massive walls. How long had I been so naive, so indifferent? Do we really have time for things like the Arario competitive games? The weight of remorse and the reality before me made me murmur those words. Master Leon, upon hearing them, turned around and smiled. I'm glad to hear you say that. Huh? The mere fact that you've learned the truth about the world and have changed your way of thinking, even a little, makes this field work worthwhile. Master Leon kept smiling as I lifted my head. Lappy, I didn't intend to burden your conscience or reproach you for anything. I just wanted you to know, and with that knowledge to use it to guide your path. My path? Yes, turn confusion into understanding. Society is a series of these processes. That's what I always tell my students. With a glance at the Great Barrier and then towards the north, Master Leon continued. For you, that society is the world. Turn your doubts into knowledge, find a goal, and assess your current position. It's not about what you must do or what you should do, but about what you want to do. Find your answer. Master Leon began walking. A ravaged world stretched out to the north, towards the Valley of Dragons. Although I didn't understand why Master Leon wanted to take me there, I knew I had to go. Lappy. From behind, a hand gently took hold of me. Don't blame yourself for what you didn't know, okay? Nina, but... She shook her head, interrupting my words. Lappy, even if you don't realize it, you've already been a force for Thunderworld. What? Nina changed her tone, speaking not to the student Lappy, but to the adventurer Belle. The fastest rabbit in the world. Even though some only know Belle Cranal Thurumers, they've always dreamed of you. Every time you grow stronger, they think a hero has arrived, and that gives them hope. Nina's eyes sparkled as she recounted stories of how these words were heard in citizen countries all over the world. Not just you, the adventurers of Arario who keep growing stronger, too. We continue to place our hopes in all of you, in the light you show us, in the hope that this time you'll overcome the dark end. The world desires heroes. For the first time, I understood those words, spoken by Sir at the Hero's Bridge, through this experience. Let's go. The smile from Nina before me, I no longer hesitated. Alongside her, I followed the night towards the north, not as an act of redemption, but to discover what lies at the ends of the world. The clock of the world's end, seeming to announce the end of the underworld. They did it. They did it. In the third round of the Arario competitive festival, the duo from Arario defeated the challengers from the academic district in the tag battle, our proud Iltifarna and Shakti Varma. I am Gainsha. Ah, those kids, they are my pride, my beloved family. We broke Thethry loss streak, Yees. Irita-san, Captain, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. 2 days had passed since the second round, known as the Great Group Battle. Now, for the sake of fairness, the third match of the representatives was held in Thikademic District Stadium. The result? Aurario emerged victorious. This can't be. I can't believe Professor Miranda lost. That, Palooza, the Red Leopard, and Enkusha, the Staff of the Gods. Elephant, the strongest guard of Aurario. This defeat, celebrated at home rather than on enemy territory like in the first round, left a massive impact on the students. Although the event featured only commentator Ibri and analyst Ganesha to avoid leaking confidential information from the academic district, Hermes had beanbend from participating by the students. Not even the overwhelming support from the spectators could tip the scales in their favor. At the center of the stadium, Ilta, who had defeated 2 professors from the academic district, stood proudly with her chest held high. On the other hand, Shakti barely showed interest, keeping her eyes closed. Witnessing this scene, the students finally remembered who they were up against. These were the adventurers from the most powerful force in the world, who constantly challenged the most feared and cruel dungeon of the underworld. Yees. With this, we have 1 victory and 2 losses. Well done, Elephant Staff Enkusha. Hey, guard, I'm sorry for treating you like a nuisance all this time. The adventurers watching from the stands, holding their breaths, erupted into a festive atmosphere. The tense mood, almost like a funeral, completely dissipated, and cheers began tocho throughout the amphitheater. But if Enkusha has stepped in now, who's next? The Loki Familia is on an expedition, and former members of Freya can't participate. Then that just leaves the Hestia Familia, right? Could it finally be that brat's turn? As anticipation for the next match filled the conversations, even people like Mord began to get excited about the appearance of a certain adventurer. To the north of the Great Wall, the landscape could only be described as the land of death. Rocks and earth ravaged by desolation, a sky perpetually gray and black, deprived of sunlight. Everything was dry with not a trace of moisture. It was an inhospitable wasteland where human life was impossible. The air was clearly toxic. There were no signs of life. The terrain was torn, cracked, and crushed. Professor Leon mentioned that in ancient times, the surroundings of Aurario Marortha's dead land. According to records, the world of that era, dominated by monsters on land, sea, and air, was little more than a hellscape. Along the way, we faced a group of flying dragons. Their abilities varied, but one of them possessed the strength of a level 3. When I noticed that detail, a chill ran down my spine. This land, though on the surface, demands skills and equipment equivalent to those often advanced adventurer facing the middle or lower levels of the dungeon. I fought while protecting Nina, defeating each of the dragons that summoned reinforcements. I couldn't allow any to cross south of the Great Wall. Professor Leon noted that we had been unlucky. It was rare to encounter dragons this strong, even under normal conditions. However, he also mentioned that if this bad luck persisted, the dragons could easily cross the boundaries of the Great Wall. The Black Desert, that's the name of this region, stretching from the Great Wall to the Valley of Dragons. Even in the era of the gods, this was an extremely dangerous place, reminding humanity of the end and destruction. It was as if my heart played a discordant melody, a home of despair. "We'll camp here for the night," said Professor Leon. Amid a forest of blackened rocks like ashes, Professor Leon made the call. The cluster of jagged rocks, almost artificial in appearance, served as a windbreak. The professor's decision was wise. But the foul air that had followed us since entering the Black Desert, the quality of the miasma was unbearable. It was as if we were constantly inhaling a subtle poison. Even enhanced adventurers could withstand it, but ordinary humans would surely fall gravely ill and be unable to survive simply by being in this area. My name is Aruv, Ragriel Krishim. Thanks to Nina's purification magic, the surrounding area was cleansed, and we finally found a decent place to rest. Professor Leon and I kept watch while we ate. Nina was clearly exhausted. Despite her resolve, she was still at level 2. Since entering the Black Desert, she had been constantly tense, unable to relax. At first, she forced herself, but when we convinced her to lie down, she soon began to softly snore. Even during the night, the sky remained completely black. The miasma clouds never allowed sunlight or moonlight to reach this land. Professor Leon, what is it? This forest of rocks could have been an archaeological site built in ancient times. As I looked around at the group of rocks that had lost their color and shape due to theckled wind and miasma, I thought about that and turned my gaze to Professor Leon, who was seated on the other side of the campfire. Is it okay for Arario, for adventurers, to continue like this? Did you think that after seeing the terrible state of the world? Yes. Do you believe we can no longer return to our everyday lives? I don't know, but I feel like we can't keep going like this. The more I learned about the reality of the underworld with my own eyes and ears, as a primary source of fieldwork research instead of second-hand materials, the stronger my sense of crisis and urgency grew. I don't think I can save the world if I stand up. But as long as I'm in Arario, I shouldn't ignore the cause that's bringing the underworld to this state, and I should owe something about the dragons right now. A feeling like that was beginning to take root deep in my heart. Professor Leon, illuminated by the flames, observed me closely, as if analyzing me. The act of directing your attention to things you hadn't noticed before is a good sign. It's proof that your awareness is expanding. Students from the academic zone, who have also witnessed the world's misfortunes, often develop a sense of urgency just like you are now and tend to rush through their lives. So, does that mean? However, it's also true that rushing is something that should not be done. Rushing. That's right. Now that the god Zeus and the goddess Hera were defeated 15 years ago, there's no one left to stand behind us. I immediately understood what Professor Leon was trying to tell me. If we fail in the next mission to defeat the Black Dragon, there's no doubt humanity won't recover. The light of hope we've been regaining over the past 15 years will be lost, and this time we'll fall into despair, plunging the world into its end. To prevent that end, both adventurers and we must make meticulous preparations. Failure in one of the great missions of the underworld, the adventurers' triad of requests. Professor Leon continued explaining smoothly that the repercussions back then were far too significant. The heroes from 15 years ago were too strong and too grand. That's why Thelos of those heroes was too devastating. So devastating that the world staggered and fell into a state of stagnation. We cannot repeat that mistake ever again. Professor Leon spoke with profound feeling and conviction. He spoke as if he were a living witness of that era. There were so many things I wanted to ask him, but after much hesitation, I posed the following question. Professor Leon, did you know the heroes, the families of Zeus and Hera? The fire crackled. Sparks danced in the air. The lion-like golden eyes that had been fixed on me lowered and narrowed as if searching for lost memories in the burning flames. Can you tell me what the three adventurers' requests were? Well, it was the defeat of Behemoth, the king of the earth, Leviathan, the ruler of the sea, and the Black Dragon, right? Once, I infiltrated a battle against Leviathan, the ruler of the sea. What? At the unexpected revelation, I let out a shout. I immediately covered my mouth and glanced at Niana, who was sleeping right next home. Her small body moved slightly, but it didn't seem like she was going to wake up. Relieved, I turned my gaze back to the front, keeping my hand over my mouth, and the professor, amused, shrugged his shoulders. Rather than saying it was me, it would be more accurate to say the entire academic zone participated in the battle against Leviathan. What? What do you mean? The academic zone, its predecessor, the Hringhorny, was a floating fortress. It was designed as a base to defeat Leviathan. My face filled with astonishment. According to Professor Leon, to face the massive dragon that ruled the sea, it was essential to have a large floating base. At the time, the adventurers in Arario camito that conclusion. No matter how many enormous ships there were, a single movement from the monster created giant waves that sank them. Such was the magnitude of the monster called Leviathan, the ruler of the sea, that the adventurers of the labyrinth city needed a vast land over the ocean to confront it. Therefore, led by the dwarves and with the help of the Poseidon Familia, they developed a gigantic circular floating base. So, the academic zone itself is what remains of the floating base used in the battle against Leviathan. Is that why the layers are circular? It's a remnant of its original design. Also, do you remember the ships, Blue Feathers? Those are actually trophies, Leviathan's blue fins. At that moment, all the impressions and questions I had when observing the academic zone connected like pieces of a puzzle. The academic, residential, and control layers formed circles because the original design was that of a floating base. The blue feathers, which I thought were devices to control light, turned out to be mystical treasures, drops from a great monster, which significantly contributed to the maintenance of the gigantic structure. They were also a symbol that humanity had overcome one of its imminent dooms, a badge and a flag at the same time. Now I understood everything about the nicknames I had heard for the academic zone: the giant three-layered pancake, the majestic dragon's back. Someone had even said the academic zone was the largest ship in the world. That idol was because it symbolized the defeat of Leviathan, the ruler of back then, the alliance of families known as the academic zone didn't yet exist. It's undeniable that the battle against Leviathan laid the foundations for what would become the Academy. Many of the navigators and technicians who participated in that battle still work in the control layer, supporting the academic zone. So that's what Professor Leon meant when he said the academic zone participate in the battle. I couldn't contain my excitement and leaned forward. So, Professor Leon, you saw the heroes in that battle. You might have even fought alongside them to defeat Leviathan. Me, no, I only infiltrated as a stowaway. Huh, I wanted to see those heroes making fools of themselves. Huh, my expectations of hearing an incredible feat were quickly betrayed. I thought I'd laugh at them if they died like dogs. Although, well, it's also true that I wanted to defeat Leviathan with my own hands and prove something to them. What are you saying? Niana murmured something in her sleep as I, startled, covered my mouth again. Looking at the professor with a confused expression, he smiled bitterly. Back then or rather, the me of that time, was a real troublemaker. I did a lot of foolish things I'm now ashamed of. That doesn't make any sense. The Leon I knew was responsible, kind, and admirable, the type of adult I aspired to. Although now that I think about it, this story sounds familiar. Suddenly, I remembered something Eyes from the low-key familia had told me recently. Miss Eyes said that in the past, you were like a rebel. Ha ha ha, a rebel, that's not too far from the truth. Leon Sensei let out an unusual laugh, and as if he knew Finn and the others well, he nodded deeply. That Leon Sensei had been a troublemaker was no longer just a rumor, it was a fact. Even so, confusion overtook me, and though we had veered off the topic of the heroes, I couldn't help but ask him directly about his past. Why was Leon Sensei, a troublemaker? I just can't imagine it. It doesn't match how you are now. It makes me happy you say that, but it's also a bit embarrassing. Well, why was I arable, you ask? Leon Sensei brought a hand to his mouth, thoughtful, organizing his words. It was rare to hear him use terms like troublemaker, not only because they didn't suit him but because they sounded out of place, like a divine misunderstanding. There are many reasons, but the main one was that I was a dwarf who didn't look like a dwarf. A dwarf who didn't look like a dwarf? That's right. During the trip, you spoke with Nina, didn't you? My parents are half-dwarves. Ah. Did you hear that? You'd better assume you can't hide anything from a teacher. A somewhat playful tone, Leon Sensei commented while I tried to hide my embarrassment. Despite being a dwarf, I'm tall, have long limbs, lack a thick beard, and don't have much body hair. I inherited more human traits than dwarfons. Because of that, in my hometown, my fellow dwarves rejected me. They envied me, threw stones at me, and bullied me. In short, I was a victim of what we now call bullying. Wah. Back then, I would just cry until the bullying reached me parents, too. That's when I snapped. I picked up my tormentors and, well, to put it bluntly, I left them half dead. I was expelled from the village. Leon Sensei's words, revealing that he had been bullied, shocked me more than expected. I couldn't process all the information and was left speechless. Seeing him hesitate as he spoke was unusual, but I couldn't react. After that, I became a rebel. At first, I only hated the dwarves who had mistreated me. But when I moved to other cities, people of other races treated me as something strange, too. They laughed at me, pointed fingers, and I caused trouble there as well. I kept wondering why I had this body. I even blamed my parents, who had always been by my side. I insulted them and acted violently. I made them cry. The smile Leon Sensei showed then was one of self-loathing, one I had never seen from him before. It was small but filled with sadness. Unable to stand myself anymore, I left my parents behind and headed to Arario. The city of heroes back then, I absurdly believed it was a place where everything was forgiven if you were strong. I hated the whole world and thought I could strike down anything I didn't like. The path Leon Sensei had walked appeared in my imagination like an uncharted ocean. When I first arrived in Arario, I remember looking at its massive walls and gates with shining eyes. What kind of expression must Leon Sensei have had back then? No, I think, more than anything, I just wanted to be accepted. I wanted a place where I could belong, where everyone would acknowledge me. Although he was speaking of painful experiences, he did so without hesitation. History moved me deeply. Suddenly, I realized something. Leon Sensei probably felt ashamed of his rebellious past. He was humiliated by his weakness and carried that regret. But he had never run away from that part of himself. He had faced his weakness without hiding it, without pretending, and could speak about it openly. I thought that honesty was the mark of a truly strong person. So, what happened after that? With difficulty, I asked. Leon Sensei closed his eyes, but he still held that smile that was no longer one of self-loathing. I met Lord Balder, the one who, without even flinching, granted me his blessing, and I spat at his feet. Then I started venturing into the dungeons. Spat at Lord Balder's feet. Yes, in my rebelliousness, I had no equal. Back then, I was so full of myself that I thought I could take on anyone I didn't like. But that wasn't the case. Huh! The ones who stood in my way were true heroes. As I opened my eyes in astonishment, Leon Sensei began to recount his story almost with amusement. He spoke like a bard, evoking images of a past I had never witnessed. It was terrible. A madhouse. The fools under god Zeus caused trouble everywhere, while the women under goddess Hera said things no one could understand. Otter, Finn, and I kept getting dragged into their messes again and again. The images that came to mind were explosions all over Arario, with Otter and Finn rolling on the ground after being thrown through the air. This was hard to imagine. I don't really understand what you're saying. That's natural, but it's true. No matter how angry I got or how much I tried to fight them, I always ended up defeated. My worries and frustrations meant nothing to them, crushed as if they were nothing at all. When my face tightened, as if this was inevitable, Leon Sensei opened his eyes. He didn't seem angry about those times. Rather, he looked at the campfire as if those memories were precious to him. That's why I kept challenging those heroes until the voices of persecution and ridicule I had once experienced no longer mattered. Damn them! Cursing and frustrated, I tried to make them eat dirt, chasing their countless backs, and then plunged into the battle against Leviathan, the Lord of the Seas. The conversation, which had veered off course, was now looping back in a grand arc, forming an essential trajectory. There I saw the heroes. It concluded with the great heroes. I understood the meaning of the word hero. The strength, nobility, and tenacity that I had despised were all etched into my eyes and heart. He said it was terrifying, that he regretted following them so hastily. Standing before a vast and dark surface of the moving sea, like the end of the world, and Thamon's form of the Lord of the Seas, he realized the doom threatening to devour Thurald and despaired. But he said there was hope there, a hope that surpassed that despair. I saw the radiance of the heroes saving the world I hated. Warriors who did not waver before the roar of the sea, weavers of songs who repel destruction. The back of the hero who delivered the final blow to the sea dragon, whose intelligence surpassed human understanding. Leon Sensei's consciousness, which had been gazing at the grand landscapes of Thepast through the blazing fire, slowly returned to the present reality here. He looked at me, the one who was here now. The god Zeus and the goddess Hera fell before the black dragon. But the radiance etched into me, the glow of the heroes has not faded. Sensei, I believe that scene must be revived. No, I need to ignite the light of heroes how will surpass that scene. Now, the living witness of the era, clad in the armor of a knight, declared this. Thesky above us was dark and black, without a moon or stars. Instead of the magical barrier created by the young woman, a fairy sanctuary appeared, wrapped in an ethereal light. White fragments of light danced along with the sparks, like petals floating in the air. The camp, protected by the sanctuary, remained calm and crystalline. The intensity of Leon Sensei's emotions was so palpable it seemed to transmit directly. I have always wished, both now and in the past, for more heroes Torais, he expressed with a firm gaze that seemed to pierce through me. His golden eyes, like those of a lion, looked at me as if they already counted me among the heroes. Have you understood the purpose of this outdoor field investigation? The Dragon Valley? No, the purpose is you. Unexpected response left me stunned. I wanted to observe you closely, to see how a candidate for hero like you would react when faced with the reality of the world and its hidden truths. What emotions would arise in your heart? Me. Forgive me if this sounds arrogant, but this is my most sincere thought. Leon Sensei wanted to know more about me, about Bel Cranel. Though he was not a god, he sought to test me in some way. Without hiding anything, Leon Sensei revealed his true purpose to me. He was like a just teacher, an upright knight, and a hero searching for new companions. Keeping his gaze fixed on me, Leon-sensei declared, "Tomorrow, the field investigation will end. I want us to have an adventure, Radojther. Allow me to evaluate your potential." Round 4 of the Arariopia Urban Competitions Festival. Team Water Combat. The winners are Arariuo. What a landslide victory. They are incredibly strong. The energetic voice of commentator Ibrin echoed through the amphitheater as he announced the victory. It was noon on the final day of the festival, and the excitement in Arario had surpassed even that of the first day. "Now that he's reached level 6, he's truly unstoppable," someone commented with admiration. "Keeping up with his movements is already a challenge for us," another added. "No, if you can coordinate with me, it's because you're both exceptionally talented," replied Ryu modestly. At the city port of Melon, turned into a battlefield where the only ground was several small boats, the elf Ryu, cloaked in white attire, the Amazon warrior Aisha, and the human Isfi exchanged light-hearted remarks. The overwhelming victory over the district masters, who had initiated the magical battle, was so decisive that some spectators couldn't even voice their joy, left in bewilderment. The banter among the trio contrasted sharply with the awe of the audience at the crushing defeat of the district school's teachers. Did they really win? Why, yeah, that's a rookie at level 6. Just hearing that sounds ridiculous. The doubts, the names of Ryu and her companions were deeply etched into the collective memory. Meanwhile, the members of the Hestia Familia tried to stay inconspicuous. Thought he had nothing to be ashamed of, the spectacle had been so impressive that it left them feeling a little uncomfortable. However, the attention soon began to shift to someone else. If the fast wind of level 6 has already appeared, that means the final match will be Bell Cranel, no doubt about it. A wave of shouts resonated in unison, calling for the young adventurer with white hair. Bell Niachean, it's your turn. Do your best. Come on, Rabbit, get out there already. Among the cheers were the voices of the children from the orphanage and the coarser shouts of rugged adventurers. There were jeers, yes, but also sincere smiles. Everyone, even begrudgingly, acknowledged that the white-haired youth, often injured but always persevering, was the only one who could close the festival with a bang. The hero's egg that Arario was so proud of. Tusk, how ridiculous. "Feeling proud, Master Hedin?" Ulfrig asked teasingly. "It's just noisy, that's all," the elf replied, adjusting his glasses without changing his expression. Hearing the endless cheers, Alan, who had only attended the final match, clicked his tongue. "I participated in Baldur's plans, but I would have liked for you to hear the set cheers at least once." From the commentator's box, Hermes observed with a nostalgic gaze, playing with High's hat. "It's amazing." Finally, amid the crowd, a small goddess who had adjusted her work schedule Totend murmured, "I never imagined you'd become such an incredible adventurer, Belkun." Hestia smiled proudly at the cheers of encouragement for the followers that surrounded her entirely. The voices continued to rise. They dreamed of a repeat of Theclashes in the war games, the duel with the Black Minotaur, the fierce battle in the faction war. All of Arario called for one boy, so impressive that the district's students held their breath. The record holder of the world's fastest rabbit, racing down the path of the hero. At first, I thought it was a trick of the eye, but as we moved northward, the illusion faded, revealing its true form. A cold wind blew. The sharp sound of air currents could be heard. The gravel carried by the wind struck our cheeks as if warning us, "Stay away from her." It was something immense, capable of piercing the sky. A tornado. While the wind that reached here tousled my hair, I murmured, bewildered. A colossal whirlwind that seemed to reject everything. A fierce and constant spiral, silently and sharply screaming, that ascended towards the heavens. It pierces the darkened sky and the clouds, rising like a column that pierced the firmament. A symbol so overwhelming that it needed nothing else. It was a landmark so imposing that it reminded one of the tower of Babylon Arario. However, the terrifying thing was that this storm Madathat, even the imposing city tower paled in comparison. At first glance, the tornado covered an area with a radius of at least 1 kilometro. It could not only consume a large city but also entire territories. Although the height rivaled that of the Tower of Babel, its magnitude was beyond human comprehension. Human. Faced with this supernatural phenomenon, impossible for both natura como para la mano del hombre, sentí el impacto más grande de toda his journey. "What is that?" I asked in a dry whisper. "It's the spiritual storm that keeps the black dragon sealed," replied Leon, my master, briefly. Niana, who also seemed to be seeing that for the first time, was left speechless. While we both listened to the howl of Thewend, we tried to understand the night's words. That wind is the pillar that delays the clock of the end. Thanks to it, the black dragon remains tied to this place, and the world still goes on, existing. There are few people in the world who know this information. That storm is the great seal of wind, created at the boundaries between the ancient era and the era of the gods. Leon's words took my breath away. Finally, I understood. Although the world had proclaimed it an impossible mission, the search for the three great wishes, the clock of the end had not yet sounded because that storm was there, holding everything up. That great seal of wind was, ultimately, the mechanism of survival of the underworld. Who could have created something like this? I asked, still astonished. A great spirit from antiquity. You know well who faced the black dragon and banished it from Arario, right? The mercenary King Waldstein. No, the great hero Albert. I first pronounced the less legendary name, but quickly corrected it. I corrected it to the one that resonated in history like a lightning bolt. That's right. The one-eyed dragon, who flew from the farthest reaches of the west after losing one of its eyes to the hero strongest, was sealed in this land by a great spirit who sacrificed. I felt as if something was starting to fall into place. Although I didn't have a full understanding, something inside me was trying to connect pieces disconnected. But unable to think clearly, he couldn't grasp completely that connection. The black dragon, blinded by the hero, descended into this valley and issued a command. It is said that he called upon his fellow dragons that existed in the underworld to come to him. The gods claim that he was seeking food to heal his lost eye. Lost. At that moment, when most of the dragons had responded to his call and gathered in this land, the Great Spirit created that storm. That's how he imprisoned the dragons, the fiercest race that had devastated the underworld, along with the Kingoth the dragons. So, that means that is that place. Exactly. That's what we call the Valley of the Dragons. The gigantic and vast reach of the tornado marked the entire Valley of the Dragons. The dragons. The outside world was completely isolated from what was happening inside. Inside the storm, there was no way to observe what was happening there. I could only imagine it. A dragon garden, where countless creatures lived, innumerable fierce creatures in a primitive state, or perhaps something closer to hell itself. If there really are still ancient dragons alive inside off that storm, with potential equal to that of the original species born from the labyrinth, but that would also have accumulated power over the years. If there were several of those ancestral dragons in that storm, the world would be doomed. If creatures comparable to the masters of the labyrinth floors were released all at once, almost all of humanity, except perhaps Arario, would be annihilated. In the Theory of the End classes, we learned about the dragons that come down from the valley and cause great havoc. They are snoring from the black dragon, who sleeps sealed. Sometimes these shake off the storm and allow some dragons to escape. That phenomenon, which we call dragons coming down from the valley, continues being the cause of the problem of the invading dragons. I held my breath and understood. That storm was, without a doubt, the true source of the existence of Thunderworld. The Great Seal of Wind had not only created this world, Butit remained its last line of defense. This was the apocalypse. The threat of the end that the underworld has faced Sinsealways. At the base of that storm, there are barrier devices installed by the Academy to maintain and reinforce the seal. We cannot get closer, so we won't be able to see it directly. I remembered having heard something similar in the Theory of the End classes with Professor Adler, but still, the impact of the words. End with Professor Adler, but still, the impact of the words hit me. Hit. Those devices were probably installed by Bytatchers like Leon, on missions that risked their lives. It wasn't just the storm, also the Great Wall that we saw on the way here. The peace off the underworld was preserved by countless people and spirits, even if it was as fragile as the flame of a candle that could be extinguished with a single breath. Niana, can you take out the crystal I gave you? Why yes. Still dazed, Niana reacted to Leon's instructions and began to take out an orange crystal from her backpack. It was a magical artifact that, along with a device resembling a pedestal, began toplace on the ground. We were on a rocky plateau, far from the Valley of the Dragons. The distance between both places had to be at least 5 kilometers. We were probably at the safe limit to not provoke the dragons. Although the tornado seal existed, just thinking about awakening an ancient dragon or the black dragon made my blood freeze. Froze. That was the overwhelming sensation, the suffocating pressure that transmitted from within the storm. Then, something caught my attention in the distance. At the edge of the clouds where the tornado disappeared into the sky, something seemed to shine, like flickering lightning. Could it have been my imagination? Focusing intently, the light that seemed to burst into droplets disappeared as if it had been an illusion, and nothing happened. Maybe he was too nervous, overwhelmed for the first time by witness the Valley of the Dragons. Without realizing it, my body had tensed up. I let out a small sigh and relaxed my shoulders. Was this what they wanted to show me as part of the fieldwork for outdoor research? I asked in a low voice while keeping my gaze fixed on the roaring tornado that filled the air with its powerful sound like an endless echo. From behind me, Professor Leon responded, "That's right. And from this point, the adventure begins." It was then that it happened. The sound of a blade sliding out of its sheath resonated in the air. That unmistakable and majestic echo of a sword unsheathing, which he had heard several times during this journey. I reacted instantly, propelling myself forcefully against the ground. There was no time to ask the meaning behind this act. My only priority was to escape the reach of that attack. However, the silver trajectory of the blow had already anticipated each of my movements, barely grazing my head. I didn't feel any impact, nor did I suffer any injury. It was like the touch of a gentle breeze. The only thing he managed to do was to pull off the lappy wig with absolute precision. Lappy, causing the strands of brown hair to fall to the floor. "Leon, Professor Leon," I exclaimed, incredulous. A magnificent reaction. "And first of all, I must apologize. From this moment on, I will follow the impulses of the blood of the dwarves that runs through my veins." Dwarves that run through my veins. When I quickly turned around after completing my evasive maneuver, the Professor Leon was already there, just like always. Right in front of me was the knight who embodied justice, equity, and modesty, holding a large sword in one hand. My eyes widened in astonishment, and Niana, who had also having witnessed everything, she was left paralyzed and astonished. As if everything had been planned to push us to the limit, a crystal placed on the ground began to shine. A beam of light rose towards the sky, as if it were sending our location somewhere remote. That feeling. Is it divinity? It can be. Even though there was no one else around us, I could sense it. That familiar feeling of countless gazes that I had felt both in the war games and in the great battles between factions. The mirror of the gods was now open, transmitting our image to other places. "Belle, draw your weapon. The promised moment has arrived," said Professor Leon. While a roar of non-existent cheers echoed in my mind like a ghostly echo, he stared at me intently. Holding his great sword with one hand, he seemed to be waiting for the confrontation between the two. "Aurario and the school district will decide who is superior. Using that excuse, allow me to face you in this adventure." As if unleashing an untamed spirit, the most powerful knightlet out a fierce smile, revealing the true intensity of his combative spirit, contained until now. Chapter 4. The Knight's Radiance, the hero is no more. The last of the 3 great quests for adventurers, the mission to eliminate the Black Dragon, ended in failure. Those heroes who inspired fear, admiration, and hope were mercilessly defeated, devoured by the Black End. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to accept it. Just like the world plunged into despair, my mind went blank, overwhelmed by the impact. If that radiance was not enough, if those champions could not reach it, who could face the end? There is no brighter light than theirs. There is no path of conquest more perfected than theirs. I know this because I was shaped, guided, and defeated countless times by them. The lower world is doomed. Even the gods, who remained silent and lost in thought, announced it with their attitude. And yet, now is our era. A young hero of the small Palom race declared. "I don't need an end." I have yet to see everything this world has to offer. The bold high elf princess proclaimed. "My blood burns, let the next great battle come." The ever-supportive dwarf son of the earth laughed. "We will devour their flames." The boar, more familiar than anyone with the dirt of the battlefield, roared fiercely. "Come, little chicks." The once invincible, now reduced to a desolate figure with a single arm, declared. Having fallen before the black dragon and with his life almost spent, Hebron the little he had left, entrusting everything to the confrontation with the next generation. Give me your life, hero Maxim, for us, for the next era. I too, while spilling blood and screams, plunged my sword and bid farewell to those ancient heroes. The hero is no more. However, a new hero has let out its first cry of life. This is precisely what a heroic legend means. When one hero perishes, another rises in their place. The will does not break. The flame is passed on. It is an eternal journey initiated by heroes since ancient times. The rumble of thunder resonated beyond the distant sky, as if marking the next turn. No, it is our turn. With the blood-stained lessons that so many heroes have left us, we will face the end. The hero may have disappeared, but the legend of heroes will not extinguish. As long as there are those who inherit the legacy, as long as the teachings are not lost, those who walk behind them will continue to advance. I will be a master. After the ancient marine fortress became something akin to a school, guided by my main god, I ceased to be a rebel and found my purpose. I want the skill of those heroes, their radiance, that lingering light, to be passed on to as many as possible. The radiance emitted by both warriors and witches. The indelible glow of that battle at sea was now called lingering light. I can only fight for my goddess. When I confessed this to the boar, at a moment when we were alone, his rusty eyes returned a clumsy response. The instruction is up to you, Leon. Ha, what a selfish guy. A man deeply influenced by warriors, also a seeker off the path. That level of dedication was just what someone like the boar needed. Ha could only advance along the path of mastery. I laughed and promised a new confrontation. That kid is a teacher. What a strange world. I'm impressed by the guidance of the god Baldur. As expected of the god of light, huh? Quite different from our main god. The day the school, tasked with a mission called the 100-Year Project, set out to recruit talents from all over the world, even the Palom, who rarely said goodbye, came to see it. They laughed at the thought of how the next day would bring new battles with their swords. I traveled through the lower world and found many apprentices. Without neglecting my own training, I never stopped learning and striving as an instructor. I respected each person's path, only guiding those who wished to go to the labyrinth city. In this way, many promising adventurers were born, and powerful mages joined legendary heroes. However, no one managed to master the lingering light. It seemed impossible to replicate those ridiculously powerful heroes. In my struggle against the end, I feared that the legacy might extinguish in my hands. Then the world found you. It saw you, ascending the stairs of heroism at a speed that even the gods Zeus and Hera could not match. After the hero disappeared at the end of the legend, I found you. Finally, after such a long wait, the connection has been established at the climax of emotion. When the cheers seemed to reach the sky, the commentator Ibri's voice resonated even louder. Everyone in Arario and the school district looked up. In the void appeared the enormous mirror of the gods. There, a knight-facing a young man was reflected. There, the year. It the white rabbit and the knight of knights, just as we expected. If it were NT for them, this wouldn't make sense. But why is that kid wearing the school district uniform? Bah, who cares? It's just a disguise. Come on, old man, pass the god liquor. I don't understand anything, but if it's a disguise, it's no problem. Hey. More importantly, that place. Ah, yes. It's the edge of the north, right? It can be. Is it the famous Valley of the Dragon? Amazing, I've never seen it. Although nothing had started yet, the Colosseum amphitheater was already vibrating with overflowing excitement. Some spectators smiled and cheered upon seeing the Profilsov, Belle, and Leon, while others frowned, puzzled by their clothing or positions. Their actions were as diverse as the audience itself. Finally, SVS coordinate crystal is working. Now we can project it on the mirror without worries. When they are too far away, our divine power arcanum also increases a bit. But if we know the coordinates, the output is minimal and efficient. And we don't want to disturb the dragon of the valley at all. Thanks for the explanation, Ganesha. But there's no need to explain it to the kids, and please lower your volume a bit. Oops, sorry, Ganesha. In the transmission booth, Hermes and Ganesha were starring in a brief comedic routine. As the loud elephant god gestured wildly, Hermes covered one ear with a finger, unable to hide a mischievous smile. He then stood up, placed a foot on the table, grabbed the magic microphone, and amplified his voice to address everyone. Thank you for waiting, everyone. We have reached the fifth and final match. This stage chosen by the divine Denatus is, as you can see, the end of the world. The vicinity off the Valley of the Dragon. The name resonated among the attendees, and for a moment the Colosseum fell into complete silence. However, as if it were a rehearsed choreography, the god continued. Here, first-level adventurers will be able to unleash all their power without restrictions. There will be no rules to limit their strength. Let us witness together the final confrontation, an unlimited struggle, a pure combat, the ultimate match. The amphitheater shook again, shaken by the ovation of the spectators. The shouts, almost as intense as those experienced during the faction war, resonated throughout the city. Is Bel-sama the last representative? No one told us anything about this. Well, to be honest, I suspected it since we hadn't seen him appear. Will Bel-sama be okay? Soth weapons prepared by Hestia-sama were for this. From the middle row of the stands, Lily, Mikoto, Haruheim, and Welf commented, surprised and worried. Welf, however, smiled as he looked at the group. Anyway, he said, raising his voice. Let us cheer him on. I don't care about their salt of this festival, but he is our captain. The group exchanged glances and nodded in unison. With voices loud enough to drown out the commotion, they directed themselves toward the mirror. Bel-sama, after this there will be a sermon, so win quickly and come back. Stay calm, your opponent shows no cracks. Do your best. Bel-sama, Don Tilu's Bell. The cheers from the Hestia Familia merged with the heat of the moment, as adventurers, gods, and citizens watched intently, missing not a second. In the midst of this electrifying atmosphere, Ibri, the commentator, spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, the final confrontation of the Areopagito, kept secret even from us, is none other than the strongest master of the Academy, Leon Vardenberg, against the greatest troublemaker of Arario, Bel Cranel. There was no room for doubt or pessimism. The city of heroes roared fervently toward the northern confines, seeking a new adventure. Fight! Leon Sensei and Bel Senpai here. Nina asked, visibly confused as Shettried to process the situation. In front of Leon, Bel shared his uncertainty. Why did they have to fight? What purpose was there in it? Despite the doubts, something inside him accepted it as well. I want to venture with you, Bel. Let me see the size of your spirit. Leon's words had hinted at this moment. The desire to face him, to know his strength, had been present all along. Perhaps Leon had been waiting for this instant when he could leave his role as master and become, if only briefly, a simple knight. As you imagine, I too have a duty, but in these circumstances, both the students and the gods will allow me to draw my sword. I repeat, Bel, it's a duel. The echo of the cheers resonated in Bel's mind. He could not refuse it, he understood. However, there is a part of me that wants to face Leon Sensei. He had felt his strength for a long time, as unreachable as Otter, even as a first-level adventurer, he was still out of reach. But that desire to challenge him had grown with every shared adventure. I can escape, can I? No. I can refuse, can I? Correct. Can I challenge him then? Of course. A brief exchange of words, followed by barely perceptible smiles. Bel decided to stop seeking reasons for his desire to fight. It was time to follow his feelings, to reach his aspirations, to protect Ween, to surpass his rival. He drew the god's dagger. Leon, in silence, took his stance. With one last apologetic glance toward Nina, Bel charged with determination. Heya, the clash of sword and dagger resonated, marking the beginning of an epic battle. In the first attack, I lost. The physical strength of the dwarf race, which had already been announced, shook me along with the knife. My eyes opened wide. In an instant, Miswet glands activated. I already knew the difference in our skills, but that had been expected from the start. This is a touchstone for the future. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a thought of facing a level 7 head-on and fighting. Unable to withstand the force of Thetwo-handed great sword, I was thrown back, or rather, I slipped over Master Leon's shield at an oblique angle. There was nowhere to escape, and my movements were restricted in the air. On the scaffold without scaffolding, I extended a hand without showing any rush. Firebolt. A rapid cannon of flames and lightning. A barrage of 10 shots without considering the consequences for my mental strength. However, Professor Leon's face showed not the slightest hesitation in the face of the scarlet rain of rays charged with enormous magical power. The sound of a crushing cut resonated strongly. And with that, all the race were shattered into 1,000 pieces. A frontal attack to distract and then a rain of magic from a blind spot. Good surprise tactic. Who taught you that? My master, a ruthless, cruel elf but as beautiful as a woman. The same one who singed me with that strategy. Hedon, understood. I used the scattered sparks to conceal my silhouette as I landed. I opened the distance between us again, adopting a low stance like a lurking beast. In front of my cautious position, Leon slowly turned toward me and smiled. In a single exchange, with a knife strike and the use of magic, I understood the overwhelming difference in power between us. Even so, I responded to his smile, albeit forced, with sweat trickling down my cheek. I know this feeling. Without a doubt, a LV. 7, the same unreachable peak as Mr. Otter. Even in the face of the insurmountable wall of the irrational and absurd, I did not let my smile disappear. If I did, I would have nothing left but to tremble in fear pathetically. Leaving behind a paralyzed Nina, Professor Leon and I clashed again. What is that magic? It's a cheap trick, shouted Alyssa, supervisor and representative of the students, toward the divine mirror. In the battlefield reflected by the mirror, the flashes of sword intertwined with rays and flames. A combat that seemed destined to end quickly under Leon's relentless sword skills was prolonged thanks to instantaneous magic without the need for incantations. The ability to cast magic without incantations, something that would infuriate any mage, was being maximized by Belle. The students, including Alyssa, could not help but become furious at such a scene. But Leon Sensei is way stronger. Leon Sensei is our best teacher. Go, Leon Sensei AI. In the arena of the campus, different from the Aurario Coliseum, the ovations were endless. The fervor of the students, mixed with shouts of admiration, reflected the absolute confidence they had in Leon Vandenberg, the strongest professor in the school. A fight without rules or special restrictions. Without the constraints that limit knights, Leon's victory seemed certain. No one on campus believed he could lose. But Bell Cranel is really persistent. He's barely a LV5, and yet he keeps fighting. He has exchanged multiple blows with Leon Sensei. Perhaps the record of the fastest rabbit in the world is not a lie, although he remains an intruder. Although they initially looked down on him, the students began to recognize Bell S. Effertan's skill in facing Leon and maintaining combat for more than 3 seconds, something unthinkable. While Leon defended himself solely with his sword, Bell spared no Effertan using magic and sword strikes, grudgingly earning some recognition. Hum. What's wrong, Miss A? You're usually in the clouds. Why do Yao have such a serious face? Maybe it's because he's wearing a uniform, but that figure. I think I've seen it before. Perhaps when Nina and I went to buy potato balls. Iglin, act natural. What do you want me to say? I have no idea. Leave it to me. Miss A, that Bell Cranel looks like Rappy, our companion from the 3rd squad, but he's actually totally. Shut up, shut you PPPP. Iglin, soaked in cold sweat, interrupted Chris's disastrous comment before it ruined everything. The dwarf's outburst drew cold looks from the students, while Leggy, a dark elf from the same squad, remained completely oblivious to the situation. Damn it, who should I support? Iglin scratched his head with both hands and looked back at the mirror. In the arena, Leon, whom he respected deeply, faced Bell, or other Rappy, whose identity they now knew. No, it has to be Leon Sensei. I must support him. But Leggy, with a calm expression, constantly adjusted his mask, while Chris nervously looked around. Iglin's internal conflict perfectly reflected the confusion in the hearts of the 3rd squad. And then, Nina. The name of his companion resonated in the air, causing surprise among the students. They looked at the mirror and with astonished eyes discovered what was happening. Why is Nina using healing magic on Bell Cranel? The best student of the campus had cast a healing spell on an adventurer from Aurario. Sorry. I'm really sorry, Leon Sensei. Her apology reached my ears as I staggered, about to fall to my knees. That apology was accompanied by a warm white light that enveloped my body, restoring my energy. Although it was for a short time, the moving healing technique, rigorously trained under the guidance of Lily and Ryu, pleasantly surprised me. But still, I couldn't bear to see Senpai Bell suffer. My thoughts were interrupted by the discomfort of being pitied by a younger girl. Leon Sensei, without a scratch, momentarily lowered his great sword and looked at Nina with golden eyes, devoid of reproach. I know this is a one-on-one fight, but I can't help, doesn't matter. In fact, Nina, I asked you to join me for this reason. Hey, to be honest, this is at a disadvantage for me. Without your help, it would be absurd for a LV7 to ask for a one-on-one fight against a LV5. With a slight smile, Leon nodded to Nina, recognizing her decision to act of her own accord. Belle, this may be humiliating for you, but no, it's all right. Accepting help may be a little ungraceful, but I'm used to it. Understood. Then come at me with everything, alongside Nina. Yes, physically exhausted, I felt a surge of overflowing momentum and charged forward. Nina, who had been freed from her guilt, seemed to make a decision. She opened her feet to shoulder width and completely focused on controlling her magic and chanting her spell. Holy halo that oscillates, the white breath. The flowers sing, the pure Hillcris magic. Nina placed healing magic at the points where I moved, ensuring not to obstruct my actions. Thanks to that, my stamina improved enough to push my limits. Now it was just a matter of how much I could preserve my mental energy to use Firebolt. Just when I was planning that, my mental energy, which was already on the verge, began to recover suddenly. Surprised, I turned to look at Nina. She smiled at me awkwardly while sweat ran down her forehead. Nina's healing magic can also transfer some of her mental energy to the target, Professor Leon explained as he passed by me while our swords clashed with sparks. That act of devotion from Nina shook my heart. At the same time, I realized her multipletulence. Nina was not only an exceptional healer, but also a valuable support buffer. Without a doubt, working alongside Haruheim, the best spiritual mage, Nina would bring enormous benefits to the Hestia Familia. Dreaming of that future, I summoned even more strength. If we win the Aurario competition games, Nina can join us without problems. Now I had one more reason to win. I propelled myself forward with everything against Professor Leon. Trusting in Nina's healing, I adopted a constant combat style of quick attacks and swift retreats. One moment I appeared in front of him, the next at his flank, behind, or even above his head. Each impact seemed to wear away the ground beneath us as I created a swift and deadly encirclement from all directions. Even mixing magic into my assaults, I managed to widen Professor Leon's eyes slightly for the first time. Tusk, although I grazed his defense from a rear oblique angle, he effortlessly repelled me. My entire body trembled from the impact as I landed behind him, where Nina's healing light awaited me instantly. The knight who was watching me intently relaxed his stance, sheathed his long sword, and put it in the sheath on his back. Belle, you are much stronger fighting alongside someone than being alone. Your courage becomes light and motivates those around you. That quality is invaluable for facing the end. Without exaggeration, I consider it noble. As I tried to process those words, Professor Leon planted the sheath of his sword into the ground and continued. That's why I want to draw more of your potential. Confused at seeing him disarm, I prepared for what was to come. Calmly, he began tauchant. Resonate, resounding lightning. The lion of the 12 seats rises before my incredulous eyes. A glow began to concentrate in his hand. Blaze of round with a dazzling brightness. A torrent of magical energy converged in his left hand, tacking the shape of a golden sword. Is it enchantment magic? No, this is weapon magic, capable of forming weapons of pure magical energy. As my alert senses heightened, I noticed something strange. The sword of light in Professor Leon's hands was formidable, but it did not convey the feeling of a definitive strike associated with magic. In fact, the long sword he had used before had greater reach and generated more pressure. Recalling my recent training with eyes, I understood something. It's stronger when's attacking. I decided to launch an attack before losing the initiative. Ignoring Nina's desperate voice in the distance. No, Belle Senpai. Professor Leon's magic is an instant flash from a one-handed sword, more manageable than the two-handed greatsword. But in terms of maneuverability, my weapon is superior. I quickly drew the long knife, Hakugen, which I had been reserving, striking the side of the luminous blade and slightly deflecting the powerful strike of the sword. The lightness of the weapon bewildered me, but I took advantage of it to close the distance and release my accumulated charge of 2 seconds. A white flash enveloped me knife, propelled by my hero's desire ability, and I unleashed it upon his Luminausword. Heya! A devastating blow wrapped in particles of white light. Although it was only a fraction of a second charge of energy, the goddess knife gained extraordinary power and pierced Master Leon's defense for the first time. The light blade shattered like glass, before the instant release of force that did not yield even to the physical strength of a level 7, Master Leon, unhurried, declared. Incredible! Now the second challenge follows. I tried to celebrate, but the light particles quickly regrouped in his hands, now forming twin swords of light. What? Professor Leon, now faster, reached me in an instant, launching an unrelenting assault that gave me no time to react. Goo! You have surpassed the first trial, Purcell. The next is the second trial, Gavel. After dramatically arching my body, an unyielding attack came. Dodging the tremendous outbursts of strikes, I immediately responded. From the two-handed great sword to the one-handed sword, and then was it to double handling with twin swords. 3 combat styles in this brief fight. Incredible. With skills reminiscent of the versatile adventurer Makoto, what is truly terrifying is that even upon switching to the twin swords, the pressure and ferocity do not diminish in the slightest. He has mastered all 3 fighting styles. Ah! He increased his speed to the maximum to withstand the impending impact. Disguising the tremor of his heart that beat with fury, he feigned bravery while declaring himself the true master of the two-sword art. As if a mirror reflected his movements, a storm offcuts arose, dancing in fierce combat, spinning repeatedly like a top. What exactly is Professor Leon's magic? Isn't it simply weapon magic? Does it have a dual effect that creates separate weapons? But his speed has increased since a moment ago. I couldn't understand the true nature of Professor Leon's magic. It was deeply unsettling and terrifying. But in the midst of that fleeting battle, there was no space for conjecture or deductions. I could barely concentrate on avoiding being defeated. A golden glow illuminated the lines of the cuts. The magical weapons, the god's dagger and Hakugen, roared. The overwhelming weight of their presence made my breath freeze while the pressure surrounded me. An instant later, his right dagger headed straight for me chest. Just a second before being declared defeated, I refused to yield. Ignoring the risk of harming myself, I released a ray of flames from the tip of the god's dagger, aiming toward the ground. Firebolt. The explosion sent us both flying. Although I ended up with burns and temporary lightened, I managed to avoid a fatal wound, reducing it to a superficial cut on my side. Unlike me, Professor Leon landed effortlessly, completely unscathed. Craving a moment to recover, I began firing magic in all directions. 20 consecutive shots, all easily dodged. I knew it, but I did it to buy time. However, instead of avoiding them, Professor Leon chose to confront them head-on. With his twin swords of light, he destroyed each of my attacks. With my stance already recovered, I launched more flames and lightning. I had no other choice. I needed to face Professor Leon. I needed answers. After 77 consecutive attacks, his swords finally reached their limit and broke. You have surpassed the second sword trial, Gavel. I proceed to release the third sword trial, Dalbazar. The scene repeated itself as before. The floating fragments of light in the air were absorbed by Professor Leon, and this time, from the light was born a colossal war axe, glowing golden like a lion. My eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain my astonishment. Senpai Bell, Professor Leon's magic is not weapon magic, but enhancement magic. Each time one of his 11 light weapons is destroyed, his stats increase. What? Nina's voice finally reached my ears, and I couldn't believe it. I had felt that increase in speed since I destroyed his first sword, but now I knew it was not a mere illusion, but a characteristic of his magic. Does he get stronger while fighting? It was like a fairy tale, a story of heroes overcoming adversities and achieving victory, no matter the obstacles. Professor Leon, like an indomitable knight, advanced in the face-off adversity. My magic, the cycle of the 12 swords, is notoriously inefficient. To reach my maximum power, I must allow all 11 of my weapons to be destroyed. Each of the trials increases a skill: speed, dexterity, strength, endurance, magic, and more. Unlike Otter's bestialization, which elevates all his abilities at once, my magic does so gradually. A cold sweat ran down my forehead. His words were true. His magic was inefficient, but also completely risk-free. As he advanced, he grew stronger with no cost at all. Even more terrifying was the thought of the power he would unleash when all 12 weapons were fully released. His magic could surpass even the limits of a standard rank, reaching forbidden levels. Each weapon has its own characteristics. This axe of the third trial, Dalbazar, is not as manageable as the previous ones, but its strike is devastating. Professor Leon turned his waist and raised the gigantic axe, accumulating energy on his shoulders. Despite being a magical weapon, its weight seemed crushing even from a distance. Will you be able to stop this, Belle? With those words, he brought the axe down in a diagonal arc. In that instant, a gigantic blade of light was born, filling the air with its brilliance. A feeling of déjà vu overwhelmed me, recalling the great tournament of the families. An unstoppable attack was approaching. I relinquished my accumulated magic and focused entirely on dodging. I leaped to the right and shot a lightning bolt to the left, using the explosion to propel myself. The impact was devastating. The ground trembled and a shockwave threw me to the ground, making me roll several times. When I finally stopped, I looked up. Nina was sitting on the ground, terrified. The reason was evident. Soon I knew the reason. The half of the hill we were on had completely disappeared. It had transformed into a deep chasm, utterly destroyed. Otter's magic has never been this destructive. He cannot do it as well as Leon. When we fought against Ryu and the other three, if only understood the meaning of the words that person had murmured. This, Zanko, is the origin and the beginning. Facing Otter, who has absolute defense, Master Leon possesses absolute attack. Now I understood the words someone had murmured in the past. Professor Leon not only possessed the definitive attack, he is the definitive attack, Yua. It has begun. The true essence of Leon Vandenberg. His crazy and colossal cutting technique, Castle Slayer. Belle Cranel's face instantly lost all color. And I am also in absolute shock. The screams of the public in the Colosseum amphitheater were overshadowed by the heart-wrenching cries of Ibri. What began as a cheer for the young man had transformed into chills and fear toward the night. It was like reliving a scene from the faction war, showcasing the brutal fighting style of this true warrior. Isfi, who had just run into the Colosseum alongside two companions after their representatives' battle, murmured as she witnessed that surreal scene. The glory of Thisk Knight, now recognized as one of the modern heroes after saving the world alongside the academic district, is deeply intertwined with the stories of his devastating luminous cut. Neither Ryu nor Aisha, who are not as familiar with the information from the outside as Isfi, could articulate a word in the face of the shocking scene. Except for the gods Zeus and Hera, the only one who has faced Otter's absolute defense head-on has been Leon's attack, damn it. That crazy fanatic of chivalry has become even stronger. Even Hedon and Alan, first-level adventurers who calmly analyze the situation, cannot deny the vastness of this knight's power. In terms of global recognition, Leon is the closest candidate to occupy the title of the last hero. Hedon, visibly frustrated, scolded the foolish disciple who was paralyzed in front of the magic mirror. I call this technique, Afterglow Zanko. A cold sweat ran down my cheek. At the edge of my vision, I could see a massive scare-off light etched into the very earth. While the sound of my own pulse echoed in my head, Leon, with his light axe, walked calmly toward me. Without even looking at me, the knight calmly dropped his words as he approached Nina, who still could not stand. However, by combining it with this technique, the distance is eliminated and the target is cut. The skill of Zeus and Hera, the technique from the two great factions that ruled Auraria for 1,000 years. Understanding that it was not a lie sent a chill down my spine. The luminous cut Leon had just executed was incredibly similar to Otter's golden cut. If this technique was developed by both during the faction times 15 years ago, before they were defeated by the Black Dragon, everything made sense. Although even using the same technique, Leon is scarier than Otter. Comparing their Sen attack with the faction war, I noticed something clear. Otter uses his Tremendau strength to complement the technique, but Leon, in terms of pure skill, far surpasses his mystery. This is the path of the knight who chose to specialize completely in offense and cutting. A technique capable of rivaling the shots of the best first-level adventurers. This is the Knight of Knights, the reason he is called the modern hero. Leon stopped in front of Nina, and after helping her up with gallantry, walked toward a backpack on the ground. And the second is to possess some kind of ability or magic related to enhancement. From the backpack, Leon pulled out a large sword wrapped in white cloth. In other words, Belle, you also possess what it takes to master Afterglow Zanko. What? Without fully understanding his words, I looked at him incredulously as he tossed the sword in front of me with a simple motion. The great sword landed, embedding itself in the ground right before my eyes. This is not a suggestion, but an order. Take that sword, A. Leon's eyes, filled with determination, stared at me while my mind was still in chaos. Before the Aurario competition festival was announced, I negotiated with a black-clad mage to see recordings of the faction war on a magic crystal. What? In that instant, Leon vanished, and before I could react, he was right in front of me. My instinct screamed, and I drew the sword to block the light axe descending upon me. I could barely withstand the first strike, then the second. On the third, my position wavered and I was thrown backward. I managed to land awkwardly, and as I turned around, I saw Nina looking at me in astonishment. Use your ability. I will give you time to charge it. What? Ask for Nina S healing and ring your bell to the limit. Let S face off. That statement left me breathless. To face him. To Afterglow Zanko, to Leon. What do you want me to do? It possible to reproduce a technique that I don't even know if I can use? Did the goddess Hestia, who prepared the weapons for me, know this would happen? Know what does she really want? Doubts arise and fade, exacerbating my confusion. Enthroned, I could only articulate one question. I will speak from my ugliest desire. I want to master this, Zanku, I said, with a voice that resonated from the depths of my being. His eyes, as straight and firm as a sword, pierced me with an unyielding gaze. I have cut hills and even a castle. I must defeat the dragon with this technique. What? I exclaimed, surprised. And if I follow the teachings of the god Zeus and the goddess Hera, I must face the one who took this Zanku, elevate ourselves mutually, and devour it so that my sword advances to the next level. There is no lie in his words. I know it. I feel it. Leon Sensei speaks sincerely. If it were not so, it would be impossible for Nina, who has known him for much longer than I, Tobe trembling behind me. In that moment, I could glimpse the terrible child who didn't fit with the image of a gentleman whom they talked about last night in stories from the past. Belle, get ready. I have no intention of resolving this any other way. As if he had already said everything necessary, Leon Sensei wielded his brilliant battle axe with both hands, adopting a stance natural, ready to wield it at any moment. Indeed, he has the attitude of an absolute victor, ready to fight for my power load. Is there no other option? There is no other option. After leaving the forest of confusion, I only hesitated once. In this exam, disguised as the city competition festival, the city, the Arariopiad, the examiner, Leon Sensei, had already presented both the methods and the conditions to solve it. What I should do is not get up from my seat to question it nor tear the answer sheet in a fit of frustration. My task is to take up the sword, my pen, and face this complicated problem until the final bell rings. I must understand the examiner's intentions and find their response. I remembered the student spirit I learned in the academic zone. As I adjusted my battle uniform, which I was still wearing, I lowered my center of gravity, preparing for battle. The sound of the bell marked the beginning, and I started charging energy. On my great sword, Bell Senpai. Sorry, Nana. Lend me your strength. Without taking my eyes off the gentleman in front of me, I apologized to the young woman. I was behind and asked for help. I want to meet Leon Sensei's expectations, and if possible, exceed them. My message seemed to reach her. Nana, who had been left speechless, nodded after a moment. He took a step back so as not to interfere, while the sound of his staff preparing resounded behind me. While gathering particles of white light in Welf's great sword, countless formulas called doubts passed through my mind. No matter how much energy I gather, my blow will not be projected. I am sure. It wasn't T against Goliath, nor against that rival, nor even against the mighty otter. Every time I used the energy charge of my great sword, I had to get closer to deliver a decisive blow. So should I imitate the technique of Leon Sensei and Otter, trying to reproduce it spontaneously? It's impossible. Bell Cranel is not that skilled. Failure is inevitable. From the beginning, wouldn't it be possible to close the distance with magic? Couldn't I use the energy-charged firebolt to compensate? No. Leon Sensei expects you to use his technique, the Zanku. He wants to perfect his skill with me as a witness. He himself has declared that he does not master magic. A master of cut seeks, above all, a sword capable of cut the dragon. Moreover, with the base power of a quick spell like Firebolt, I could never replicate the impact of Zanku. If anything can achieve it, it would be a cut based on physical skill and the edge of Welf's sword. So, if failure is inevitable, how much more must I load my sword before being ready? With heavy sweat running down my cheek, I didn't seek advice. From Leon Sensei. 1 minute. 1 more minute. I am not going to betray my determination. I will find the answer with my own hands. Leon Sensei surely walked this same path. In his struggle together with the god Zeus and the goddess Hera, he had to advance on his own until achieve the power to cut through a castle. If I have heard their stories, I have no right to back down. As long as my lips keep proclaiming that I want to be a hero, I can abandon my resolution. Will that be your first response? He asked with a look that read my posture, my energy load, and my intention. I felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing my heart and throat, making it difficult to breathe. But I strengthened my grip on the grip of the great sword, showing my will. I must avoid relying solely on the energy charge. First, understand the essence of the technique. What principles govern the flight of a cut like the Zanku? Based on my experience facing the unknown in the dungeon, I used all my knowledge and wisdom, while slowly raised the great sword. As if mirroring my movement, Leon Sensei hefted his shining battle axe on his shoulder. Then I swung it forcefully from my shoulder. A burst off 1 minute of energy, a diagonal cut made with all my strength, finding the common ground between both of their positions. That, weak, the knight struck him down with a single blow. Despite being at a disadvantage with pure strength and mastery, he defied the natural order of time and unleashed a fearsome cutting flash before me. Japanese letter. Just like before, a dazzling glow completely covered my vision. The lion-like flash broke the sound barrier, advancing toward me. However, my cut didn't shoot forth. Gah! Right in front of me, a devastating charged blow collided with the cutting flash, striking the ground. The result of the impact was evident. The knight's technique was on another level. The outcome was undeniable. Even though it mitigated some of the impact, I was thrown back along with my great sword, which I held onto out of sheer stubbornness. And I ended up right in front of Nina. Senpai Bell. Nina the healer rushed toward me and immediately activated her healing magic. Beneath my tattered combat uniform, my wound-laden skin began to heal rapidly. A single impact, and it wasn't even direct, but it caused so much damage. Even so, Hugh was holding back. The first flash I saw had wiped out half a hill. This one only left a deep crack in the ground. He hadn't destroyed me. Bell, stop worrying about me. As long as you keep that worry, you'll never be able to cut my cutting flash. My first attempt was a mistake. The slightest thought of concern for Master Leon had activated an internal break in my mind, which was a disrespect to the knight. This pain and my situation told me how wrong I was. Nina, get away. I stood up and pushed my companion, who had healed my body, to start charging my energy once more. Nina, with a worried expression, stepped back, though she seemed to want to say something. I held my great sword, resonating like a bell as I prepared. The knight raised his luminous axe. From that moment, just as Leon Sensei predicted, a brutal exchange battle began, a storm of cutting flashes in which I was the only one being torn apart. Gah! My 2-minute energy charge was interrupted. Once more, 3 minutes. Again, 4 minutes. Again, 5 minutes. Once more. The result was always the same. No matter how hard I tried to grasp the essence of the technique, Afterglow Zanku, I couldn't even graze its limits. In the meantime, my ability Heroic Desire increased its power, only to be shattered at each time. Fragments of my combat uniform flew. Blood splattered. My bones began to crack. If it weren't for Nina's dedication as a healer, constantly healing my body and mind, I would have already fallen. At one point, I managed to sound the great bell. A pure white flash after a 3-minute charge managed to block and deflect the knight's flash. At least that's what I thought. The knight swung his axe again. A consecutive attack, nothing was out of place. A pure technique without chant or charge deserved a second, third, and even fourth attack. I tried to withstand the first flash, endured the second and third. But when Thefirth struck, my great bell was overwhelmed. I was thrown. My body couldn't withstand the torrent of light and was tossed to the ground in a miserable way. Once again, I flew backward, unable to stop myself. This time with much greater force. Nina bravely stepped in to stop me. She threw her staff and held me in front. Even though the impact was brutal, she didn't let go. We rolled together on the ground, wrapped in the remnants of the flash, until the energy finally dissipated. The already devastated terrain was left even more destroyed. Rocks evaporated, and a scorched landscape smoldered around us. From Nina's protective arms, forcing my eyes to open, I saw the knight standing tall in the distance. Wait, isn't at a blatant lynching. Even Ibri, the commentator, was left speechless at the scene. The black desert, known as the end of the world, had been completely transformed. Over and over, the knight unleashed the power of his cutting flash, comparable to a finishing move, while the terrified audience remained in complete silence. Even in the distant academic area, students watched in shock at Master Leon, whose ruthless posture they had never seen before. "Please, someone tell us what Bel Cranel did to deserve this." Ibri, trying to break the deafening silence, shouted desperately in his broadcast. The tremors in the area didn't fade. Only his piercing voice resonated, being uselessly absorbed by the vast sky. He has taken a step onto the stairway to heroism. Just that. The Gulliver brothers, Ulfrig and company, responded indifferently to the man's resonant shout. "That damn rabbit always ends up in pieces, doesn't he?" Alan Azelways said it arrogantly, scornful of the situation. The robust Einherjar warriors, strengthened in the anomalous environment of the Folkvanger battlefield, were the Onlyones present who showed no change in their expressions. Only Hedin, observing Thebai trapped behind the mirror, displayed a mix of irritation and helplessness. Even if Itha's mithril mixed in, that sword was forged with adamantite, an ultra-hard metal, and it's already breaking. As Lily, Mikoto, and Haruheim paled, Welf, with the sharp gaze of a smith, evaluated the wear on the great sword in the young man's hands. That sword was specially created for Bel as a reward for victory in the clan war. Using adamantite, patiently forged by the smith god Hephaestus, it was destined to be an exceptional piece. Perceiving the signs of destruction on that work through the mirror, Welf couldn't help but twist his face, impressed by the knight's power and his final glow. "Did Lady Hestia know and still give my sword to Bel?" His shout, bordering on reproach, didn't reach the goddess's ears. However, far from them, in a secluded hallway of the stands, Hestia gripped the railing tightly with both hands. "Bel Kun, are you sure you did the right thing by putting Bel through something so extreme?" Thegrayish hair fluttered. Beside her, dressed in a light green uniform, appeared Sur. "I didn't know it would be so exaggerated either." Baldur's letter only mentioned needing help in the valley and to defeat something. Oh, and also a way to reconcile Aurario with the academy. Ah, yes, excuses, poor Belson. "You, Ray, the last one who can talk, sir. You were the one who sent him to the Folkvanga battlefield. Don T, remind me, Hestia-sama. I am going to get scolded by Mia later." "I knew you were slacking off." The noisy exchange between the two goddesses began to attract annoyed glances from nearby spectators. After a deep sigh, Hestia looked up at the mirror high above once more. Sooner or later, he had to go to the valley. Even Hermes said, Belkun will inevitably be called to face the Black Dragon. He's already a candidate for hero. Then, now is the time to prepare, to know what awaits him and to get ready for it as soon as possible. I think that's the right thing to do. The trials imposed by Leon are part of that preparation, but Hestia didn't say it out loud. Though I wish the good times could last forever, if we don't do what we must now, Belkun and I, we will surely regret it. Sir, understanding the true feeling behind those words, nodded silently. Both, with different roles and natures, shared the same concern for the young man facing a harsh trial before their eyes. "Please stop, Master Leon." Nina, embracing me from behind to protect me, cried out with a voice on the verge of tears. Despite her desperate plea, Leon remained unmoved. With a cold expression, more of a knight than a master, he only watched me, his fingers trembling. "This is not a class, this isn't even a fight, this is..." "You're right, Nina. It's neither a class nor a combat. This is a baptism. Just like what the gods Zeus and Hera put us through 15 years ago, what he will inevitably have to face. I'm just accelerating it. If he doesn't overcome this trial, then he doesn't deserve to be called a hero. He doesn't deserve the world's hopes to be placed upon him." The words crossed the air and pierced me like broken glass. During my travels with Nina and the others, or my feats on floor 29, perhaps I had deceived myself into thinking I was already a first-level adventurer. But now I understand. From Leon's perspective, I'm far from worthy. I'm just a child. "Are you not going to get up, Belle? I haven't completely defeated you yet. I cut the hill, I cut the castle, I defeated the dragon, I still haven't seen you like that. It's a cruel imposition. It could even be considered irrational. I never wanted anything like that. Todake the sword to cut hills, castles, and dragons. He's saying something absurd. Surely, the heroes of Zeus and Hera, whom I never met, were also such absurd people. Master Leon is trying to do something terrible to me. I still haven't found a hero like you who transforms the glow into light of hope. But I understand the meaning of that cruelty, the true intention hidden in that baptism. because I have already heard their old stories and their hidden feelings. I have always wished, both in the past and now, for more heroes to rise. That's what the knight across the roaring campfire said. Waiting. He's still waiting. Since the god Zeus and the goddess Hera left, he has been waiting for more than 15 years. He's waiting for me. He's waiting for us, the eggs of heroes. He's waiting for as many heroes as possible to rise and chase him. That's why I placed my trembling hands in the ground and stood up. Belle Senpai. Nina, please, use your healing magic. I said it with difficulty, along with drops of blood. This will be the last. I filled my body with all the will and the little strength I had left. Not to betray Theknight's wishes, I returned my gaze to his lion-like eyes, and even the blood flowing warmed up. I want to be a hero. My lips repeated those words, proclaiming them to the black and desolate land. That person is also waiting for one of the heroes. I swear I will save this world threatened by the end. I swear to become the person who is beyond my fixed gaze. A promise I can no longer set aside. I offer it with determination. The knight standing in the distance, with his hair swaying in the wind, wore a calm smile beneath his bangs. Sacred, oscillating halo, white breath. The flowers sing on the pure hill, crystal magic. My own determination, which was not forced by anyone, was also understood by Nina. Holding back her sobs, her voice rang out, providing pure and white healing. Although my physical and mental energy was far from fully recovered, my wounded body and heart found comfort. It was enough. I apologized to my great sword, already cracked, begging it to lend me its strength once more, and then I invoked the thunder of flames. Firebolt. To the surprise of Nina and the others, I cast a spell on the great sword I held with both hands. The sound of the great bell resonated immediately. Dual charge. Thedamantite, a super-hard metal mixed with refined mithril, reacted against the flames, blocking the magical conduction. But despite that, I forced it with pure willpower and covered the great sword with a flame armor. I still can't cast Afterglow Zanko like Master Leon. It's not a technique I can use yet, but if I take advantage of the properties of long-range spells and maximize them then, if all I need to do is close the distance, magic will be enough. The fast spell Fireball can't mimic the power of Afterglow Zanko. I knew that well. So I decided to use the characteristics of both techniques with dual charge to compensate for the limitations, granting the great sword a pseudo-light that restores a flying fire cut. A crazy idea, an improvised experiment, a bet of all or nothing. However, this was the option with the highest probability of success. My instinct, honed by overcoming countless unknown challenges, roared in affirmation. Thus, I will trust this feeling. Unlike Master Leon and the others, I lacked technique, creativity, and perhaps even determination. That's why I will use everything I have. My skills, my magic, every experience accumulated until today, even a naive, childlike creativity. Are you planning to abandon the perfection of technique to extend the range with magic, Belle? It was evident to him with just a glance. Would it be a point against me? A disappointment? But the knight, with a smile full of wild intensity, responded. It's not a baseless gamble. It's seeking the possibility of victory, complementing it with wisdom, and putting all your cards on a final explosion. That is your way off being. That's right. This is who I am now. What I learned from San and so many authors, what I gained by traversing the unknown now, I am Belle Cranel, a first-class adventurer. Inside, I shouted as I made the sound of the great bell resonate even more. Within the growing white light, the crimson flames writhed furiously, and holding Thegreat sword, I saw Master Leon squinting his eyes, as if he were glad to have found Somion worthy of a heroic tale, like an adult with the heart of a child. I would have liked to face you in a full-force duel, he murmured with some regret. But it's already too late. Then the knight turned, looking up at the sky, and the sky, covered with dark clouds, rumbled. Ooh, 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 ooh. A colossal roar came from something beyond us. Nina and I, stunned, looked toward the valley. What we saw was a rain of light, flickering like lightning and flashing from the crack in the dark clouds separated from the tornado. From there emerged something gigantic, too long to comprehend immediately. What is that? A huge centipede. Nina, paralyzed behind me, murmured. I, with the sharp sight of a first-class adventurer, simply vocalized what I saw. Its skin was dark purple. With a body over 50 meters long, composed of multiple segments, it did not resemble a snake. Dozens of short, thin legs like claws sprouted from each side, moving with a disturbing crunch that evoked the horror of an insect. Its grotesque head had a deformed jaw and a long, pointed protrusion resembling a mosquito's stinger. Furthermore, from the sides off its head protruded organs that looked like wings. Its entire body was covered in scales as tough as a dragon. It can't be. The thought that crossed my mind was voiced by Master Leon. It's a dragon. Before those words settled, the dragon's eye, moving at the edge of the sky, fixed its gaze upon us. As if it despised the insects disturbing its territory, it fired a beam of light from its protrusion. The spot where Master Leon had been was consumed by an explosion. Master Leon! That's the poisonous sky centipede dragon. Before Nina's scream faded, the knight appeared, breaking through the column of smoke, landing safely in front of us. Nina, still shocked, watched the scene as I held my breath before the massive crater formed in an instant. The distance between us and that creature was approximately 5 kilometers, a firing power capable of reaching from so far away. While we remained in shock, Master Leon, not taking his eyes off the monster, continued. If my memory serves me right, it's a creature from Floor 67 discovered by the gods Zeus and Hera. Floor 67. The offered information was shocking. The dragons that inhabit the Valley of Dragons are ancestral species that once escaped the dungeon to the outside world. With that in mind, it wasn't impossible for such a high-level monster to exist. Not impossible, but absurd. Why is such a monster here? More than 10 days ago, the dragon's roar was confirmed. It likely escaped due to a distortion in the Spirit's wind seal. What? While Nina became agitated, Professor Leon calmly explained the situation. I observed his profile. Had he confirmed it over 10 days ago? Could it be that Professor Leon? Before that doubt turned into certainty in my mind, the knight in silver armor began to analyze the situation with precision. It seems that the barricade of the school district has also been broken. Although it's still wrapped in the lightning web, if we manage to free ourselves from it, the dragon will charge at us without hesitation. As Professor Leon said, the centipede dragon, which was struggling among the dark clouds, was still shooting flashes of light rays. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the dragon's wings were trapped by an extremely fine light net. When I arrived here, the first thing I saw was those flashes. The dragon was fighting to free itself from the barrier. That barrier must be the one created by the school district, which covered the Valley of the Dragon. As its name suggests, the lightning web had entangled around the dragon, preventing it from advancing. The more it struggled, the more entangled it became, and if it managed to break it, it would be trapped in the magic net that would hinder it, giving extermination forces like Professor Leon time to arrive. It was an impressive device. What Arrow going to do? With the dragon's imminent arrival, Nina tried to keep her trembling voice under control. Our gaze focused on the experienced knight, who, more than anyone, had a history of battling dragons. The Arario Urban Competition tournament is cancelled. We will immediately begin the extermination of the dragon. He spoke firmly, as if he wanted both the city of Arario and the school district to hear him through Themerer. Then, Professor Leon turned calmly, looking at the enormous flaming sword Hugh was holding, and looked at me. Belle, you will defeat it. What? Use that afterglow Zanko against it. If it's now, you can do it. His lion-colored eyes looked at me with absolute confidence. For a moment I stood still, but he turned forward and stepped ahead. If the gods Zeus and Hera are not just jesters, the centipede dragon has an estimated level 7 potential. What? But don't worry, from what I see. It's weaker than the Deep Master, Udius. But I have never fought against a Deep Master, Udius. In my desperation, while I felt as if a bomb of words had exploded in my face, Professor Leon's back, advancing, seemed to smile mischievously as it had many times before. I realized that somehow the tension in my body faded. It will take care of buying time. With those short words of confidence, the knight charged forward with great strength. Almost simultaneously, the centipede dragon completely broke the light barrier and dove toward us. Ooh, 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 ooh. The monstrous dragon moved like a snake, gliding through the air like a terrifying shadow. Beside it, it shot beams of violet light like laser rays. Professor Leon, with his light axe, easily dodged the first 2 shots. Suddenly, a third unexpected shot headed toward us, and it was as if time froze. Professor Leon! The explosive sound of the violet light froze the blood in Nina and me. But Sword Trial 3, Dalbazar cleared. Sword Trial 4, Farol unlocked. Theknight's cloak billowed proudly, and a new armor of light appeared. The light axe, which had collided with the rays, transformed into a gigantic shield of light, like Agiant's sword. Professor Leon smiled calmly, as if wanting to give us confidence. The farce of the warrior dwarves, dignity restored. Leave me the wall that acts as avant-garde wall. With an increase in his status, he advanced, unwaveringly, dazzling, facing the dragon in a fierce battle. The monster estimated at level 7 did not make him retreat a single step. He fearlessly received all the laser rays of light with his shield, and from behind he drew a light dagger, tearing apart parts of the dragon as if ripping them away. The dragon, seeing the power of the dagger, twisted to evade the impact. With an annoyed gesture, the dragon looked at Professor Leon with rage, focus set entirely on him. The exemplary tactic of a vanguard wall, drawing the enemy's attention. Tusk! Now is not the time to admire him. I took my sword and began to charge it again. The great bells resonated in the air, and at the same time, the dragon began to inflate every part of its body like a balloon. Not taking my eyes off Professor Leon, the dragon released a large amount of black miasma from its body. Nina, fight with purifying magic Krishame. The level 5 or higher dragons in the valley release contaminated miasma. This poison can erode through wounds and drastically reduce the effectiveness of healing magic. Protect Belle. Lullaby of the wind, cradle of flowers. In response to Professor Leon's call and the black miasma that was coming at us like a black wave, Nina immediately began to recite her spell. Standing in front of me, her wand shone, and although her mental energy was almost zero, she continued with the incantation. The light zone appeared to protect me just as darkness began to close in. Ragriel Krishame. It was the third time I saw the zone of white flowers. The black miasma collided with the luminous white zone, creating an impressive spark. Despite the miasma enveloping everything, it could not penetrate the sacred area of the fairies. Instead, I saw how Nina's knees slowly buckled. Nina. I'm fine, Raffi. Somehow, I mispronounced her name, but there was no time to correct it. All her power was focused on keeping the barrier active. Purified by the domain of light, looking through the dissipation of themiasma, Master Leon sees the centipede dragon. We were waging a fierce battle against a dragon. In just an instant, the landscape was completely destroyed. The rocks, struck by the poisonous energy, crumbled as if they were fragile crystals. In the blink of an eye, the elevated terrain collapsed, and everything not under our feet lost its meaning. It was a terrifying scene, as if it were themed of the world. Both I in the rear and Nina in a support role, and the imposing Leon Sensei in the vanguard, knew that if we didn't give everything we had, our lives would be mercilessly devoured. This is the end of the world in the farthest north. This place is not a dungeon, but the world here is completely different. A dragon like that, there are many here. And an enemy like that, within that whirlwind there are countless. It was like an amphitheater or a combat arena, or perhaps a city. Someone whispered those words. In the mirror, there was no black ocean, and above our heads the beautiful blue sky should have stretched out, but it seemed as though Thurald was being silently invaded. The image of the 3 adventurers and knights facing off, without words, while everyone watched the terrifying battle against the dragon, left us all breathless. Have you noticed? I hope you have noticed. The little time Wahave left. While touching the edge of his hat, Hermes looked around the arena, completely silent. I hope you feel it. The end is approaching from the north. We don't even have time to fight among ourselves. From the highest balcony of the temple tower, Balder watched the trembling arena, his words falling upon us. And I hope we can unite, and that more than one of us is born as a hero. In the underground Altaroth, the guild, Uranus, seated on his throne, closed his eyes deeply and whispered, "This is the enemy we must face. Belkun, all of you." Finally, Hestia, to ensure her message reached her followers, shared the future that awaited them. All the gods observed the battle with their transparent eyes. That is, the enemy we must face. As I protected myself in the field of white flowers, the great bell continued to resonate, and deep in my heart, the words of Leon Sensei, everything had told me on this journey, returned to my mind. I remembered why the world needs heroes and understood it again. We must gather more heroes. We need more companions. If not, we cannot win this final battle. I looked deep into my vision, at the whirlwind of spirits still spinning in agony, and gripped the hilt of my sword. Once again, and as many times as necessary, we would renew our determination. To stop Thysand, we will fight together, as Leon-sensei and Nina did. So, let's cut. With my hands gripping the sword, I remembered the heroes who left their light behind, the knights who trusted in it, wishing to turn that light into hope. I understood what Wace expected of me. I knew what I wanted. To receive the legacy of the legend of heroes, from the origins to the last hero, we would demonstrate our will until that moment arrives. Ha! The trigger of the hero's desire ability activated, and the figure he imagined was that of Leon Vandenberg, a modern hero who, despite being defeated time and again by heroes, always pursued that figure and protected the world. With my eyes fixed on that noble knight trying to fulfill his mission, I raised my sword rapid in flames. I visualized the figure of an invincible knight and warrior. I reproduced their stances in my still weak body, but with firmness. I was aware of my lack of skill, but the strength of the flames filled that void. All I needed was power, magic, and an unbreakable will, to cut the hill, to bring down the castle, to defeat the dragon. So, I can cut. I stared into the eyes of the lion. His eyes did not waver. The light had already been inherited. The sound of the great bell resonated. 5 minutes. Full charge complete. I looked at the distance, too far to reach with my sword. However, I released an explosion of fire, a torrent of flame that cut through the air toward the dragon, which looked on in disbelief. Remnant light of the sacred flame, Argovesta. The Pharaoh jumped back and struck down. The fire cut that broke the concentration time flew. Transforming into immense firelight, it took the shape of a glow and flew toward the astonished eyes of the dragon. Becoming a new light, different from that of the night, it sliced through the ominous dragon. Ooh, 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 ooh. While in the air, the centipede dragon, whose enormous figure was cut in two, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. While in the air, the centipede dragon, whose enormous figure had been cut in two, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The roar of the flames soon devoured its final cry as swell. From the severed part, the extreme fire consumed it completely, and when the chaotic flow of flames reached the magic stone, that was its core, an impressive red fire flower bloomed. Ashes, like snow, fell through the air. The flaming sword that had cut the dragon continued its advance, reaching the black clouds that covered the northern lands. The darkness broke. In the black plain, which was not supposed to receive sunlight, only a faint ray of blue and a dazzling celestial staircase descended. Alongside Nina, I gazed in awe at that beautiful sunlight which almost felt familiar. We did it. I murmured softly. Having pushed past my limits, I let the giant sword, now broken and charred, drop as I partially crouched, supporting my body that seemed to collapse, yet I still felt the emotion without truly understanding it. Ah, you did it. Through the falling ash snow, the night approached. Professor Leon, whose silver armor was barely singed, stopped in front of me and Nina, who were still in shock, and smiled at us. Thank you, Belle. Thanks to you, we were able to defeat the dragon. Hearing those words of gratitude, a smile finally appeared on my face. You ray amazing, Rappy-kun. No, Belle-senpai. Nina also had flushed cheeks from the excitement and quickly moved closer, but I could no longer resist. The thread of tension broke, and my body, which was almost falling, was caught by Nina, who hurriedly supported me. The fact that she hugged me to hold me up made me feel embarrassed, as I couldn't keep myself steady until the end. I couldn't hide the bitter smile that arose from the happiness. It was really impressive. I am glad to have gone on this adventure. Professor Leon, watching us with a kind gaze, looked up, squinting at a ray of sunlight filtering through the broken sky. He seemed to respect the achievements we had made in this adventure. Seeing that scene, I thought that Professor Leon surely already knew about the existence of the dragon that had escaped the seal and its roar. He could probably have defeated the centipede dragon by himself. At the very least, if a stronger dragon appeared, he must have been prepared to face it. And in that sense, he had brought us here, so that I could defeat the dragon, so that I could learn a part of Afterglow Zanko. And then the urban competition festival, Aurario appeared, no longer makes sense, right? Belle, do you want to continue fighting? No. I see. Then, even though it was a series of surprises, I acknowledge my mistake, and let's declare this battle a draw. The confrontation between Aurario and the school district did not come to an end. Seeing the almost shameless expression on the professor's face, I couldn't help but smile. Nina, who was supporting me, also seemed to understand everything, and with her usual seriousness, struggled not to laugh. If I could offer a solution for this confusion without involving either Aurario or the school district? Would you be willing to collaborate? Now I understood what Professor Leon meant by solution. Instead of resolving the final competition of the Urban Competition Festival, Aurario appeared. We had turned the dragon, a creature we needed to defeat, into an intruder, ensuring that the confrontation between Aurario and the school district would have no conclusion. But would everyone accept it this way? As I thought about the adventurers and students who were watching us through the mirror, Professor Leon spoke again. Belle. Now that, without intending to, you fought against the dragon of the valley, I ask you, what do you think we should do? What to do? Do you think the adventurers of Aurario can defeat dragons on their own? Can we, with just the strength of the school district, continue to protect the lower world? Surely that was the final question of the fieldwork in this research. Through this journey, Professor Leon wanted to know what answer I, the subject of research, could provide. Nina, holding her breath, observed my face. I had already made my decision. If a great hero appears still, they cannot win alone. Smiling at the girl who opened her eyes, at the knight who also smiled, and at all the people watching us, I let out a tearful smile. If we are alone, we can do nothing. But if there are two of us, there are things we can do. If there are three, even more. And if we are all together, we can do anything. Without the help of Professor Leon and Nina, I would never have defeated that dragon. Not even Professor Leon alone could have destroyed all the dragons sealed in that seal. Each of us has limits. And it was here, in this moment, that I truly realized that. That's why I want to shout and ask for help. Because many heroes are undoubtedly stronger than one single hero. Are those words from a hero's story? Yes. It's a phrase from a book my grandfather loved, and it suddenly came to my mind. It was a line from a hero in a book my grandfather used to read to me in my hometown, the words that always remained in my heart, and that now, at this moment, I felt were the right time to say. I think I cannot win without all of you, that's what I believe. Hearing my response, Professor Leon nodded deeply as if he were giving me a perfect score. I believe that too. Professor Leon. In the world, there are still many who face each other, many forces that clash. But I one day want us to unite. Those of us who fight against the same end, we are undoubtedly looking in the same direction. When he extended his hand amid his words, I already knew what my answer would be. Smiling, I shook his hand in a firm grip. Nina, who was watching closely, also smiled. As the sky tried to close up again with black clouds, the warm sunlight continued to illuminate us until the end. And now, a divine voice fell upon Aurario and the school district amid a long silence. As the Knight of Nights said, it seems that no conclusion has been reached. What will you do now? Both Aurario and the school district. Hermes' voice, not hiding its indifferent tone, resonated in the Colosseum amphitheater and in the arena through the magical amplifier. Everyone in the stands wore serious expressions or crossed their arms, absorbed in their thoughts, while the gods spoke casually. It was terrifying, wasn't it? The Valley of the Dragon at the end of the world. Someone has to dominate something like that. And while they're fighting among themselves, no one will be born who can dominate it. It's a divine message. The world needs heroes. In the temple tower rising in the school district, the god of light also murmured, smiling with his eyes closed. If they can lower their raised fists, we, the gods in Denatus, will mediate between Aurario and the school district and find a constructive compromise. What do you think? Everything is in the gods' hands. An adventurer who hates the gods spat out the words. It's a horrible farce. The young students said the same thing, pursing their lips. That's why no one responded. However, there was also no one who rejected the outstretched hand of the gods with a smile. Epilogue. A beautiful world, this is what the young ones discovered after returning to Aurario. The outcome of the Aurario-Pied Sports Festival, the result of the festival, was a draw with 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie. Throughout the competition, Leon was superior to Belle. If points had been awarded for presentation, the academic zone would have emerged victorious. However, no one wanted to engage in trivial disputes. The academic zone proved to have power equal to that of Aurario, which led, as Hermes had anticipated, to the dismissal of the requirement to collect all the orichalcum under the mediation of the gods in the Denatus. Instead, the academic zone agreed to participate in the vertical tunnel project led by the guild. If it's a project to save the world by exploring the dungeon, we'd be happy to cooperate. Furthermore, if our academy's alchemy department helps design the tunnels, the possible accidents could be greatly reduced. Isn't it an ideal situation? Said Baldur, the director of the academy, with a serene smile and his eyes closed. The guild finally conceded, albeit reluctantly. They even offered additional benefits, such as reopening family recruitment, which was too good an opportunity to pass up. The guild leader, Royman, was forced to accept the deal with tears in his eyes, signing the document while abandoning his ambitions to monopolize the fame and authority Ophthai's project of the century. Denatus maneuvers and a shocking gesture to dissipate the tensions between the city and the academy. An extraordinary event was organized. The gods of the Denatus persuaded the founder of Aurario, Uranos, to publicly appear and shake hands with director Baldur. The scene was so grand that it spread through newspapers across the continent, accompanied by illustrations from excited artists who captured the moment in paintings that would be widely distributed. This was an absolute victory for Uranos, said a black-robed mage, frustrated but resigned to the flawless move by the ancient deity who had secured the Academy's full cooperation. On the other hand, Hermes, standing on the city walls, murmured with satisfaction. This turned out better than expected. Bel has grown even more. Buffy, Baldur, after helping you with your plan, I expect a good reward. The Academy students and the acceptance of the deal among the young people of the Academy, some were not entirely convinced, but they eventually accepted the decision. They knew, more than anyone, the danger the world faced and chose to mature a bit, inspired by Bel's stubborn bravery, the adventurer they had once looked down upon. The Academy saw a significant increase in requests for practical experiences in the families, a clear sign of the revitalization of dungeon exploration. A new title for Bel Cranel in Aurario, the guild made an important decision to grant Bel Cranel a new title. His title, Light of the Lion and the Rabbit Regulus Arn, symbolizes the hope inherent from Zeus and Hera, representing a connection between the past and the future. With this recognition, Bel officially ascended to the rank of first-level adventurer, LV5, increasing his prestige. The city celebrated, the Academy accepted him, and the world dreamed of a new future full of possibilities. I'm sorry for forcing you into something so tough, Bel. Oh no, it's fine. It surprised me, but it was necessary for Aurario and the school district to reconcile. Plus, it was much more merciful than the Folkvanger battlefield. So, haha. A conversation under the blue sky still far from Aurario, Bel walked alongside Leon and a half-elf under a clear sky, accompanied by meadows full of flowers. Leon, were you able to see your parents again? Bel asked bravely. Leon, after a moment's pause, responded with a shy smile. Yes, I visited them after becoming Eight-Hatcher. When they saw me, they cried tears of joy. It was embarrassing, but it also made me very happy. Upon hearing this, Bel smiled sincerely as well. The return to Aurario, I'm tired. Do you think everyone will be angry because we left the school district without saying anything? Nina stretched as she passed through the city gate, which was so tall she had to look up. The place was the main street to the north. After returning from the Black Lands, Bel and the others bathed once more in the warm light of the sun. They're surely going to be worried. This was all my decision, so you don't need to worry, Nina. I'll take care of apologizing to everyone. Hey, I can't let Master Leon do that alone. Ha ha. I also need to apologize to Lily and the others. In a corner like this, Leon, as honest and serious as always, made Nina hurriedly wave her hands, while Bel gave Ian an awkward smile, as if he, too, couldn't distance himself from the matter. Under a clear sky, he narrowed his scarlet ruby eyes. Bel recognized the change in his heart throughout this journey. He renewed his determination to never abandon this blue, lost in the black wastelands covered by the miasma of the north. I must become stronger, much stronger than I am now. With the help of the gods, my family, and San and the others, with a promise deep in his heart, he resumed his march. Thanking Leon until the end for carrying both his and Nina's luggage, Bel directed his steps toward the guild headquarters to make various reports. Upon his return, the citizens offered words of encouragement and admiration to the troublesome hero who once again filled the city with life. However, that scene soon became fleeting. Silence spread. The entire city. And at the same time, a strange murmur began to spread at an accelerated pace. Bel and the others stopped, perplexed by this unknown Aurario. What is this feeling? Has Aurario always been like this? Nina asked, nervously looking around. It seems the city center is in an uproar, Leon responded, using his level 7 hearing to identify the source. Let's go. Bell said, feeling a premonition in his chest as he changed direction toward the northwest, where the guild headquarters was located. Citizens, adventurers, even the gods. Everyone in sight murmured among themselves, with looks of urgency, moving in the same direction as them, towards the base of the great white tower. As if something invisible was dragging them, Bell and the others quickened their pace, from walking fast to jogging, from jogging to running. The closer they got to the center, to the south of the city, the murmur turned into screams. The premonition in Bell's chest evolved into a strong fear. The serenity he had gained filled with unease. What happened? What's going on? Soon they arrived at the central plaza. A place that would normally be empty as adventurers headed to the dungeon was now filled with people gathering without cease. There was no doubt that something important had happened. Bell, leaving many behind, rushed into the center of the commotion, the interior of the giant tower, Babel, and then Bebelkun. Sister, what's going on? Nina asked, seeing Ina, who inexplicably was there motionless. With a pale face, Ina stared at Bell, ignoring even her younger sister's voice. With trembling eyes, she could barely murmur, "Get away from here!" Desperately pleading. Bell's heart began to distort. The air filled with the unmistakable scent of blood, flooding his mind with red and black flashes. Holding his breath, Bell pushed Ina's weak hand away and made his way through the desperate crowd. What he found on the other side was the source of the metallic stench. Adventurers covered in blood, some with grave wounds, others with parts of their bodies mutilated. A family shattered. The emblem of the jester on their banner, now torn and bloodied, revealed their identity. The expedition failed. It failed. The allied group was annihilated on the 60th floor, shouted a young man with black hair, immersed in despair. Covered in blood and holding a wounded arm, he begged with tears in his eyes. Help. We need reinforcements. Our comrades, the leaders, are still in the depths. Everything stopped in the divine tower. Bell, his eyes wide open, looked around. She wasn't there. Among the wounded adventurers, her figure wasn't present. The swordswoman wasn't there. The girl with golden hair wasn't there. The idol he had pursued did not exist in this world. Despair, mocking hope, pronounced her name. The low-key familia was annihilated.